Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day one of the 2023 New South Wales Rowing Championships. The championships are proudly sponsored by Bentley's, supported by the Penrith City Council, and our thanks to our official live stream partner of Bont Rowing.
We welcome you here today to Darug country and to the lands and waters of the Wallumbdagal and Wangal clans of the Eora Nation. Wallumbdagal meaning snapper fish. We acknowledge these traditional custodians of this land and their connections to the land and waters on which we meet and row today. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present, and extend this respect to other First Nations people here today at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. My name's Lizzie Chapman. I'm joined by Stuart Johns in the commentary box this morning. Good morning, Stuart, and welcome back to Penrith.
Good morning, Lizzie. Fantastic to be back here. It's the sun's out. We've got a little bit of humidity out for the weekend.
Just a bit.
And a big regatta coming up.
Absolutely
big 3
massive.
days worth of rowing.
It is indeed. The temperature right now is about 22 degrees, but it will be climbing to 32. And as you said, a bit humid, 98% humidity right now.
It is making my hair go completely frizzy.
And for those of you who don't know Stuart, he doesn't really have any hair to go frizzy. So
Follicle challenged, I think is the correct phrase.
And we do have some light winds which are helping to offset that humidity. And a little bit later, we've held off the big rains, but hopefully there'll be a sprinkling just to cool us down a bit just after midday. But we will need sunscreen and hats, and we definitely need lots of water today. The UV will be extreme by 11 o'clock, and it's already climbing now at 9:27. We're kicking off the regatta this morning at 9:30, and we've got some pretty exciting racing ahead of us, Stuart, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to today's program. So predominantly heats throughout the day, and then we'll move on to some of the semi-finals in some of our underage single scull events before we move on to some of the B finals towards the end of play today. Last race is due to start at 3:45, so a relatively short day, but we are going to start it off, Lizzie, with some of the underage events, seeing some of those stars of the future. And I guess for a lot of these guys as well, now that we have Brisbane 2032, it's 9 years away now, or 8.5, or 9.5.
Yep.
It's going to come up really quite quickly.
Yeah.
And for the guys, particularly the under-21s, the under-19s that we've got starting off today's racing, in 9 years' time, late 20s, starting to hit their peak, there is a very big carrot for all of these competitors.
Well said. You're absolutely right, and we both know it takes at least 10 years to make an overnight success, doesn't it? So in rowing, so you're absolutely right, 100%. So we've been looking through the program, haven't we, Stuart? And we've already seen a number of the athletes that are coming up in the under-21 events in particular, and the under-23s later. They've already featured on the international scene, despite us having a couple of years of not being able to travel and compete overseas. They've either been to the Junior World Championships, or they've represented in the under-21 competition against New Zealand, or they've been and competed at an international regatta like Henley Royal in the UK, Henley Women's in the UK, or Canadian Henley. So we've already seen a bunch of talent start to come through, and I agree with you, the next 9 years is going to be really exciting.
And there's a piece of history ready to be made in Brisbane, because I don't think, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't think there's been an Australian rowing Olympic gold at a home games.
Oh.
Because I don't think we won gold in 56,
No.
and we didn't win gold in 2000. Will 2032 be our first home
Are you
gold
listening
medal?
to that, coaches and athletes? Yeah, that would be huge.
There is the carrot of all carrots. Bugs Bunny wants that carrot.
And just imagine if it was a Queenslander as well.
Oh, look, because we all know how much us Queenslanders
Oh, that's right.
absolutely hate
Any other state winning? Not when they're in God's country.
Absolutely not. And a big shout out to Ray Evatt, who I guarantee is listening in and completely agreeing with everything we say.
I'm sure he is. Hello, Razor. Of course, we are looking forward in a few weeks' time to racing over in the other side of the country in Perth for our national rowing championships. And the other really important point about what's going on today is that this is a selection regatta. So we're looking ahead in 9 years' time to a home Olympics. We're looking to the middle of this year when some of these athletes will be representing Australia on the world stage. And we're also looking forward to, in a couple of weeks' time, these athletes representing again at the national championships. Then they'll come back here for, or the seniors and the under-23s and the paras will have been selected by then at trials just before nationals. And the under-21s will be selected on their results at nationals. So these races that are getting underway now are pretty important as a prep for that.
And not just for Australian selection, but also a lot of state team selections are based
100%.
off what's going to happen here. So,
Yeah, true.
particularly in the bigger states like New South Wales, this is your opportunity to pull on that sky blue zooty based on how you do at the New South Wales Championships.
So true. Now, for those of you listening in on our live stream or in the grandstand, I've certainly been asked by people new to rowing or from other sports, why is it that the New South Wales state titles in rowing isn't just New South Wales? And the answer being, obviously, we're on an international standard course. The weather is usually very kind to us in this little tiny bit of Penrith, and it's an excellent opportunity for everybody to get together just before nationals. And so this has actually ended up being a selection regatta. So hello to the selectors and to all the institutes of sport, academies of sport, and Rowing Australia itself who are visiting today, as well as all our competitors from New South Wales. We're into the first race already, which is the Championship Women's Under-21 pair. We've got a couple of heats where the first four will progress through to the final, and quite a brutal start to the regatta. The remainder are just going to be eliminated from this event, so hopefully they've entered lots of others. In lane one, we've got Adelaide University, represented by Claire Romanuk and Grace Seppelt, coached by Tom Dornbos. In lane two, Sydney University Boat Club, with Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and Dave Geely. In lane three, UTS, another university, represented by Grace Burke and Lila Anderton, coached by Katie Healy. In lane four, Melbourne University Boat Club with Tiffany Crossthwaite and Chloe Amling, coached by Connor McConville. In lane five, Canned Rowing Club from Queensland, Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury, coached by Scott and Warren Rowe. In lane six, the University of Queensland and Pine Rivers composite of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks, coached by Glenn Smith and Ray Smith. In lane seven, Mercantile Rowing Club's Olivia Nairn and Bridget Somerville. And in lane eight, Mercantile's Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker, both crews coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton.
And it was that Mercantile 1 crew through the 500 metre mark, Lizzie, that was out in the lead, but also level with the University of Queensland Pine Rivers composite of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks. Now, we're talking earlier about people who've represented Australia. Ella Smith was selected in the junior doubles back in 2021.
Which was the year they didn't travel, is that right? Because of COVID, yes.
Yeah,
so they
absolutely.
had a big simulation regatta in Adelaide, which I think I missed. We weren't allowed to travel over to it here in New South Wales, so yeah.
Yeah, but Ella also a very talented sportswoman otherwise. She was drafted 41 by the Brisbane Lions back in the 2022 AFLW.
Wow.
So
What
speedy
a talented
inside
athlete.
midfielder, and talks a bit about how the rowing can help her Aussie rules, and obviously the Aussie rules can help the rowing.
Yeah.
For both sports, you need to have a ridiculous amount of fitness. So I don't think, certainly coming from Queensland, I don't think a bit of heat is going to bother her.
No.
So, yeah.
And
so
very, very classy, and we've seen Ray Smith produce some really good doubles, haven't we, in the past? So I would imagine that they'll do pretty well in this event.
So it is Mercantile who are out in front by a second. So Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker ahead of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks. And then the Adelaide University crew of Claire Romaniak and Grace Seppelt sitting in third, another 3 seconds behind them. Sydney University's Olivia Natty and Tiffany Bota are sitting in fourth place at the moment, so they've got the final spot, but they are less than a second ahead of the canned crew of Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury. Then back to UTS's Grace Burke, Lilla Anderton, Melbourne University's Tiffany Crosswaite and Chloe Amling, and Mercantile's Olivia Nan and Bridget Somerville. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, Mercantile, University of Queensland, Pine Rivers, Adelaide University and Sydney University, but canned and UTS not completely out of it as yet.
So under 21s, this will be, a lot of these will be relatively new pairings. It's when they are fresh out of school and go into the under 21 category, often that very first year, they don't really get going until about January, so it will have been summer camp that things will have picked up, and crews might have been formed by trying people with somebody they haven't rowed with before. I certainly know that Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha were rowing with other pairs partners earlier on in the season, so this is a relatively new combination. Olivia's been very successful in the pair throughout the season. So it'll be interesting to see how she does today, and I'm sure her coach will have impressed upon her the importance of trying to be in the top 4 so that you actually get a chance of making it through to the final, which is race number 107 on our programme.
And as we just see them coming past the 1500 and up towards the 1750 mark, it is lane 8, Mercantile 1 crew out in front ahead of the University of Queensland Composite in lane 6. And then our next 2 crews look to be over in lanes 1 and 2 still. So still Adelaide University lane 1, Sydney University in lane 2. Cairns not without a shot, but they are going to need to make up some grounds pretty quickly. It does look as though those 2 crews in lanes 1 and 2 have managed to pull ahead. So as you mentioned earlier, we do have first, second, third and fourth going through. Mercantile 1 out in front, definitely looking comfortable into the last 150 metres or so, about a boat length between themselves and the University of Queensland Pine Rivers Composite, and then a boat length back to Adelaide University. And Sydney University are having a nice little race within themselves over in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, they certainly are, and looking quite comfortable actually. Natty and both are looking pretty good. The race now will see them through, those top 4 through to the final tomorrow at 11:35 a.m. And you're right, the first across the line, Mercantile Remy Mackay and Jess Hawker. Second will be the University of Queensland and Pine Rivers Composite of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks. Third will be Sydney University's Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, and fourth Claire Romanuk and Grace Seppelt from Adelaide University Boat Club. Fifth, from lane 5, the canned Slatter and Salisbury combination. Sixth, from lane 4, is that right? Melbourne University Boat Club. 7th, UTS, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. And our final crew, Mercantile's Olivia Nairn and Bridget Somerville. So unfortunately that 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place eliminated now from the event. How are we doing on times?
So the winning time for that one, 7 minutes 43.66, so 6.5 seconds between first and second, with just over 3 seconds back to third. We are underway in race number 2, so it's the second heat of the women's under 21 pairs. So again, first, second, third and fourth going through to tomorrow's final. Lane 2 from Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, and they're coached by Connor McConville. In lane 3 from Mercantile, Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Char Will and Ellie McClure, and they're coached by Connor McConville. Lane 5, Sydney University Sydney Rowing Club Composite of Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller, coached by Alfie Young, David Gelly and Lachlan Carter. Lane 6 from the West, the Fremantle West Australian Composite of Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad. In lane 7 from Mercantile, Zara Bongiorno and Victoria Trenton, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton, and they're coached by Philip Bourguignon.
So we've got a couple more here that were in that 2021 junior team that had to do the simulation regatta rather than travel. Zala Lavery, who's in lane 2 in the Melbourne University Boat Club crew. She was at Wesley College at the time, being coached by Hannah Every Hall. And It is, of course, the sister of two of the guys that are at the men's national training centre. So, and Romy Cantwell, who we've seen be very successful in the past. So, definitely a good pair in that lane. And then in the middle of the course, in lane 5, Freya Neville from Sydney Rowing Club, who was in the junior women's quad that year and represented Kinross Walleroy School, with Stephanie Preller, who is Tiffany Botha's previous pairs partner, and she rowed at Queenwood School when she was doing school rowing.
So just through the 1,000 metres, it is Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery from Melbourne University out in front of the West Australian pair of Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad, and then back to Mercantile's Bronte Cullen, Anna Morrison, and Sydney University composite of Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller. So about 3.5 seconds between first and second, not much into third, and then a little bit further on into another 3 seconds or so back into fourth, and then less than a second between fourth and fifth. So
and
again,
it's looking battle. Very close, isn't it?
Yeah, so first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. Fifth place misses out, and I don't think we're going to have much between fourth and fifth, Lizzie, coming through the 1,500.
No, it certainly looks as though, and we saw some positions change in that final 250 in the previous race. So despite the fact that it might look on paper as though this is a fairly straightforward assumption about who goes through, I definitely don't think it is, with rapidly improving under 21s. Must be a fantastic age to be rowing in this country, actually. There is so much rowing, so much talent. That crew on the far side, though, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, although they're under pressure, they're looking quite calm. And they've just started to raise their rate of striking now as they come into the last 250 metres of the race, just stepping it up. Beside them, to their left, Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison of Mercantile, and the Fremantle composite of Holly Cannon and Charlotte Broad still remain the first three crews. And then the pressure's on now for who might be fourth. It does look like Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller might hang on to it, but Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton from the University of Queensland are really improving in this second half of the race. So this might be a new combination made up at camp, as we mentioned before.
So into the final few strokes now for our leaders from Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. They've led from start to finish. They've got themselves a little bit of clear water between themselves and second place. You can see the stroke rate just staying a bit even now. They're making sure they stay out in front. They'll take the win ahead of Mercantile's Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison in second. Then another boat length back to the Fremantle composite in third. Sydney University and Sydney composite of Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller will finish in fourth place, just over a boat length ahead of Mercantile's Zara Bongiorno and Victoria Trenton, and then Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton from University of Queensland in sixth, ahead of the Melbourne University crew of Char Will and Ellie McCure. So the winning time there, 7:41.33, so it was about 2 seconds quicker than the first heat. So a nice little run through there for that Melbourne University crew. Melbourne University, Mercantile 2, Fremantle West Australian Composite and Sydney University Sydney Composite all going through to the final of the championship, women's under 21 pairs.
So yeah, that was a vastly different, wasn't it, in terms of the amount of pressure that the leader was under. So I'm sure they'll step up again at 11:35 tomorrow when we see those top 8 crews race in the final. We move now to the men's under 21 pair, another championship event. And now in this, we have 3 heats, and so the first 3 will progress through to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. And their finals race, again, is tomorrow, 5 minutes later, 11:40 on Saturday morning. We've got a bit of a treat ahead of us here. I think in each heat, we have at least one of the members of the gold medal winning junior men's Coxed 4 from last year at the World Championships, the St. Augustine's crew that was coached by Judith Ungermach. A bit of a treat ahead of us. In the first heat, Lane 2 is Mercantile, represented by Benjamin Vanderberg and Jack Ivers. In Lane 3, UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. In Lane 4, Mercantile, George Burney and Joshua Murphy. In Lane 5, Melbourne University Boat Club, Ryan Cornelius and Massimo Marrow. In Lane 6, St Augustine's School, Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch. In Lane 7, the University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. And in Lane 8, a composite of Harper Davies from Swan River and Joshua Hantke from West Australian Rowing Club.
And through the 1,000 metres, it was the UTS crew out in the lead ahead of the University of Queensland, so about a second and a half between first and second. Then back at about another 4 seconds through to third through the 1,000 metre was the St Augustine's pair. Ahead of West Australian Rowing Club Swan River Composite in fourth, but then now swapped over going through the 1,500, and then we've got just over a second between fourth and fifth. So St Augustine's holding on at the moment ahead of Mercantile, the two Mercantile crews in lanes 2 and 4, and then Melbourne University sitting in fifth place as they come in towards the last 500 metres or so.
Yeah, that UTS crew of Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, it's coached by Matthias Ungemach, the head coach at UTS, and Tim McLaren, who we've all know so well, who has been the head coach at UTS and is now working with the talent that's coming through. And this pair has been going well all season. I noticed both of these athletes at the time trials in the winter, and they're certainly coming good now. So they're under pressure because they're out there on their own on the far side of the course and having a great battle now. The crew in lane 8 of Harper Davies and Joshua Hantke from West Australia, and the University of Queensland crew doing really well in the final stages of the race, a bit like Alice Reddy and her partner in the previous race. So Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, they're coached by Randall Martin, and they are upping their rate of striking. They are challenging the West Australian composite now. UTS managing to stay calm on the far side of the course. A real battle, and it's going to come down to the last stroke. And I would not like to be the person making the decision there. It looks as though it was West Australian Rowing Club by about the surge of the stroke. For second place, third, and then coming across in fourth, the University of Queensland crew to secure, the Mercantile crew to secure that final place.
Yeah, the unofficial times there, the West Australian crew, they were sitting in sixth at the 500, fourth at the 1,000, third at the 1,500, and it's up on the screen on the live results page at the moment, 0.18 they managed to get. And you're absolutely right, it was the surge of the stroke. They just happened to time theirs just that little bit better for the finish line.
And I did say Mercantile, but I didn't say which one. So the Mercantile crew in the far lane, Benjamin Vanderberg and Jack Ivers, fourth across the line. It's top three, isn't it? So unfortunately they miss out. That's very sad. So just repeating then, the winners of that were UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. They progressed through to the final. A photo finish between the West Australian composite of Harper Davies and Joshua Hantke and the University of Queensland crew of Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. So they definitely progressed through. And yes, the judges have now ruled West Australia was second, Queensland Uni third. Just missing out then Mercantile 3 in fourth position. St Augustine's in fifth, Mercantile 2 in sixth, and Melbourne University Boat Club in seventh. The winning time 6 minutes, 56.01 seconds, the margins 1.97 and 0.14.
Not a lot between them in the first heat, so that's an exciting start to the men's under 21 pairs. Heat number 2 is underway again, first, second and third going through to the final. In lane 2 from Cand and UTS, it's Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley, coached by Scott Rowe and Matthias Ungemach. In lane 3 from University of Queensland, Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, coached by Randall Martin. Lane 4 from St Augustine's, Tom McGee and Cody Kearney, coached by Judith Ungemach. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Lane 6 from Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo, coached by David Colvin and Alistair Matthews. In lane 7 from Commercial, Jake Gilmore and Rupert Barrett, coached by Stephen Posse. And in lane 8 from Adelaide University, Max Henry and Fraser Balnaves, coached by Sam Morton. And as you mentioned earlier, Lizzie, we had Joe Lynch in the last race, who was part of that World Cup gold medal Coxed 4 crew. Brandon Smith from UTS over in lane 2, also part of that crew.
Yes, and doing a composite with Daniel Horsley of Canned Rowing Club, which is good to see, getting out there and racing with people from other clubs. But they were sitting in third at the halfway mark with the crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies in first position. They had a almost 5-second lead over Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo of Mercantile in the lane the lane next to them, lane 6. So a lot of the action coming from the middle of the crew. Then it's across to the far side as we look here from the finish tower to that UTS Canned composite pair. So at the moment they are the leading 3, but the margin, a bit like the previous race, University of Queensland coming good in the second half of the race. Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson sitting in 4th at the halfway mark by just 0.3 of a second and really putting the pressure on now in the second half. At halfway, Commercial was sitting in 5th, Adelaide University going through in 6th.
So it's the last 250 metres or so. It is the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies out in the lead. They've looked quite comfortable from woe to go. And then we've got a nice battle between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Only the top 3 in this heat going through to tomorrow's final, and there's not a great deal to separate them. The Canned composite crew of Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley over in lane 2 look like they might just have their bows ahead of the Mercantile crew in lane 6 of Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo, and then also the University of Queensland crew, Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, maybe just dropping off a little bit at the moment, about a boat length between lanes 2 and 3 into the last 150 metres. Sydney Rowing Club out in front, Canned UTS in lane 2, sitting in 2nd, just ahead of Mercantile in lane 6. Have the University of Queensland crew spent all their tickets early though? Do they have a little bit left to go through? It's only the top 3 going through to the final. It's now between the University of Queensland and Mercantile. Sydney out in front, they'll go through. They've got some clear water between themselves and the chasing pack, and they'll do it quite comfortably. In 2nd place, we've got the Canned composite. We're sitting in front, but it's a big push from Mercantile, and I suspect they may have just got a bow ball ahead of the Canned composite crew, but all those 3 crews will go through. University of Queensland crew, Nick Munro and Robert Atkinson, just finishing in 4th place. They just didn't have enough at the end to be able to match the rising rates.
I think
of our
this
other
time
crews.
of year you haven't had a chance to practice really lifting, have you? Especially if you haven't got any racing. I know that's why Phil Burgagnon has got that University of Queensland contingent down here, so that they actually get some good racing against some strong competition. Crossing the line in 6th there, Adelaide University, and 7th will be St Augustine. So we're working the judges pretty hard, aren't we? This is 2 races in a row where we've had a photo finish for the 2nd and 3rd.
Working the judges, working the commentators, we've got to sit there.
What's going on? It's first day. We're not going home until late as well. Yeah. You were mentioning that the racing finishes at 3:45, but I think it's actually going on even longer. Oh, I think the new draw has it going through till about 6. I hate to tell you. Huge day, and that's the first day. We normally just do a couple of hours in the morning to prune some things down. Yeah, what an exciting race and some great rowing, really good. So waiting now for we can hear them judging it now, but definitely in Heat 2 of the Men's Under-21 Championship pair, it was a win for Sydney Rowing Club's Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies. The Mercantile 1 crew has been judged as coming in 2nd. That was Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo, and 3rd across the line, the Canned and UTS composite of Daniel Horsley and Brandon Smith. They progress through to the A final. 4th, University of Queensland, 5th, Commercial, 6th, Adelaide Uni, and 7th, St Augustine's are now eliminated.
0.06 between 2nd and 3rd. So I can't wait to see this one tomorrow when they do the final as well.
11:40, folks, the final of the men's under-21 pair. We were saying earlier that this is the generation that will be really hungry to get to Brisbane, and I think they're putting on a great show. If we say that sport these days is about entertainment, well, this is making rowing look exciting.
It's very entertaining indeed, and also entertaining us now is heat number 3 of the men's under-21 pairs. Again, 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the final. Lane 2 from Toowong, it's Moss Murphy and Rodden Martin, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 3 from University of Queensland, Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris, coached by Randall Martin. Lane 4 from Commercial and Mercantile, Edward Finlay and Daniel O'Driscoll, coached by David Colvin and Alistair Matthews. In Lane 5 from UTS, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias Ungermack and Judith Ungermack. In Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Tom Foley and Nick Atkins. And in Lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson.
Well, I just checked that one out. I was thinking that can't be right. But if you look very carefully, you see one of them is a James Fredrickson with a C and the other James Fredrickson with a K. So giving them the benefit of the doubt, I also think that the way in which Rowing Manager works, our software here in Australia for rowing entries, you couldn't have two memberships, surely. So
No,
I think it's unlikely it's the same person, yeah.
Yeah, look, or they've just cloned someone, and maybe that's how you tell the difference between the original and
putting
the...
a K in. But they're doing pretty well, aren't they? They certainly were sitting in 6th position. Well, that's very interesting. Okay, I don't think we can trust our screen, but at the 1500 metre mark, they look to me as though they are sitting in 4th position. It is the top 3 that will go through to the A final, and everybody else has to put that boat back on the trailer and get on with their next event. So it's a question of whether they can creep into the top. But the leaders, UTS, as you would have thought, again, our international representatives, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, from St. Augustine's School when they won the junior men's cockstraw at the Junior World Championships last year, now at UTS, Haberfield Rowing Club, and much like their compatriots in the previous races, going pretty well, looking lovely and long.
Yeah, the University of Queensland's Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris just started to up their rate as well. So both crews looking out at each other and just trying to see who can get that initial
And I think neither of them have actually looked across at Fredrickson with the classic Sydney Rowing Club 70s bucket hat. Always good to see the bucket hats of Sydney Rowing Club.
You love to see a good bucket hat. It will be UTS that'll go through and take the win ahead of the University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd place. So that's our 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the final. Toowong will finish in 4th ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6 in 5th. Melbourne University in 6th ahead of the Commercial Mercantile Composite in 7th. So UTS, University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club going through to tomorrow's final.
And in a time that's almost exactly the same as the previous heat, so this is getting more and more exciting. The 6:54.75 is the provisional time, and the margins 1.49 and 0.89. We almost had another photo finish for 2nd and 3rd. And that compares with 6:54.82, literally 0.07 of a second faster than the previous heat, and the first heat 6:56.01. So and again very, very tight indeed for 2nd and 3rd. So we are looking at a really exciting race at 11:40 a.m. on Saturday morning in the men's under 21 cossless pair. Well, let's move from the discipline of sweep rowing, where you have an oar in each hand and have to have even numbers of people in the boat, to a boat where you're out on your own, a single scull, and we're kicking this off with the Championship Women's Under 19 single scull. This event is sponsored by Bentley's, the professional services firm that is one of the major supporters of Rowing New South Wales, and we really thank them for their support through the years. In lane 1, we have Ciara Ortolani, who is representing Leichhardt Rowing Club and is coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 2, Eliza Bridgefoot, who used to be at Somerville but is now representing the University of Queensland. She's a QAS, Queensland Academy of Sport athlete, and she's coached by Augustine Rodero and Ben Southwell. In lane 3, Anastasia Buhagia from Gippsland Grammar in Victoria. In lane 4, local competitor Olivia Harris, representing Nepean Rowing Club and coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by Tom Krieber. In lane 6, Abigail Cox. She's representing Mercantile Rowing Club in Melbourne and she's coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. She's coached by Lachlan Carter and their new development coach, Felix Dure. In lane 8, Hannah Drysdale, who's representing Centenary Rowing Club in Queensland, and she's coached by Kerry Tickle.
And just through that initial 500 metres, we had Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland out in front, leading Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club by 3 seconds. Back another second to Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, and Mercantile's Abigail Cox another 3 seconds behind. Olivia Harris from Nepean sitting in 5th place, but just outside those qualifications for the semi-finals. Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt in 6th. Anastasia Buhagia from Gippsland Grammar in 7th, and Centenary's Hannah Drysdale in 8th position. So first, second, third, and fourth going through to the semi-final in this first heat of the women's under-19 single scull.
So a lot of these will be in their first year out of school, I would have thought, or might even still be at school. And we've said the first 4 are going to go through to the semi-final. Well, the semi-finals for this are the first races after lunch. So the lunch break is at about 1:25, and we'll start racing again at about 2:25.
Yeah, and of the races that we've got out there, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club has absolutely been flying at some of the local regattas. So didn't compete last weekend. We had a lot of wind up at the ACT, so it was very, I think by the time I got out for my race, it was about 30k an hour winds, and it's very tricky when you can't hold onto the oars properly. I'll give you the pro tip. But Imogen Lang in the regatta before that, back in late January, just before small boats, did quite well, finished second in the women's B singles sculls, and only a couple of seconds behind someone who's in the under-21s later on today, in Laura Kelly.
And it makes such a difference, doesn't it? Just like an extra year makes such a difference to your physical shape, I think. Year after year, you improve so much if you just train consistently. Don't have to do anything special, do you? Just need to train.
Exactly right. Yeah. It's rowing, I think, is really one of those sports. It is work in, results out, and that's exactly what you see, the more work, and even at the lower levels as well. We've got people in our squad continually show up to training. They're a little bit older, but they continually show up to training every single session, and they're getting better. They're getting quicker. Yeah. And there's no magic potion, unfortunately.
No,
I haven't been able to find a village full of Gauls to provide that one. But, and that's the thing about rowing. It really is. You put in the work,
put in
the yakka, you'll get
agree.
better. Yeah. You may not hit representative stage, but as long as you keep improving on yourself.
Which is why I think it's such a satisfying sport if you have the right sort of if you like that kind of sport. I mean, if you're somebody who really feeds off adrenaline and things being different, then probably not your sport. But if you're like somebody who likes to plug away at things and is technical, and if you really enjoy being fit, because you get such an advantage psychologically if you're fit physically, if that makes sense. So it just really pays off to be fit physically.
Absolutely. Into the last 500 metres, our leader, Eliza Bridgefoot, leading Imogen Lang at the moment. So Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland, Imi Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sports. She's coached by Tom Krieber, who moved up last year from Banks Rowing Club. Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 3rd place, and then Olivia Harris from Nepean. The local girl, she's sitting in 4th place. It's 3.5 seconds between 4th and 5th at the moment. So Mercantile's Abigail Cox, Leichhardt Ciara Ortolani, Gippsland Grammar's Anastasia Buhagia, and Centenary's Hannah Drysdale sitting outside the qualification positions, heading into the last 500 metres. But just looking out, Eliza Bridgefoot out in front and looking really comfortable there over in lane 2. I guess one of the big things for a lot of our scullers, Lizzie, is when you're this far out in front, there is that, and we can just see Eliza Bridgefoot just lowering her rate of striking down at the moment. I guess it's a really good opportunity when you know that you're in those qualification positions and you've got a lot of clear water between yourselves and missing out, that it is that opportunity just to take it a little bit easier going through and just save a bit of energy, because as we've mentioned, it is hot conditions for our entire regatta. It's very humid. Any energy you can save is energy that you can spend in a final. Yeah,
100%. That's right. And let's remember also that they're not just racing in this single. They will be racing in other events as well. In preparation, in order to impress the selectors, they need to have a good showing in a small boat and in a larger boat, in a crew boat. So that will be important. So we see two completely different strategies here. Eliza Bridgefoot on the far side, University of Queensland. She'll take out this first heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 single scull from the very fast finishing Niamh Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, a younger athlete, very talented and definitely on the pathway to elite representation, but definitely racing a very different strategy. And then third across the line will be Imogen Lang, who we were talking about earlier. And fourth will be Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club, who has been improving throughout the season. No, it doesn't look. Yes, that's right. In lane 6, Abigail Cox from Mercantile. She will cross the line in 5th. 6th will be the Leichhardt sculler, Ciara Ortolani. And then we have a couple of scullers back to Gippsland Grammar's Anastasia Buhagiar and Centenary's Hannah Drysdale.
So winning time there, Lizzie, 8 minutes 11.29, and the margins 1.63 seconds between first and second, 7.29 between second and third. But again, remembering that so the semi-finals for this race are actually towards the end of today's racing. So again, you know, it's not just a case of saving your energy for tomorrow, you're saving it for later on today.
Yeah,
in about
absolutely.
5-6 hours time.
And as we talked about, the humidity is very high, the UV will be very high, and the temperatures will be high as well. So I think it won't be a bad thing if we have that spot of rain.
Slip, slop, slap, and make sure you're getting plenty of hydration. Heat number 2 is underway, and the women's under-19 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's. In lane 1 from Sydney University, Alyssa Fickers. In lane 2 from Gippsland Grammar, Ella Durand. In lane 3 from Centenary, Lucy Quinn, coached by Kerry Tickle. Lane 4 from Yarra Yarra, Alexandra McAvoy. In lane 5 from Team Vietnam, Ho Thi Doi, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 6 from Manning River, Hannah Smith, coached by Murray Doust. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle, coached by Andrew Gannon. And in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Charlotte Oitma, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew.
How lovely to see Team Vietnam. So Joe, who headed up the Kinross Walleroy programme and got rowing really up and running at the club there in Orange, and now leading the Team Vietnam programme, and has been for a good few years now. So it's great to see him back. Wonderful that he brings the team with him, and we welcome them. We're delighted to see them again. It really does feel like the whole world is open now, even if it is incredibly expensive to travel.
So just heading through the 1,500 metres, Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy out in front at the moment. She's got about 5 seconds ahead of Alyssa Fickers from Sydney University. And then our Team Vietnam sculler, Ho Thi Doi, sitting in 3rd place, ahead of Gippsland Grammar's Ella Durand in 4th, and then about 11 seconds between 4th and 5th. So Manning River's Hannah Smith, Sydney's Charlotte Oitma, Yarra Yarra's Alexandra McAvoy, and Centenary's Lucy Quinn. Lucy Searle back at the small boats regatta that we had here a couple of weeks ago, made it through, or finished 2nd in the women's under-19 single sculls, but probably helped a little bit there. There were a lot of scratching as a result of the heat that was there. It seems every time I come up to Penrith, it's bringing the hot weather. Yeah,
afraid so. It's that time of year, isn't it? So Sophie Malcolm, QAS athlete. I'm sure she has represented, and I'm sorry I haven't done my homework on that. So she's coming up in the next race. In this race, we have Alyssa Fickers on the far side. She represented Loreto Kirribilli and was in the New South Wales representative crew. So that's a competition that exists to really encourage our school rowers to get involved in representative rowing. And I would have thought that quite a few of these girls would have joined in that for their different states. Definitely not Charlotte, though. I don't recognise Charlotte Oitma's name, but she looks pretty impressive. Our Sydney, sorry, this is Lucy Searle, isn't it? Our Kinross Walleroy sculler. I definitely know Lucy Searle. Andrew Gannon, her coach, and he'll be pretty happy with that at such a low rate of striking. Team Vietnam placing second and Alyssa Vickers placing third. And joining them in the A final will be Gippsland Grammar's sculler Ella Gerand.
So a winning time for Lucy Searle of 8 minutes 15.49. So as we just see Ella Gerand crossing the line for Gippsland Grammar. So our first four going through to the semi-finals. They are races number 49 and 50, so coming up a little bit later on today. As we just see there, Manning Rivers' Hannah Smith finishing in 5th place, ahead of Charlotte Oitma from Sydney Rowing Club in 6th. Then back a little bit further to Yarra Yarra's Alexandra McAvoy and Centenary's Lucy Quinn. So that was heat number 2 with the women's under-19 single sculls. Heat number 3 is underway. So that is lane 2 from Loretto Marriotteville, Isabella Deans, coached by Leonardo Calabresi. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Bebbington, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. In lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar, Ruby Lindria. In lane 5 from Loretto Kirribilli, Elizabeth Carey, coached by Michael Probert. In lane 6 from Yarra Yarra, Sophia Miller. Lane 7 from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Michael Obstetlan, Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. And in lane 8 from Commercial, Paris Reed, coached by David Vander. So a couple of interstate entries in there. We've got a couple of Queenslanders, South Australia, 2 Victorians, and then our 2 token people from New South Wales.
And it is a Queenslander that is leading. She's led all the way, actually. She was first across the line at the halfway mark. She's extended her lead now to over a length. It's Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Sitting in second place, Elizabeth Carey of the local school Loretto Kirribilli, coached by Michael Probert. So 3.89 of a second at the 1500 metre mark. But knowing Elizabeth Carey, she isn't going to give up. She's going to keep pressing to get the best possible position in the semi-final at 2:25 today. Sophia Miller from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club down there on Boathouse Drive is sitting in 3rd position. And then at the moment, 4th is Sarah Bebbington from Sydney Rowing Club. It would be good to have 2 New South Welsh women in the semi-finals. Let's see if she can stay ahead. She's at the moment got just over a length over Paris Reed from Commercial. And she in turn has quite a distance over Isabella Deans from Loretto Marriotteville of South Australia.
And interestingly, so Queensland had their state championships at the end of January. So Sophie Malcolm in the heats actually came 3rd. Must have been really conserving her energy. In the final, though, going through and taking the win by 2.5 seconds.
Right.
So, and that was in the women's, in the championship women's single sculls.
Right.
So a very quick row. If she's doing that in Queensland in the open events, in the under-19s, I would definitely have her down as one of the favourites. Also won gold along with her sister Jessica Malcolm in the championship women's double. And as well as that,
raced at Nationals last year. Yeah.
Raced at Nationals, also won the under-21 single sculls, unsurprisingly. So yeah, and also the under-19 women's double sculls. So
we see her now coming in front of the grandstand, very low rate of striking, long, strong strokes, looking relaxed and controlled. So I agree with you, very clever racing to make sure that she comes across the line in 1st place. She'll get a good lane for the semi-final, and if she can conserve her energy, should progress through to the final. 2nd is Elizabeth Carey from Loretto Kirribilli. Well done to her. Good result. And then still sitting in 3rd position, Sophia Miller of Yarra Yarra in the distinctive yellow boat in lane 6. And Sydney Rowing Club's Sarah Bebbington will, by the looks of things, cross the line in 4th. So those are our 4 contestants who will progress through to the semi-final. Just missing out will be Paris Reed of Commercial, who in lane 8, she'll cross the line in 5th position. 6th, across in lane 2, will be Isabella Deans of Loretto Marriotteville. And then our final contestant is Ruby Lindria of Gippsland Grammar.
So a winning time there for Sophie Malcolm, 8 minutes 18.64. There was a 3-second margin between 1st and 2nd, and then another 21 seconds back to 3rd place. So everyone just conserving their energy, very smart move to do on a very warm day. Race number 9, the final heat of the women's under-19 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's. Again, first, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-finals later today. In lane 2 from Yarra Yarra, Zara Kfouri. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Josephine Armstrong, coached by David Gelly. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. In lane 5 from Adelaide University, Bianca Kohlberg, coached by Tom Dornbus. In lane 6 from Centenary, Lara Izadin, coached by Kerry Tickle. In lane 7 from Loretto Marriotteville, Eliza Hogg, coached by Matthew Walker. And in lane 8 from West Australian Rowing Club, Sinead Redding, coached by Stefano Balosso.
So we have Liesl Page in this event. Liesl in lane 4 representing Sydney Rowing Club, was in the junior women's double scull event at Henley Women's last year with Lauren Cypher, previously of Queensland, who's also rowing at Sydney Rowing Club, and that was a great win for them in the junior women's double at Henley Women's last year. A really fantastic combination, and then they went on and raced at Henley Royal in a quad. We've got Josephine Armstrong next to her in lane 3. So this is a Newcastle Grammar School rower who has just come up to uni and is now rowing at the university. So again, we've got examples here of people who've literally just made the transition out of school rowing into club and university rowing. We have Eliza Hogg in lane 7 from Loretto Marriotteville. So she was a member of the South Australian Pathways 8. So again, names that we've seen before in representative rowing, the interstate representative event for those who are still involved at school, the Pathways 8s.
And just through the 1500 metres, we have Yarra Yarra's Zara Kfouri in lane 2, who's out in front. She's led from start to finish. She's got a 2-second lead over Sinead Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club. Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, a little bit further back, but looking quite comfortable at the moment. There's 12 seconds between third and fourth. Bianca Kohlberg from Adelaide University sitting in fourth. She's 6.5 seconds ahead of Sydney University's Josephine Armstrong, and then Lara Izadin and Eliza Hogg making up the rest of our field into the last 500 metres. But Zara Kfouri, she's led from start to finish, was a couple of seconds ahead at the 500 metre mark, and she's just kept that 2-second margin between first and second for the entire way. So you can see her over in lane 2. So the furthest lane away if you're watching on the live stream, also the furthest lane away if you're watching from the grandstands. Closest to us is Sinead Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club. And again, she's looking quite comfortable out there in second place. And then Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3. Bianca Kohlberg from Adelaide University into the last 250 metres. She's sitting in that final qualification position, looking quite comfortable ahead of Josephine Armstrong from Sydney University. So I guess that's the bonus with this format, where it is based on placings. You can just keep an eye out and make certain that they all go through. At a recent ACT regatta, we were lucky enough to have the men's NTC come join us, and that was heat winners plus the fastest. So even in the heats, everyone had to really make certain that they were pulling as hard as they could to be able to qualify for that A final. So it was a very interesting little bit of racing. We'll talk about that when we talk about the men's elite scullers, when those heats come up a little bit later on today. But it will be Zara Kfouri from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club who'll take the win in heat number 4 of the women's under-19 single sculls. She'll finish ahead of Sinead Redding from West Australian Rowing Club in second place. Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, very comfortable there. Nice and cruisy, she'll come through in third and qualify for the semi-finals later on today, and then it will be about a boat length between 4th and 5th. So Adelaide University's Bianca Kohlberg, with a couple of strokes to go, will qualify by just over a boat length in 4th place ahead of Sydney University's Josephine Armstrong in 5th. And then we're going back a little bit further to Centenary's Lara Izadin in lane 6, who'll finish in 6th, and Loretto Marriotteville, Eliza Hogg in 7th, finishing lane 7, finishing in 7th.
So the provisional finish time for Zara Kfouri was 8:17.62. The margin between her and Sinead Redding, 5.37. A further 8.62 back to Liesl Page and 15.37 back to Bianca Kolberg. And those four scullers progressing through now to the semi-final with Josephine Armstrong of Sydney University Boat Club, Lara Al-Izzeddin of Centenary, and Eliza Hogg of Loreto Marriotteville now eliminated from the event. 8:17 compares quite nicely with 8:18 in the previous heat, 8:15 for the second heat, and 8:11 for the first heat. So not quite as close and as exciting as the men's under 21 pairs, but still looks as though it's going to be an interesting semi-final and a great final.
Absolutely. And we are underway in the men's under-19 single sculls. This is again sponsored by Bentley's. First, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-finals later on today, with the rest being eliminated from this event. In lane 1 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Samuel Klotz, coached by Rodney Dick. In lane 2, from Capital Lakes Rowing Club in Canberra, Elliot Jallier, coached by Tom Krieber and David Bagnall. In lane 3 from Gippsland Grammar, Thomas Gillam. In lane 4 from Radford College, Hamish Roberts. In lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Curtis Wilmot. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Patrick Stanley, coached by Amos Noon. Lane 7 from St George, Callum Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston. And in lane 8 from Corio Bay, Charles Radin, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. And through the 1500, it is Corio Bay's Charles Radin leading Patrick Stanley from Lake Macquarie, Hamish Roberts from Radford College, and Elliot Jallier from Capital Lakes sitting in 4th place. And then there's about 4.5 seconds between 4th and 5th. Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg, and then down to Callum Dunn, Thomas Gillam and Curtis Wilmot. Hamish Roberts, another one that's been doing quite well down in Canberra. He's won a number of in the men's B-grade single sculls. It's been some nice battles between himself and Marist College's Darcy James and Jesse Roshin. So really looking forward to seeing those three rowers out there. And then we're seeing Elliot Jallier sitting in 4th place at the moment. He's come under the wing of David Bagnall, who will be a very familiar name to anyone who's ever had anything to do with rowing in the ACT. He's still coaching a number of young male rowers out at Capital Lakes, and again, they've been doing quite well in the quad sculls as well, so making their way up through the ranks.
Yeah, they've certainly impressed throughout the season, so it's exciting now we're coming to the sharp end of the season to see how they're progressing through. So in the lead at the moment is Corio Bay's sculler Charles Radin, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan, I presume father of Xavier, the junior sculler. And then it's across to Patrick Stanley of Lake Macquarie, who has also had a great season, come and done some time trials. And then it's pretty close between, I'm saying, Hamish Roberts of Radford College and Elliot Jallier of Capital Lakes. I'd say Elliot's just getting his nose in front. He's managed to get his rate of striking up a little bit earlier than Hamish, and might just come across in front of him. But anyway, first 4 through, and it's pretty clear who they're going to be, even though it's fairly close. Charles Radin, Corio Bay first. Second, Patrick Stanley, oh, so close, Lake Macquarie. Third, Hamish Roberts of Radford. And 4th, Elliot Jallier of Capital Lakes. 5th, and just missing out, Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg. And I believe St Luke's up there in Queensland. Pretty even match between Callum Dunn of St George on the near side to the commentary and the cameras, and Thomas Gillam of Gippsland Grammar across on the far side, and the second Gippsland Grammar sculler, Curtis Wilmot, will make up the final contestants to cross the line in this, the first heat of the championship men's under-19 single scull, sponsored by Bentley's.
So winning time there of 7 minutes 31.32, 5 seconds back to Patrick Stanley in second, another 2 seconds to Hamish Roberts in third, and then less than a second between third and fourth. And just a shout out to Samuel Klotz from Bundaberg as well. We said at the 1500 he was a little bit behind. He absolutely started flying that last 500 metres, and unfortunately I think he just hit the wall with about 100 metres to go or so. You could really see Elliot Jallier aware of the danger. He was sitting in fourth in that last qualifying position. He was aware of the danger, managed to pull it back and come through and take fourth. So A good little race, that one, in the first heat of the
Yeah.
men's under-19
And, I always
single
think,
sculls.
especially in rowing, lose the race, but don't lose the lesson. And by the sound of things, he learnt quite a lot from that one. So good on him, and we'll look forward to seeing him in whichever event he is in next. The second heat of the men's under-19 single scull is now underway with Harry Coddington of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 1. He's coached by Kieran Kabelke, and therefore I would imagine is at one of the Northern Beaches secondary colleges up there that Kieran coaches. In lane 2, another red representation, Jake Sheeman Rogers from Radford College. In lane 3, Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar. In lane 4, Tane Potts from St Augustine's College, coached by Judith Ungemach. In lane 5, Joshua McPhellamy from Manning Valley Anglican College, coached by Murray Doust and Hannah Smith. In lane 6, Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie, coached by Emma Molinar. In lane 7, Adam Keemer of Commercial, coached by David Van Dass and Stephen Posey. And in lane 8 from the ACT, Darcy James from Marist College, coached by Dave Romano, Tom Krieber and Taylor Thomas.
Yeah, and Darcy James in the lead through the 1,000-metre mark, ahead of Tane Potts from St Augustine's, Jake Sherman Rogers from Radford in 3rd, and then Harry Coddington from Mossman in 4th place. But only a couple of seconds between 4th and 5th. Gippsland Grammar's Evan Lewis, and then back again to Port Macquarie's Tom Jenkins, Adam Kamer from Commercial, and Joshua McPhellamy from Manning Valley Anglican College sitting in 8th place. So Darcy James from the ACT, mentioned earlier, he's done quite well over the last little bit in ACT regattas, but also small boats regatta in the men's under-19 double scull. It was a win for Darcy James and Jesse Roshin back here at small boats a couple of weeks ago. So both those guys doing quite well and now part of the ACT high performance program under Dave Romano. So Darcy James out in front through the 1,500 metres. Tane Potts still sitting in 2nd. Ahead of Jake Sherman Rogers and Harry Coddington. So that's our 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Just seeing a gap open up now between 4th and 5th. So between Harry Coddington and Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie, and then Adam Kamer, Evan Lewis and Joshua McPhellamy sitting in 8th place through the last 250 metres or so now. So Darcy James looking quite comfortable. He's closest to us in lane 8 for those watching on the live stream, and also from the grandstands. And then across on the far side, we've got Tane Potts in lane 4, Jake Sherman Rogers in lane 2, and Harry Coddington over in lane 1. We'll see Jake Sherman Rogers out a little bit later on as well, later in the regatta with the quad events. That Radford College quad is super fast and been winning races for fun down in Canberra. So into the last 100 metres, Darcy James has led from start to finish. He's kept that couple of boat lengths ahead of Tane Potts from St Augustine's, and then Jake Sherman Rogers and Harry Coddington. They're our 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The semi-finals a little bit later on today. Their races number 51 and 52 due to be on at 2:30 and 2:35. So a win there for Darcy James from Marist College, ahead of Tane Potts from St Augustine's. Jake Sherman Rogers from Radford College sitting a nice couple of boat lengths ahead. And we've just had a little bit of an issue over in lane 1. Mossman's Harry Coddington. He has been sitting in 4th place. It does look like he's either hit a buoy or had a little bit of a crab. He's gone off the course at the moment. He had enough of a lead to be able to hold on potentially to 4th place. You can see that the rower from Port Macquarie, Tom Jenkins, has suddenly realised there's a chance here. But Harry Coddington has been able to go through and take 4th place. And qualify for the semi-finals ahead of Tom Jenkins from Port Macquarie. Then Commercials, Adam Keemer and Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar, and Joshua McPhellamy from Manning Valley Anglican College. Did you see what happened there, Lizzie?
I didn't know, but again, that's first race of the event. I suppose it gives you a chance to blow out the cobwebs, and not everybody rows on buoyed courses. So nice to get a chance to do it, I guess. But then you get those buoys that spring out of nowhere. So a heat 2 of the championship men's under-19 single scull was a win for Darcy James of Marist College in a time of 7:34.33. Second was Tane Potts of St Augustine's College the margin 11.38, but Tane really looked like he wasn't stressed at all. Third across the line, Jake Sheeman-Rogers of Radford College, and fourth, Harry Coddington of Mossman, and they've all progressed through to the semi-final. Now eliminated will be Tom Jenkins of Port Macquarie, Adam Keemer of Commercial, he was 6th, and 7th, Evan Lewis of Gippsland Grammar. So they progress now through to the semi-final. There are two semi-finals, one at 2:35 and the other at 2:40 this afternoon. So we have another couple of heats of this championship men's under-19 single scull. Heat 3 is underway with Charlie Patrick of Cathedral, which I think is Townsville Cathedral College, in lane 2. Oliver Fox of Radford College ACT in lane 3. Oscar St. Pierre of St. Augustine's in lane 4. Oliver Klotz of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 5. Owen Balharry of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 6. Anthony Smith of Gippsland Grammar in lane 7, and Chad Willett of Nudgee College in lane 8.
And Chad Willett going through the 1,000-metre mark, 9 seconds.
Oh, wow.
He's out in front of Oscar St. Pierre from St. Augustine. So a big lead there for Chad Willett, just in that from Nudgee College. So looking quite comfortable out in front at the moment. At the Queensland State Championships, he was second in the men's under-19 pairs, along with Alex Patterson, also from Nudgee College. And then for the final, he actually won the event in the, so the under-19 single sculls up in Queensland. So he was the winner there, Chad Willett from Nudgee College.
Take out the New South Wales title as well, but I'm sure Oscar St. Pierre won't be very happy to let him do it without a bit of a battle. Oscar St. Pierre, of course, not to be confused with Oliver, as I have done in the past. The two brothers, Oliver, who was in the under-21 pair earlier and did junior world rowing last year, coming home with the gold medal. Oscar seems just as competitive and just as talented, so we're looking forward to seeing him race. Now at the 1,500 metre mark, Chad had a further 2 seconds lead over Oscar, so he's certainly not subscribing to the theory of going gently in the first heat and just easing himself into the competition, is he?
I'm looking at these results from the Queensland State Championships. Under-19 single sculls, Chad Willett, 7 minutes 4.23. 20 seconds between first and second.
Good Lord.
And he's definitely got the afterburners on here at the moment. So Chad Willett...
He's not even rating that high. That's interesting.
No, so Nudgee College, a very famous school up in Queensland for its sporting abilities. So yeah, and Chad is just looking very, very comfortable at the moment. He's sort of taken the pressure right off. He can't be rating much more than about early 20s, if that. Sort of late, he's probably matching his age with the rating at the moment, but he is looking quite comfortable out in front ahead of Oscar St. Pierre from St. Augustine, sitting in second place. And then we've got a nice little battle going on here for third place as well. So we've got Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar, then to Oliver Klotz from Sydney University and Oliver Fox from Radford College. So Oliver Fox is sitting in 5th place at the moment. He'll need to pick it up, and he's only got about 100 metres or so to be able to do as we just see him do exactly that. Chad Willett from Nudgee College, he'll go through start to finish. That was very, very comfortable indeed. Oscar St. Pierre from St. Augustine's will come through in second place. Our third place will be lane 7, Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar. He'll finish a boat length ahead of Sydney University's Oliver Klotz, and then Oliver Fox from Radford College will come through in 5th, and unfortunately he'll miss out on the semi-finals for this event. Then coming through in 6th place will be Mossman's Owen Balharry, coached by Kieran Kabelke, and then in 7th place will be Charlie Patrick from Cathedral. Up there in Townsville, a preliminary time for Chad Willett of 7 minutes 38.73, but he did take the foot off the accelerator quite a bit towards the end. It was still a 8.26 seconds between first and second, and then another 3.62 seconds back to third in heat number 3 of the men's under-19 single sculls.
So I've just done a little bit of research on Chad Willett, and I feel quite ashamed that I didn't recognise that he was one of the junior men's quad scull crew from the Australian team last year, 2022. They were in the C final in the quad, and they won that C final. And you can't help but wonder sometimes when you go overseas and you don't get what you want in terms of result, it really fires you up. And I would think that we're looking at a man who is fired up and looking to go to the Junior Worlds again this year and make a difference. So we wish him the best of luck. He's very impressive.
Very impressive, and I'm going to be looking out for the next few years, I think. Over the,
well,
you were talking.
We'll see him in Brisbane. Maybe he'll be that gold medalist you're talking about.
Well, look, you know, you said earlier about Queenslanders wanting to do well in Queensland. You grow 10 foot tall and bulletproof.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very impressive run there. Race number 13, heat number 4 of the men's under-19 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's. Again, first, second, third and fourth through to the semi-final. Lane 2 from Gippsland Grammar, Jada Frith. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Kaylin Routley. In lane 4 from Cathedral, Henry Chin. Lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Luca Free. In lane 6 from Radford College, Hunter Jolly. In lane 7 from Marist College in the ACT, Jesse Roshin. And in lane 8 from Centenary, William Hall. And as they went through that, through the 1,000 metres, it is Jesse Roshin from Marist College who's out in front, but only half a second between Jesse and Luca Free. Lake Macquarie's Kaylin Routley sitting in third place, Cathedral's Henry Chin in fourth, and then another 3 seconds back to Hunter Jolly from Radford College, Centenary's William Hall, and Jada Frith from Gippsland Grammar. So Luca Free, part of that famous Free family up in Queensland, Lizzie?
I'm assuming that he is, and I'm assuming that he is the son of Duncan, to be confirmed. But if the Free family, indeed, yes. So the patriarch, Reggie Free, no longer with us, God rest his soul, but always great to see the Free family. And I know Marcus is definitely here, and his son Jackson. So great to see any of the Free family, and Danica, I'm sure, will be racing later as well. So great to see them here.
Yeah, Luca Free at the Queensland State Championships. He was fourth in the under-19 double scull. He partnered with Matthew Leskew in that one. And then in the under-19 single scull, he came second, only behind Chad Willett. So, again, a very handy sculler there from that Free family up in Queensland. Through the 1,500 metre mark, we have Jesse Roshin from Marist College, who's out in front. He's coached by Dave Romano, Tom Creeber and Taylor Thomas. Ahead of Luca Free, Kaylin Routley and Henry Chin, making up our 1, 2, 3 and 4 and ready to qualify for the semi-finals a little bit later on today. We can see Jesse talked earlier about Darcy James, Jesse Roshin, part of that battle, and then Hunter Jolly, sort of those 3 up-and-coming male scullers coming through from the ACT.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
So Marist College, a fairly new club as well. They were under the auspices of Canberra Rowing Club for a long time. They have been working with, you still see a lot of their guys end up joining Canberra Rowing Club as well. So we do see Jesse row for CRC quite a few times. Today he's out in the Marist College colours and he is looking quite comfortable, just upping the rate of striking there towards the last 50 metres or so. But he'll go through and take a comfortable win in heat number 4 of the men's under-19 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's. Second will be Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, about 3 or 4 boat lengths behind there. In fourth place will be Kaylin Routley from Lake Macquarie. Third place will be Kaylin Routley from Lake Macquarie. He'll finish a boat length ahead of Cathedral's Henry Chin. And then, so they're our qualifiers. Then coming through in fifth place and just missing out on qualification for the semi-finals will be Hunter Jolly from Radford College, and then back a little bit further on either edge, Jada Frith from Gippsland Grammar and William Hall from Centenary.
The winning time, 7 minutes provisionally. This is 7 minutes 30.82, and the margins 7.23, 10.02, 2.43. So that was the fourth and final heat of our championship, men's under-19 single scull. So just confirming the first heat 7:31, second heat 7:34, third heat 7:38, fourth heat 7:30. Come back again at 2:35 and 2:40 to see the semi-finals. We are moving up an age category now to the under 21, still in the single scull, and starting off with the women's under 21 single scull. Again, the event is sponsored by Bentley's, and this time the first 3 will go through to the final and the remainder will be eliminated. So we've got 3 heats. In heat number 1, Chloe Robinson, representing Mercantile, is in lane 1. She's coached by Sam Fennessy. Victoria Binns, representing Adelaide University, is in lane 2. She's coached by Tom Doornbos, and I remember that she was coached at Loreto Marriotteville by Tom as well. In lane 3, we have Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dürr, and head coach Donovan Check. In lane 4, we have Emily McHugh, who is now representing Sydney University Boat Club, but comes from, I think, Canberra Girls Grammar. I'm pretty sure she was there. And she would be coached by Alfie Young and Dave Geely. In lane 5, Morgan Brown, representing North Esk Rowing Club, and she's coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 6, Lindsay Calvert from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. She's coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 7, Aquila Ambrosino from the West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 8, Elena Moran from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. And we have another international representative here in Talisa Noak Driver in lane 3. She was in the women's junior double scull for Australia with Zoe Bond last year, racing in Italy. And we also have Chris Holliday, who was the coach at Sydney University Boat Club, of course, last year, moved up to Queensland. We were sad to lose him from New South Wales, but great to see him back here with Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, and Elena Moran, or Ollie Moran, as she's known around ANU, actually has a scholarship with Rutgers University, so she'll start that in August
Oh,
this
how
year.
exciting.
So she's very excited about that, the opportunity to, I guess, travel, live over in the US for a little bit and do some rowing. You know, what better way to be able to go out and do that? But she was actually introduced to rowing by Rodney Palmer, who was a very famous name down in Canberra. Rodney unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago, but his influence very much, well, he's still missed. His sense of humour and ability to drop BRO radios into the lake was unsurpassed.
Love it, love it. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that they might not be here with us in person, but there are so many legendary coaches, Australian rowing coaches, that are definitely here with us in spirit, and obviously Reggie Free from the previous race. And always Nick Garrett, who touched so many of us, and so many of us who coach as well as athletes. So yeah, well, to name just a few. Well,
I remember the first year I moved down to Canberra, and I'll do this very quickly, but it was my first birthday in Canberra after moving down.
Right.
And they made sure that I had a birthday cake, and Nick came up, oh, happy birthday. About a month later, I'm looking at his rowing manager profile, trying to work out why he couldn't be added as a coach, and I suddenly realised that we shared the same birthday. And he hadn't said anything. And I said to him, Nick, you're a cheeky...
7th of December?
6th of December.
6th of December.
6th of December. And I go, Nick, that's a bit cheeky. And he goes, well, mate, at my age, you never know when it's going to be your last. And unfortunately...
He was right, was he?
He was, that was in 2019.
Yeah.
So it was a very, very poignant thing. But no, another one of those classic rowing characters that you just absolutely miss dearly.
Yeah, absolutely. So, lane 6, Lindsay Calvert from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise is in the lead, over Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, our junior rep. So, she looks a good athlete, Lindsay Calvert. So, good find there by Duncan Free and his squad of girls. And she's looking very powerful indeed as she crosses the line, but it could well be that Talisa is playing the strategic game, who knows. And then... Lane 2's Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, looking as though she will cross the line in third. Yes, she will. And those 3 will progress through to the A final, and sadly the remainder are eliminated, which is North Esk's Morgan Brown from lane 5, from lane 7, Aquila Ambrosino, from lane 8, ANU's Ollie Moran. And our final competitor across the line, Sydney University's Emily McHugh, with Miss Chloe Robinson.
Chloe Robertson in 7th.
Oh, 7th, sorry. Right, 7th, and therefore Emily in 8th. Cool.
So a provisional winning time there of 8 minutes and 9.69 with the margins of 8.54 seconds to second and 3.12 seconds through to third. Heat number 2 of the women's under-21 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's. First, second and third going through to the final. In lane 1 from Townsville JCU, Sarah Scobie, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 2 from Toowong Rowing Club, Gabrielle Geldard, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. In lane 4 from UTS, Sarah Fard, coached by Katie Healy and Matthias Ungermack. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Meg Cartwright, coached by Connor McConville. Lane 6 from Mersey Rowing Club, Ella Spalding, coached by David Tippett. Lane 7 from Sydney University, Lily Gavin, coached by Alfie Young and David Gelly. In lane 8 from West Australian Rowing Club, Tanika Webb, coached by Stefano Belosso. And in lane 9 from ANU, Pip Gray, coached by Nigel Harding. And through the 1,000 metres, Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University out in the lead, a second ahead of Sarah Fard, and not much behind second and third, Laura Seifer from Sydney Rowing Club, sitting in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 through to the final as things stand at the 1,000 metre mark. We've seen earlier, anything can happen when those boys jump out at you from your left or your right. Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong sitting in fourth ahead of Ella Spalding from Mersey, Sydney University's Lily Gavin, Tanika Webb from West Australian Rowing Club, Sarah Scobie from Townsville JCU, and Pip Gray from ANU a bit further back again.
So Laura Seifer in lane 3 is the... ahead of our national championships over in Perth.
Absolutely. So some big names in this race. Laura Seifer moving into first place, but there's less than a second between first, second and third through the 1,500 metre mark there. So they're our first three that are looking to qualify for the final, race number 78. So that'll be on tomorrow for the women's under-21 single sculls. Our thanks to our live stream partners for the regatta, Bont Rowing. They've also got a stall here as well. The New South Wales Rowing Championships, proudly sponsored by Bentley's and supported by the Penrith City Council as well. If you are looking to book accommodation for future regattas out here at Cirque, then Quest Apartments Penrith is offering Rowing New South Wales members, clubs and schools exclusive room rates for the entire 2022-23 season. Bookings to be made directly with Quest Penrith. Check out the Rowing New South Wales website for more details and to book. There are exclusion dates for the Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. That will be a big event. Yeah, can't recommend Quest highly enough. I think they're wonderful and they really look after us rowers. So now, while we have been talking about our event sponsors, there's been a real battle going on the water with Sarah Fard really challenging Laura Seifer and Meg Cartwright. But Laura Seifer has certainly risen to the challenge and has upped her rate of striking, and she might be small but she's deadly, and she's really racing this last 100 metres. Sarah, a big strong athlete, as is Meg. They're having a really good battle, and that is drawing Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong with them. They will be 4 across the line, but only 3 can go to the final. It will be first Sarah Fard, third Meg Cartwright. Gabrielle Geldard will miss out. What a great race from her. Well done, and hope to see you at the Nationals, and certainly to see you in other events later in this regatta. Lane number 8, representing West Australian Rowing Club, Tanika Webb. A good race there, coming across the line in 5th against Lily Gavin of Sydney University 6th, and Ella Spalding of Mersey 7th. and then it's back to Philippa Gray of ANU.
Yeah, that was quite a tight race, that one. Only about 6 seconds between first and fourth. So Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong Rowing Club, she'll miss out on the final for this regatta, but certainly setting herself up nicely for a bit of success later on down the track. So Laura Seifer with the win in a provisional time of 8 minutes 6.04. The margins then 2.16 seconds back to second, another second back to third, and then 3.36 seconds back to fourth. I think Gabrielle could hear the three buzzers go and then just started to ease off a little bit in the last few strokes. But a very tight finish there. It didn't look like it was going to get quite as close as what it did.
No, it didn't, and good on them for sort of hanging out. I did miss mentioning where Sarah Scobie of Townsville JCU finished, and we might well have people supporting her and tuning in from Townsville. So just to confirm, she did cross the line after Lily Gavin in 7th. Apologies for missing her. So that means Ella Spalding was 8th and Philippa Gray was 9th. Great race, 8:06, the winning time comparing with 8:09 in Heat 1. So let's see what happens in Heat 3. It's underway now with Jessica Malcolm of Centenary in lane 1, with Deanna Macalino of Adelaide University in lane 2, Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. Then there's a gap because Sinead Redding raced earlier on in the under-19s, I think, so she's pulled out. So Zoe Bond from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Alfie Young. She was in the junior women's double scull with Talisa Noble, driver of Sydney Rowing Club, who raced in our first heat. Came second. This is last year in Italy. So good to see how she gets on.
Yeah, so through the 1,000, it was Zoe in the lead, but then between first and third, there's just over a second. So Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club sitting in second place ahead of Jessica Malcolm from Centenary up in Queensland. So we've got New South Wales, South Australia and Queensland in there at the moment. Deanna Macalino, who was sitting in fourth place. It's still 1, 2, 3. There's only 2 seconds between first and third. So Zoe Bond, Georgina Tager, I'll get there eventually, and Jessica Malcolm, first, second, and third.
I mean, like all three of those are great athletes who've had. This is just the under-21s. I think we're in for a great regatta.
I guarantee we're in for a great regatta. They are looking really strong out in front, and we're really seeing that a lot in these heats. We're sort of seeing about 3 or 4 rowers that are out in front. They're in those qualification positions and looking quite comfortable. If you have a look now out towards the screen, and then the rest of them are actually pretty evenly balanced as well. So we've got Deanna Macalino leading the best of the rest, so to speak, ahead of Gemma Thompson from the University of Queensland, Ellie Clifford from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Mary O'Donnell from Melbourne University, and Felicity Murray from Mercantile. So only a couple of seconds we've got there between 5th, 6th and 7th, so all quite tight in. But our leader at the moment is Zoe Bond. It would be remiss of me to say that she's originally from Canberra Grammar School, so
Definitely recognise the schools because they're such an important part of our rowing industry, I'd almost call it, here in Australia, aren't they?
absolutely. Oh, without them, you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, they have some wonderful coaches at them as well.
Absolutely. Well, I mean,
What a battle. So looking across the course, there in lane 1, Jessica Malcolm in the yellow boat representing Centenary. Then you can see Zoe Bond in the white boat, in the Sydney University colours, the white vest with the gold and blue hoops. And then on the near side, Georgina Tager in the black, yellow and red of South Australia, I wanted to say, of Adelaide, certainly Adelaide Rowing Club, looking fantastic. I think she'll, I just can't tell. I mean, Stephanie Zoe Bond was crossed first. And I reckon that's a photo finish for second and third. Possibly Georgina second and pushing Jessica back into third. But certainly all three of them progress through to the A final. Fourth then will be lane 2's Adelaide University, Deanna Macalino. And again, the fourth person across O'Donnell, coached by Conor McConville, and 7th from Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, Ellie Clifford, coached by Duncan Free and Chris Holliday. In lane 8 from Mercantile, Murray, she'll cross the line in 8th to conclude the third and final heat of the women's under-21 single scull.
So winning time, provisional winning time there of 8 minutes 13.81 with margins of 1.4 seconds and 0.5. So the provisional has Georgina Tager finishing in second ahead of Jessica Malcolm, but only half a second between them. I don't think any of them were really putting in the massive efforts to try and get through to the finish there. So it's going to be an exciting final for the women's under-21 single sculls. We're moving on to race number 17. It's heat number 1 of the championship men's under-21 single sculls, again sponsored by Bentley's. In lane 2 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Hamish Nicol, coached by David Colvin. In lane 3 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Apollo Solomon, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 4 from Tamar, Harry Birchmore. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Oscar Bareggi, coached by Donald McLaughlin. In lane 6 from Commercial Rowing Club, Liam Humphrey, coached by Cameron Stevenson. Lane 7 from Sydney University, Hamish Danks, coached by Donald McLaughlin. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Harry Knott, coached by Randall Martin. And through the 1,000 metres, it was Hamish Danks from Sydney University, 5 seconds ahead of Harry Knott from the University of Queensland, and Oscar Bareggi from Sydney University sitting in third. First, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-final later on today, with the rest being eliminated from this event. Tamar's Harry Birchmore sitting in fourth place through the 1,000 metre mark. As we just see them go through the 1,500, it's still Hamish Danks. He's led from the start and he's still out in the lead, a couple of seconds ahead of Harry Knott. Oscar Bareggi sitting in third place and Harry Birchmore sitting in fourth, 4 seconds ahead of Hamish Nicol from Mercantile in fifth place.
So Hamish Danks, yeah, he was at Newington College, coached by Chris Holliday when Chris from now from Griffith Uni Surface Paradise was coaching at Newington and at Sydney Uni. He did a junior double scull with Appleton, I think it was, from Sydney Rowing Club back in 2021, and I'm pretty sure he was on the team again last year, possibly in the junior double again. Very strong sculler and has been joined in the under-21 squad by Oscar Bareggi, who has just moved from school rowing to university rowing. So having a good battle there against his compatriots, Oscar Bareggi actually been pretty good in the single scull there. And Don McLaughlin now heading up the under-21 men's squad at Sydney University Boat Club. Randall Martin, of course, a veteran, always produces good quality scullers, and Harry Knott having a strong scull there on this side, Hamish Danks, and then it's across to Oscar Bareggi, and then in lane 2, Hamish Nicol of Mercantile, coached by Chipper, David Colvin.
Yeah, Hamish Nicol's moved up quite nicely. He was sitting in fifth place. He was out of the qualification positions, and I suggest that he's just moving ahead of Harry Birchmore from Tamar. So you've got an exciting finish coming up here for that final qualification position. Out in front, though, Hamish Danks from Sydney University. He'll go through about half a boat length ahead of Harry Knott from University of Queensland in second place, then back to Oscar Bareggi from Sydney University in third. In the battle for fourth, it's a photo. I do not want to, it looked as though, so it was between Mercantile's Hamish Nicol and Tamar's Harry Birchmore. Hamish Nicol, with half a stroke to go, was out in front, but I think that Harry Birchmore has just put in a massive stroke at the very last one. I don't know that it's enough. It's going to be 0.0 something between fourth and fifth for that qualification position for the semi-final. West Australian Rowing Club's Apollo Solomon will come through in sixth place ahead of Liam Humphrey from Commercial. So we'll wait for the final qualification position. Hamish Nicol from Mercantile, lane 2. Harry Birchmore from Tamar in lane 4. It is absolutely nothing between them. We're just waiting on the results there. So once we've got those, it is provisionally up that Hamish Nicol has taken that one by 0.28, but we'll wait on the official results for that one. So that was heat number 1 of the men's under-21 single scull. So we'll get back to you there. Heat number 2 has kicked off. And again, first, second, third and fourth through to the semi-finals. Lane 2 from Adelaide University, Edward Chipperfield, coached by Sam Morton. Lane 3 from Sydney University, Will Gregory, coached by Don McLaughlin. Lane 4 from Nepean, Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 5 from Sydney University, Sam Bristow, coached by Don McLaughlin. Lane 6, University of Queensland's Edward Deering, coached by Randall Martin. Lane 7, the West Australian Rowing Club's Lachlan Moroney, coached by Stefano Beloso. And in Lane 8 from Tasmania University Boat Club, Angus Painter. So we have the official result from race number 17. So that was the first heat of the men's under-21 single sculls, and it was Hamish Nicol from Mercantile, 0.26 between 4th and 5th. So Hamish Nicol goes through to the semi-finals later on today. Harry Birchmore unfortunately eliminated from the men's under-21 single sculls. Heat number 2, Angus Painter from Tasmania University out in front, a second ahead of Sam Bristow from Sydney University. Hugh Harold, the local rower from Nepean Rowing Club, sitting in 3rd, and then Lachlan Moroney from the West Australian Rowing Club in 4th place. Then back to Will Gregory from Sydney University, recently transferred from Canberra Rowing Club, and then University of Queensland's Edward Deering and Edward Chipperfield from Adelaide University was a DNS. So they're just through the 1,500 metres now. Angus Painter from Tasmania University still out in front ahead of Sam Bristow from Sydney University. Hugh Harold, Lachlan Moroney make up our qualifiers as things stand. Will Gregory from Sydney University sitting 3 seconds behind. But as we saw in that first heat, you can make up some big ground in these single sculls, particularly if someone's taking a little bit too easy. You want to make sure it's the old rabbit and the turtle. Make sure that you're still putting in the big efforts coming through. And again, just looking out over the water at the moment into the last 250 metres, Will Gregory is not giving up hope as things stand. But out in front, Angus Painter from Tasmania University, still with that lead, and he's looking quite comfortable. And then we've got this battle between Lachlan Moroney from the West Australian Rowing Club, then Sam Bristow from Sydney University, Hugh Harold from Nepean, and Will Gregory from Sydney University, maybe just dropping off the pace a little bit. Now looks to be about a boat length between 4th and 5th. So we might have our top 4 going through. And then we have Edward Deering from the University of Queensland sitting in 6th place. Edward Chipperfield from Adelaide University listed as a did not start for this race if you are looking out for him. But Angus Painter from the Tasmanian University Boat Club, he has led from start to finish. He is looking really comfortable. A couple of big strokes to come through for the finish, and he'll take the win in heat number 2 of the men's under-21 single sculls. Coming through in 2nd place will be Lachlan Moroney from the West Australian Rowing Club. 3rd will go to Sydney University's Sam Bristow. He'll finish half a boat length ahead of Nepean's Hugh Harold, who'll qualify through to the final. So that's our 1, 2, 3 and 4. Will Gregory from Sydney University will finish in 5th place and just outside of those qualification positions ahead of the University of Queensland's Edward Deering in 6th place. So a provisional winning time there of 7 minutes 30.05 with margins of 7.39 between 1st and 2nd, 3.97 between 2nd and 3rd, and 1.62 between 3rd and 4th. Heat number 3 is underway of the men's under-21 single sculls. Again, 1 through 4 through to the semi-final. Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson in lane 2. Adelaide University's Nick Burr, coached by Sam Morton, in lane 3. West Australian Rowing Club, Aria Almasi, coached by Stefano Beloso, in lane 4. The University of Queensland's Drew Waitman, coached by Randall Martin and David Waitman, in lane 5. Tasmania University's Hayden Mounter in lane 6. Sydney University's Edward Nutt, coached by Don McLaughlin in lane 7, and Callum Deckers from Torrens Rowing Club in South Australia in lane 8. So again, really showing the variety of places that people are travelling from to come to Sydney for the 2023 New South Wales Championships. Out in front through the 1,000 metres, though, it was Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland, leading Edward Nutt from Sydney University, Aria Almasi from West Australian Rowing Club sitting in 3rd, and Wesley Hudson from Melbourne University just a little bit further back in 4th. Callum Deckers, Hayden Mounter and Nick Burr making up our fields for that. Big thanks too to the volunteers that we have here for the entire weekend for the New South Wales Rowing Championships. It is, we previously mentioned that it is going to be quite warm throughout the weekend. There are a lot of people that are going out, our boat race officials, our boat holders, the people that are helping out with the bow numbers, that kind of thing. Regattas cannot operate without volunteers. So if you do have the chance to go out and to help out at a regatta at all, if you do find yourself with a bit of spare time, please do it. It is a heck of a lot of fun. I know that all of us that go out and do it, we all enjoy it. That's why we keep coming back time after time. Even us commentators are volunteers, so giving up a wee bit of time. So yeah, if you do get the opportunity, have a chat to Alico Tunney from Rowing New South Wales, just started in the role, and yeah, she'll be more than happy to get you to help out, because we will need some volunteers coming up towards the rest of the season. We've got the Tricket Regatta coming up in
April,
April,
15th.
yes.
That's right, yeah, and then we've got the State Masters. So the Tricket is essentially our grade championships. And then for New South Wales, then we've got our New South Wales Masters Championships. We've got all the various heads of the river. New South Wales runs a schoolgirls and a schoolboys head of the river over one weekend, and then we've also got a National Masters Championships coming up in May. Early June.
A lot going on coming up in the regattas, and also again, remiss not to mention, we've got the ACT Head of the Lake in 2 weeks down in Canberra, and then the ACT Open Grade and Masters Championships coming up in the middle of March. So if you're not going over to Nationals in Perth, because it is over in Perth, and you're looking for some good racing, dominate the 1800 metre. We've got our 1800 metre course down in Canberra, so you get 200 metres. It's 10% off. Of the actual racing, but yeah, it's an opportunity.
That's a great idea, though. You get to do a trip, don't you, without having to go all the way over to Perth? Yes, absolutely.
So a lot of good fun to be had there.
Well, our next race is underway. This was you mentioned who's in it. Heat 3 of our championship men's under 21 single scull, and it looks as though we've got Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland well in the lead. Unless that was Wesley Hudson. No, I don't think so. Oh, that was the guy that didn't start in the previous race, wasn't it? So we've got Drew Waitman from University of Queensland, looking very confident and out by quite a long way, coached by Randall Martin and his dad, David Waitman, well-known international oarsman. Who started his rowing career in the junior men's 4, I seem to remember. So great to see his son following on. Second across the line from West Australian Rowing Club, Aria Almasi, and third, the Sydney University sculler Edward Nutt. Fourth will be Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson, and those will be the 4 scullers that progress through to the A final. Fifth from Adelaide University, Jude Shermer. Torrens. Sorry, what did you say? It was Tasmania University, Hayden Mounter. He is placed 5th, just missing out on the semi-final. And then it's lane 8, Callum Deckers in 6th and Nick Burr in 7th, although they have been listed as a photo finish.
Yeah, 0.17 seconds between 6th and 7th. So the Torrens v Adelaide University, and you've just got to imagine there's just bragging rights going on between the 2 South Australian scullers in that one. Race
So,
on.
so the finishing time there for Drew Waitman, 7.27, compares with 7:30 in the previous race. He won by 10 seconds, and then second placed Aria Almasi had 2.66 over Edward Nutt, who in turn had 1.86 over Wesley Hudson. Heat number 4 is now in progress in the Championship Men's Under-21 Single Scull. In lane 2, Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 3, Patrick Murphy of the University of Queensland, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 4, Samuel Mounter from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 5, local sculler Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 6, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Steph Balasso. In lane 7, Jude Schirmer of Adelaide University, coached by Nick Mitchell and Sam Morton. And in lane 8, Mitchell Bridge of Toowong, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris.
And through the 1,000 metres, it was Samuel Mounter from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. It's Queensland 1, 2 and 3 in through the 1,000 metres there. So Samuel Mounter leading Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland and Mitchell Bridge from Toowong Rowing Club in third. Sydney University's Hugo Hobbs in fourth place. And then Jude Schirmer from Adelaide University, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club and Liam Taylor from Penrith in seventh place. Through the 1,000 metres as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, and again we'll get a bit of an idea as to who's going to go through. There wasn't much between fourth and fifth through the 1,000 metre mark, so just as they're coming up towards the 1,500, we're going to get a bit of a better idea as to who's going to qualify for the semi-final a little bit later on today. This is the final heat of the men's under-21 single sculls, and we're going to go from the sculling back to the sweep with the men's and women's under-23 pairs. But through the 1,500, Samuel Mounter out in the lead, a second ahead of Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University has moved up into third place ahead of Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland. Just over a second back to Jude Schirmer from Adelaide University, and less than a second back to Charlie Stevenson from the West Australian Rowing Club, and then a bit of a gap then to Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club. So I would say there's about 6 rowers out of 7 who are in with a shot of qualifying for the semi-finals in this, the final heat of the men's under-21 single sculls. This event sponsored by Bentley's, who are also the official sponsors for the 2023 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Out in front, we've got Mitchell Bridge from Toowong and Samuel Mounter from Griffith University Surfers Paradise out in front at the moment. Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University, he started to make a bit of a move, but then if you look back a little bit further, we've got a boat length there. Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland and Charlie Stevenson from the West Australian Rowing Club battling it out for second. Jude Schirmer from Adelaide, for fourth, sorry. Jude Schirmer from Adelaide University, probably just outside of the qualification positions, as is Penrith's Liam Taylor. They're into the last 100 metres now, and there is not much between first, second and third. Mitchell Bridge from Toowong has looked to move out into the lead ahead of Samuel Mounter and then Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University. Then we've got Patrick Murphy from University of Queensland, boat length ahead of Charlie Stevenson. So that should be our 1, 2, 3, 4. It will be Toowong's Mitchell Bridge who'll take the heat win in the men's under-21 single sculls. Second going to Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Third will go through to Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland. Third will go through to Sydney University's Hugo Hobbs. And then the battle for fourth, there was a big finish from Charlie Stevenson from the West Australian Rowing Club. So we're just going to wait on confirmation there. But the provisional results, Lizzie, 0.19 of a second, Charlie Stevenson over Patrick Murphy. He may well have pipped him on the line. They're only the provisional results. It certainly looked like it to me.
Very exciting, yeah.
So again, it's that whole thing. Make sure you go right to the very end.
Absolutely, and make sure you keep looking at everybody else. Yeah. So it is 4 through to the semi-final, so it's really important, and it does look as though Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club managed to pit Patrick Murphy to the post, which is, a bit of a lesson. It is listed as a photo finish, so we'll wait to see what the judges say. And then 6th was Jude Schirmer from Adelaide University Boat Club, and 7th Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club.
Yeah, the provisional results on the live page have it as 0.2 of a second between 4th and 5th. So we'll get, once we've got the official,
there we go. It's coming.
official confirmation.
It was Charlie Stevenson.
Charlie Stevenson on the line, a very big finisher, and even with about 50 metres to go, I did not think that he was going to be able to make up that boat length, but he did. He pushed hard. He's through to the semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls.
In the championship women's under-23 pair, so we're back to sweep rowing now, we have heat number 1 in progress. This is the first of 2 heats, so the first 4 will progress to the A final, and in this competition the remainder will go through to the B final. In lane 2, representing Swan River, Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes, coached by Mark Beer. In lane 3, representing the Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah de Ure and Sarah Marriott, coached by Connor McConville. In lane 4, a composite of Katerina Bitsios from Melbourne University Boat Club and Hannah Magasanic from Mercantile, coached by Annabelle Eaton, Sam Fennessy and James Rook. In lane 5, from the University of Queensland, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson, coached by Philip Bourguignon. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dieu. And in lane 7, another composite, this time Ella Smith from Pine Rivers and Nancy Duncan Banks from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Glenn and Ray Smith. They have swapped their sculling riggers for sweep riggers, and they've come back for more, having raced earlier on successfully this morning. So at the 500 metre mark, it was the Melbourne University Boat Club crew of Sarah de Ure and Sarah Marriott who had a very slight lead over Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson. And that margin had extended just slightly by the time they got to the 1,000 metre mark. They're now going through the 1,500 metre mark, and the Melbourne University Boat Club crew continues to lead over University of Queensland. It is slowly drawing away. They now have almost a 7-second lead. Sitting firmly in 3rd place is the composite Mercantile Melbourne University crew of Katerina Bitsios and Hannah Magasanic. The University of Queensland and Pine Rivers crew of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks are currently sitting in 5th. So it's first 4 through to the A final, and our first 3 are pretty clear. So it's now between that crew of Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks and the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop. So Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah de Ure and Sarah Marriott coming through the 250, continue to lead over the University of Queensland crew in lane 5 of Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson. And in between them in lane 4, the Melbourne University Mercantile composite still sitting in 3rd. But that composite from University of Queensland and Pine Rivers, I think it is. No? Well, yes, they're doing well and they're pressing up, but it's the crew in lane 4 that has looked quite impressive. Oh, what a long lead. So a long way in front there for the Melbourne University Boat Club crew to take out the first heat of the women's under-23 pair. Second will be University of Queensland, firmly now in 2nd position. They've managed to get clear water over a very fast finishing University of Queensland Pine Rivers composite, who I think are going to take 3rd place over the Mercantile Melbourne University composite. 5th will be Swan Rivers, Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes, and completing this first heat of the women's under-23 pair, Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop from Sydney Rowing Club. They're going to have to make the best of progressing through to the B final. Provisional time for that first heat of the under-23 women's pair, 7:27.2. The margin 15.45 Melbourne University over the remainder of the field. University of Queensland have a further 5 seconds.
Yeah, strong finish there from Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan-Banks, backing up from the first race of the day and managing, well, they were already in the qualification position, but that finish will give them a lot of confidence going through to the A final in the women's under-23 pairs. Heat number 2 is underway, again first through fourth through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. Lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Izzy Drew and Carly Furman, coached by Philip Bergignon. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young. Lane 5, it's a Swan River Sydney University composite of Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 6 from Team Vietnam, Bui Thi Tu Hien and Dui Thi Bong, coached by Joe Donnelly. And in lane 7, it's a University of Queensland, Melbourne University composite of Yolanda Hooper and Ellie Reddy, coached by Philip Bergignon.
So Sophia Whiteman, I think another Queenslander, now at university in Sydney, and another one of the many we seem to have here who were in the junior team in 2021 and had to go and race at that simulation regatta rather than actually go to a proper World Championships, as like Ella Smith in the previous race, the Pine Rivers Sculler. So I'm just trying to remember which crew Sophia was in. She was in the, a quick look here, she was in the single scull and was coached by Blaine Heseltine from UQ at the time.
So through the 1,000 metres in the second heat, it was Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, with just under a 5-second lead ahead of the Swan River Sydney University composite with Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius. Team Vietnam sitting in third, and then our two crews from University of Queensland in lane 3 sitting in fourth, and then the University of Queensland Melbourne University composite in 5th place. So only a second though, less than a second between 4th and 5th. We've only got 5 in the race. 4 are going through to the A final. 1 person goes through to the B final, and I think at the moment it's looking like Yolanda Hooper and Ellie Reddy have just maybe moved a little bit ahead of Izzy Drew and Carly Furman from the University of Queensland. So there's definitely going to be some bragging going on within the University of Queensland tent. But the question is, who's going to have those bragging rights with 500 metres to go? So Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd out in front. 5 seconds between them and the second place Swan River Sydney University. Team Vietnam still in third. Izzy Drew and Carly Furman still in fourth. And Yolanda Hooper and Ellie Reddy through the 500 metre mark. 2.6 seconds between fourth and fifth. So Izzy Drew and Carly Furman sitting just out in front, but we never know what's going to happen in the last 400 to 300 metres or so. Out in front though, they've looked comfortable the entire way, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. They've got some clear water between themselves and the second place crew, Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius, either ends of the country, but still managing to move the boat quite nicely. Team Vietnam's Bui Thi Tu Hien and Dui Thi Bong sitting comfortably in third place at the moment. And we're just seeing a little bit of a push now come from the University of Queensland crew, Izzy Drew and Carly Furman in fourth place at the moment, looking to move up into third. And then the University of Queensland composite, Yolanda Hooper and Ellie Reddy sitting in 5th place. Out in front though, Zoe McKellar, Emily Shepherd from Sydney University, comfortable from start to finish. A couple of big strokes to finish up the heat, and they will go through to the A final in a very, very comfortable time there. So first place going to Sydney University. Second place will go through to Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River and Sydney University. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Team Vietnam in third. Fourth place going to the University of Queensland in lane 3 to qualify for the A final, with 5th going to the University of Queensland Melbourne University composite. A provisional winning time in that race of 7 minutes 31.18. with a margin of 10.28 seconds to second and 3.58 seconds through to third.
We move now to the men's event, the under-23 coxless pair. The event is sponsored by Bentley's. In this, we have the first 4 from the heat progressing through to the A final, and the remainder progressing through to The B final. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield, Nick Pender and Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Check and Matthias Ungermach. Lane 3's crew has had to scrap. In lane 5 from UTS, Alexander Wood and Torben Ungermark, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. In lane 6, the University of Queensland, represented by Robert Atkinson and Nick Munro, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 7 from Toowong, Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karademetris. And in lane 8 from Fremantle, Liam Davis and Alex Kacheli.
And through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Sydney UTS composites that were out in front, that crew of Nicholas Pender and Bradley Graham, leading Mercantile and Melbourne University's Nick Smith, Austin Reiner, by less than 0.14 of a second, so nothing between them. Third place, Alexander Wood and Torben Ungermack. And then the final qualification position, Liam Davis and Alex Chakili from Fremantle Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further to Robert Atkinson, Nick Munro from University of Queensland, and Thomas and Samuel Daly from Toowong Rowing Club in 6th place. So first, second, third and fourth through to the finals. So into the 1,500 metres, Melbourne University's, Mercantile and Melbourne University's Nick Smith, Austin Reiner, they were fourth at the 500, second at the 1,000. They are now leading ahead of Nicholas Pender and Bradley Graham from Sydney and UTS. The UTS pair of Alexander Wood and Torben Ungermack sitting in third. Fremantle's Liam Davis, Alex Chakili in fourth place. And they are our 1, 2, 3 and 4 as things stand. And then back a little bit further to Robert Atkinson, Nick Munro of University of Queensland, and Thomas and Samuel Daly from Toowong Rowing Club up there in Queensland. There is a B final for the under-23 men's pairs, and this event sponsored by Bentley's. Big shout out to everyone that's watching and listening from the live feeds around the place. Chris McCarthy from Sydney Rowing Club already given us a bit of a shout out. We'll see Chris on Sunday. Looking forward to having a bit of a chat with him on the microphone for Sunday's racing. So out in front though, it is a very strong finish there from Nick Smith from Melbourne University and Austin Reiner from Mercantile. They'll go through and they'll take the win in heat number 1 of the men's under-23 championship pairs. Coming in very comfortably in second place will be the Sydney UTS combination of Nicholas Pender and Bradley Graham. They'll qualify through to the A final, as will UTS's Alexander Wood and Torben Ungermack, with Fremantle's Liam Davis and Alex Chikili finishing in fourth place. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the A final. Going through to the B final will be the University of Queensland's Robert Atkinson and Nick Munro, ahead of Thomas and Samuel Daly from Toowong Rowing Club. The provisional winning time there of 6 minutes 44.12, with a margin of 11.65 seconds through to second and 6.12 through to third. So that was heat number 1 of the men's under-23 championship pairs. Heat number 2 is underway. Again, first, second, third and fourth through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. Lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, coached by Randall Martin. Lane 3 from Cand and Swan River, Riley Rees-Turner from Swan River Rowing Club and Dylan Rhodes from Cand Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Beer. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Fraser Miss-Campbell and Winston Hooper. Lane 5 from Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. Lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris, coached by Randall Martin. And in Lane 7 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot, and they're coached by Alistair Matthews. And through the 1,000 metres, it was the Queensland Academy of Sport combo of Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury leading the Cairns Swan River composite in lane 3 in second, Melbourne University in third place, University of Queensland in fourth, and then Mercantile and the second University of Queensland crew, Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris, at this stage in the B final positions, but only a couple of seconds between most of our rowers. So less than a second between first and second, and then a couple of seconds back between second and third, third and fourth, fourth and fifth and sixth.
We're getting some wonderful pictures there on the live stream. I think people can see why the Blue Mountains are called blue. Really lovely, and as you can see from the pictures, we've got some glorious conditions here. Just a little bit of a breeze, which is helping to keep temperatures down and counteract some of the humidity, and some good fast racing. It's just a reminder to people in the boat park to please return the bow numbers because we will be using them throughout the weekend, so they're alphanumeric, so we do need them back so that we can keep moving them around. As we progress through, we are of course letting you know what the progression system is, and some of these heats are progressing through to semi-finals and some of them to A-finals. But if you need to find the draw, please do go to either, well, any of the state associations, but particularly the one for Rowing New South Wales, rowingnsw.asn.au, and go to the regatta calendar. You'll be able to find the live results there, but also see the draw for the day. Actually, the draw for all of the days, which of course will change. So we do encourage anyone who's interested in the event to keep checking back when the draws are redone, when withdrawals and substitutions and changes are made. It will be published on that website.
So through the 1,500 metres, Melbourne University out in the lead at the moment, ahead of Cairns Swan River Composite. Cairns now sitting in third place ahead of University of Queensland's Tucker and Martin in fourth. They're through to, at this stage, through to the A final. Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot from Mercantile may have something else to say about that. And then the University of Queensland's Bailey Clark, Finlay Harris sitting in sixth place in the B final. But I should point out, Lizzie, that they were actually the winners of the under-19 men's pairs at the Queensland State Championships. So they are rowing up a couple of age brackets here. So even though they are looking through to go through to the B final at the moment, we're talking about learning experiences from each of the rows, the chance to row up against guys that are up to 4 years older, an excellent learning opportunity for them.
Certainly is. Fraser Miss Campbell here in the bow seat of this pair, rowing with Winston Hooper, a member of Melbourne University Boat Club's 8 in the annual boat race against Sydney University, and certainly looking very strong there in that pair.
Yeah, they'll come through and take the win, a boat length ahead of Canned in second place over in lane 5, and then the Canned Composite, Swan River Composite in lane 3, finishing in third, and the University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin will finish in fourth. Fifth through to the B final will be Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot from the Mercantile Rowing Club, and then the University of Queensland's Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris in sixth place. So a provisional winning time there of 6 minutes 53.36, and then the margins of 2.83 seconds, 1.18 and 0.82. So there wasn't a lot between first, second, third and fourth.
And it makes you realise the previous heat was 6:44, that crew of Nick Smith and Austin Reiner, and they had 11 seconds over the second place. So they're going pretty fast, aren't they? So 6:55 was the second crew in the previous heat, 6:53 the first crew in this heat. So we'll see. There'll be some good racing for the minor medals, that's for sure, in the A final, which is taking place tomorrow.
Race number 25 is underway. It's the first heat of the women's under-23 single sculls, and they're sponsored by Mobius. First, second and third through to the A final, fourth, fifth and sixth through to the B final. Lane 2 from Mercantile, Louise Carr, coached by Annabelle Eaton. In lane 3 from Adelaide University, Sophie Tickner, coached by Tom Dornbus. In lane 4, from Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway, coached by Benjamin Southwell, Augustin Rodero and Peter Howard. In lane 5, from Mercantile, Sophie Reiner, coached by Annabelle Eaton. Lane 6, from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. We have a scratching lane 7 from Toowong, and in lane 8 from Melbourne University, Olivia Rosea, coached by Connor McConville. So Hannah Kenway through the 500 metres was leading Danica Free in second place, and then Sophie Reiner from Mercantile in that third qualification position. Through the 1,000 metre mark now, it's still Hannah Kenway out in the lead ahead of Danica Free, Sophie Reiner and Olivia Rosea. And then about 4 seconds back to Sophie Tickner from Adelaide University, Louise Carr from Mercantile, and then the scratching from Toowong in lane 7. So first 3 through to the final. So it's a couple of Queenslanders out. There's no people from New South Wales in this heat. So we've got 2 Queenslanders, 3 Victorians, and a South Australian. And it is 2 of the Queenslanders and a Victorian out in front at the moment at the 1,000 metre mark. So through the 1,500 metre mark of the women's under-23 single sculls, Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS still out in front. She's led from start to finish. Sophie Reiner moving up into second place ahead of Danica Free from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, and Livia Rosea in fourth place. Sophie Tickner from Adelaide University in fifth, and Louise Carr from Mercantile in sixth. As I'm joined in the commentary box by Mark Titchens. Good morning, afternoon. Yes, it's still morning.
It's still morning.
May feel
Stuart.
like afternoon out there.
It's certainly warming up out there. I've been for a wander down to the 1,500 metre mark where a couple of my friends are doing the timing. A reminder that these regattas run on volunteers. So anyone who comes out to a regatta, if you've got a couple of hours to spare, please put your hands up and let Alico at Rowing New South Wales know, because we would like to have more people out here helping us today and over the weekend, but we need people to put their hands up and come forward. But before I prattle on much longer, there's a race about to finish. They're coming into the last 150 metres or so. And it does look like Hannah Kenway in lane 4 is battling it out there with Sophie Reiner from Mercantile. This race, it's the first 3 through to the A final. So the third place is where the battle is really happening. It is Danica Free and from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, holding on at the moment over Olivia Rosea from Melbourne University. But Livia's putting on a real push to try and catch her, but I don't think she's quite going to make it. But there's only a half a boat length in it. So that was, that was Hannah Kenway, followed by Sophie Reiner from Mercantile.
Danica Free.
Danica Free, and Livia Rosaya. So, and then they were followed across the line by Sophie Tickner from Adelaide Uni, and finally Louise Carr from Mercantile. So the three that will go through to the A final will be Hannah Kenway, Sophie Reiner, Danica Free, and then the rest will go through to the B final. That's Livia Rosaya, Sophie Tickner, and Louise Carr.
And we talk about big finishes, particularly in these elimination events. It ended up being 0.74 of a second, so it was 4 seconds between Danica Free and Livia Rosaya at the 1500 metre mark, and then Livia has really made up some ground in that last little bit, managed to get within 0.74 of a second. So provisional winning time of 7 minutes 59.46 with the margins 1.51 seconds, 2.58 and 0.74. Race number 26 is underway. It's heat number 2 of the women's under 23 single sculls. Lane 2 from Adelaide University, Cleo Wilson, coached by Tom Dornbus. Lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, also the ACT Academy of Sport, Caitlin McManus Barrett, coached by Tom Krieber and Lachlan Carter. Lane 4 from Sydney University, India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young. Lane 5 from New Norfolk, Molly McCausland, coached by Kelly Graham. Lane 6 from ANU, Alora Kelly. And lane 7 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Jolie Patterson, coached by Stefano Beloso. Laura Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. Is Caitlin McManus Barrett out in the lead of Sydney Rowing Club?
Though.
Yeah,
it's
there's
close,
not much between them.
When as it came through the 1,000 metres, there were 5 of them bunched up very close together.
So our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through the 1,000 metres, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Cleo Wilson, Molly McCausland, Alora Kelly, Jolie Patterson, and then back another couple of seconds to India Hobbs. And as you say, Mark, 2.3 seconds between first and fifth. I feel like we're going to have an exciting finish. Only first, second and third going through to the A final, fourth, fifth and sixth going through to the B final. Now, it is worthwhile mentioning, we see that Caitlin McManus Barrett is Sydney Rowing Club, but with the ACT next to her name. So she's studying down at the Australian National University, competed for the for ANU, the university, at the University Games last year over in Perth, but still a member of Sydney Rowing Club. So that's the reason why it says Sydney ACT. Somebody hasn't got themselves completely geographically embarrassed in that one.
And as they cross the 1,500 metre line, they're very close together. So the first 3 going through to the A final. It could be anyone, but at the moment it looks like Caitlin McManus Barrett. They're followed by Molly McCausland, only by 0.7 of a second. Then only 1.6 seconds back to Jolie Patterson, and then very close with Cleo Wilson. So it's going to be that third place is where the battle goes. And as they're coming into view, you can see they all look very, very close together as they spread out across the field there.
You could just about throw a blanket over our competitors at the moment. So
Please don't.
Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, probably the only one just out at the moment, but she's not all that far behind either. So this is looking to be probably the tightest finish that we've had of any race so far today at the first day 1 of the 2023 Rowing New South Wales Championships. So we've got Caitlin McManus Barrett over in lane 3 ahead of India Hobbs. India Hobbs is the one a little bit back. Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, my apologies there, sitting in second place at the moment, ahead of Jolie Patterson, West Australian Rowing Club, Alora Kelly from ANU, and Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University. There is not a lot between them.
And look at Jolie Patterson really putting it all on now over here closest to the grandstand in lane 7.
I think we're in for, it's ironic you say that because we're in for a grandstand finish. We're into the last 100 metres. Caitlin McManus Barrett has been out in front, and I suspect she's just starting to pull a little bit further ahead now. New Norfolk's Molly McCausland sitting in second place. Laura Kelly from ANU. Now she's starting to make a bit of a move ahead of Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University, Jolie Patterson from West Australian Rowing Club. It's into the last 50 metres. Caitlin McManus Barrett out in front. There is nothing between second, third and fourth. Caitlin McManus Barrett, she's been caught now. Lane 7, Jolie Patterson looks to have taken the win. I suspect our first 3 will be Caitlin McManus Barrett, Jolie Patterson, Molly McCausland, and Laura Kelly, only about quarter of a boat length back, and then Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University and India Hobbs from Sydney University. It's photo. Jolie Patterson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett, our first two place getters. Molly McCausland, 0.13 seconds behind on the provisional. Alora Kelly, 0.45 seconds behind in fourth place to miss out on the provisional standings. And I suspect that's where we're going to go. So the interesting thing here is first and second, Caitlin McManus-Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club, Jolie Patterson from West Australian Rowing Club in second. Molly McCausland from New Norfolk looks like she's just pipped Alora Kelly for that final qualification position in the A final. Mark, we said this was going to be exciting, and that was as close as it's got all day.
Well, I think you're brave calling it, because I would say Jolie Patterson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett both hit the line absolutely together. So we just wait for the official results to come through, I think.
Yeah, so they're calling it on the provisional ones at the moment on the live stream, on the live regatta page. Jolie Patterson, 0.03 of a second ahead of Caitlin McManus-Barrett. There was absolutely nothing in that. New Norfolk's Molly McCausland, 0.24 of a second behind, and Alora Kelly, 0.38. So between first and fourth, there was less than a second.
Was 0.03 of a second.
Two-thirds of a second between first and fourth. But only three going through to the final.
And coming down the course now, we have Heat 3 of the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull. Across in lane 2 from Toowong, Ella McKenzie, coached by James Doreen and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Annabelle Eaton. In lane 5 from Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Olivia Georgilopoulos, pardon my pronunciations, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In lane 6 from Swan River, Claire Netherway, and in lane 7 from the ANU and the ACT, Eloise Lambden, coached by Thomas Krieber. And they've come through the 1,000-metre mark, I think. They're just coming through. As they came through the 1,000-metre mark, Louise Bongrain had the lead. And she was followed about 5 seconds back by Claire Netherway. Stuart, you've got the computer readout there, so you can probably give a better update than me, but I can see now from up here, it does look like Grace Turner and Claire Netherway, who are the two out in the lead. And once again, we're going to see a real battle for third place. Across in lane 2 from... we seem to be missing lane 2, actually, so we may not have Ella McKenzie.
Yeah, so scratching lane 2. So through the 1,500, Louisa Bongrain, then Claire Netherway, Grace Turner, and then only a second between third and fourth, as you say, Mark, Olivia Georgopoulos, and then Ellie Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Program in fifth. Ellie is coming back. I think she's had the spicy cough, COVID recently, so just coming back from that, sort of the effects of that. So
I haven't heard it referred to as that before.
The spicy cough? Yes, you don't read the Batuta Advocate then.
I do, actually.
There we go. But Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile Rowing Club out in front and looking quite comfortable here. I don't think we're going to get quite as exciting a finish on this one as we did for the last one, although it looks to be that our rowers in third and second and third have started to pull away. So first, second, third through to the A final, with fourth and fifth going through to the B final.
And we can see Grace Turner over the far side there. So it's pulled away from, it would be Olivia Georgilopoulos.
So Grace Turner, she was out of Canberra Girls Grammar, was actually the winner of the Winter Time Trial Series back in 2019 down in Canberra. I think it was 2019 or 2020 from memory. Not a very good memory. But Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile out in front. She'll go through and take the win in heat number 3 of the women's under-23 single sculls. Comfortable win there for her. Coming through in second place will be Swan River's Claire Netherway, ahead of Grace Turner from Sydney University. And then coming through in fourth will be Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, ahead of Ellie Lambden from the ANU Boat Club and the ACT High Performance Program. So a winning time there of 8 minutes, provisional time of 8 minutes 9.12, with our margins a little bit more spread out than the last one, 10 seconds between first and second, and then 1.72 seconds between second and third.
And coming down the course now, we have the first heat of the men's under-23 single scull. Again, the first three will progress through to the final, and the next three, to the A final, and the fourth, fifth and sixth to the B final. And it's going to be interesting, this one, because it's a full field of 9 rowers. Over in the far side, representing Banks, is Marcus Kane. He's coached by Brendan Scott. In lane 2, representing Adelaide, Adam Holland. In lane 3, from Mercantile, Dom Frederico, coached by Alistair Matthews. In lane 4, from WARC, that's Western Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi. In lane 5, from Melbourne University, Felix Oliver. In lane 6, from Canberra, the ACT, Cormac Hayes, coached by David Fermano and Thomas Kreber. In lane 7, from UTS, Henry Blackwell, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 8, from the University of Queensland, Edward Miles, coached by Randall Martin. And in lane 9, Miles Harold, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney.
So into the 1,000 metres, it was West Australian Rowing Club's Alex Rossi out in the lead, ahead of Adam Holland from Adelaide, Dom Frederico from Mercantile, Henry Blackwell from UTS in fourth, Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club in fifth, then Marcus Kane, Felix Oliver, Edward Miles and Miles Harold. As we just see some of the times come up for the 1,500 metres, and there's only 6 seconds between first and fifth place, it looks like at the moment, sixth place at the moment. So a big move there from Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance. So Cormac Hayes, over the last couple of years, really seen him start to do quite well. He was a winner last year at the national titles in, I believe it was the under-21 single sculls. I remember calling that one from down at Nagambie. So the whole Hayes family heavily involved with rowing. Tom Hayes, a coach at Marist College and Canberra Rowing Club, and Garvin Hayes as well. And then there's also a younger brother who's also involved in rowing. And then Colette Hayes Colette Harkin does some fantastic photos for our local regattas down in Canberra.
Just looking, the order has changed as they've come through the 1,500 metre mark. So Dom Frederico is still in the lead, followed very closely by Alex Rossi and then Adam Holland, only 0.79 and 0.55 second margins. Then it is Cormac Hayes, another 3, nearly 4 seconds back. So, but as they're coming up into the last 100 metres, we can see it is Cormac Hayes is really pushing and is doing his best to make sure that he's going to get through into the A final. And I think we're looking at a photo finish here, Stuart.
It's another photo finish. Adam Holland and Alex Rossi from Adelaide and West Australian. Alex Rossi out in front. He's got half a boat length. The big finish coming up from Cormac Hayes here. It's going to be a photo for third. It's a photo for third. Second place going to Adelaide's Adam Holland. It's a photo for third. It's going to be a photo again. We've got 3 rowers across the line, lanes 8, 7 and 1. So that's Miles Harold, Edward Miles and Marcus Kane. And then back a little bit further to Felix Oliver. So I have it as Alex Rossi, who's taken the win there ahead of Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club. Those two definitely through to the A final. Third place will be between Cormac Hayes and Dom Frederico, and our initial unofficial results have Cormac Hayes in third place. Then we've got 3 rowers across the line all at once. So Marcus Kane, Miles Harold and Edward Miles. So we'll wait to get the official times on those ones. So all I can tell you from that race at the moment is that the winner was Alex Rossi, second place was Adam Holland, Everything else is
Cormac
just
got him.
about...
I reckon he just nipped him on the line, but who knows?
Everything else is down on the line. So the unofficial results at the moment do have Cormac Hayes in that final qualification position by 0.34 behind second place and 0.24 ahead of Dom Frederico from Mercantile in fourth. So our provisional results as they stand: Alex Rossi, West Australian Rowing Club, in first, a second ahead of Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club. Cormac Hayes in third, Dom Frederico fourth, Marcus Kane in fifth, Miles Harold in sixth. So first three through to the A final, second three through to the B final, next three eliminated from this event, which at this stage is Henry Blackwell, Felix Oliver and Edward Miles from the University of Queensland. So again, Mark, we're seeing some really exciting racing early doors here at the 2023 Rowing New South Wales Championships. We'll update that one as they officially come to hand. The provisional winning time, though, 7 minutes and 7 seconds, 0.87. 1 second 23 between first and second, and then 0.34 between second and third, and then 0.24 between third and fourth. But they are provisional times at the moment. Heat number 2 is underway. The men's under 23 single sculls, sponsored by Mobius. Again, first, second, third, A final, fourth, fifth and sixth through to the B final. Lane 1 from North Esk, Rue Colley, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 2 from Toowong, Darcy Watter, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. Lane 3 from UTS, Harry Curtin, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti and Matthias Ungermack. We have a scratching from Sydney University in Lane 4. Lane 5 from Swan River, Johnson Dabney. In Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Lucas Matic. Lane 7 from Coria Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Lane 8 from UTS, Patrick Burke, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinelli. And Lane 9 from Sydney University, Elliot Simpson, coached by Don McLaughlin.
And Stuart, looks like the official times have come through for the previous heat, and Dom Frederico managed to stay ahead of Cormac Hayes by 0.08 of a second.
There was not a lot in there. So between first and fourth, 1.14 seconds. So again, this is still coming up as provisional, but I think it's looking quite respectable. So Alex Rossi, Adam Holland, Dom Frederico in third, Cormac Hayes in fourth place. 0.08 between those two. And then in that other one for fifth, sixth and seventh, remember fifth and sixth go through to the B final, seventh eliminated. We have Marcus Kane from Banks, Edward Miles from the University of Queensland, Henry Blackwell from UTS in seventh by 0.01.
So
that's absolutely nothing in it. That's half a bow ball at best.
Yeah.
But it's all exciting because it's coming down the course now into the final stretch. I think our photo finish operators are about to really earn their money. We've got Harry Curtin at the 1500, Harry Curtin from UTS, Johnson Dabney from Swan River, Lucas Matic from Melbourne University, Darcy Watter from Toowong, our 1, 2, 3, 4, Patrick Burke in fifth, Rue Colley in sixth, Corio Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan, Elliot Simpson and Tom Anderson scratch. So at the moment, it is Darcy Watter. It looks to be. No, sorry, Harry Curtin.
Harry Curtin, yes.
Harry Curtin, sorry, from UTS. Out in the lead at the moment ahead of Darcy Watter, Johnson Dabney from Swan River. That's our 1, 2, 3 as things stand at the moment. And then we've got Rue Colley from North Esk, Lucas Matic from Melbourne University, and a big push coming here from UTS's Patrick Burke as well. So into the last 50 metres or so. Harry Curtin from UTS, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinelli and Matthias Ungermack. He's got a boat length out in front at the moment. We've got another exciting finish coming up, though. In second place, it's Darcy Watter and Johnson Dabney, but they're being pushed hard by Lucas Matic from Melbourne University. He may have moved up into third. It's another photo. It's first through to Harry Curtin, second to Johnson Dabney. It's a photo between lanes 2 and 6. For third and fourth. Fifth will go through to Patrick Burke from UTS. 6 going through to, we'll have to wait for the final confirmation on sixth place as well, because again we had another very close finish coming up there. So
I'm going to call it for Jeremy Beale, who was in lane 6. From what I could see, just that last surge, here we can just see that they're doing the photo finish on the screen now.
Yeah, Lucas, It looks to be Lucas Matic from Melbourne University taking out third place there. And so,
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
so a cracking
race.
excellent that we've got this on the live stream, the ability for everyone to have a bit of a look there. So Harry Curtin's taken the win, Johnson Dabney in second place. And then you're absolutely right, lane 6, Melbourne University's Lucas Matic looking to have taken third place. But geez, at the moment, it's the men's under 23 single sculls. This has just been 2 heats of the highest quality. Absolutely everyone has pushed hard for all those placings. So we'll wait for the final confirmation on results of that one. They've just finished doing the photos for the first one, for the first heat. Now they've had to catch it up for the second heat. We are underway in the third heat, though, of the men's under 23 single sculls. Again, first, second, third through to the A final, fourth, fifth and sixth through to the B final. Lane 1 from Sydney University, Matt Smith, coached by Don McLaughlin. Lane 2 from UTS, Mitchell Kaponis, coached by Elliot Bertinetti. In lane 3 from Tamar Rowing Club, William Birchmore. Scratching from Melbourne University in lane 4. We've got a couple from Adelaide University in lanes 5 and 6. So Nick Blackman in lane 5, Jeremy Beale in lane 6. They're both coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. Lane 7 from Commercial Rowing Club up in Brisbane, Sam Green, coached by Stephen Potsy and Charles Green. In lane 8 from Ballarat City, William Gilbert. And in lane 9 from Team Vietnam, Nguyen Van Hue, coached by Joe Donnelly.
And it's a very interesting video footage here. We have the camera on the umpire's boat following the race down. We'll also benefit today, John, our technician, has told me that there will be a drone up in the sky at some stage, so that makes fantastic viewing. A huge thanks to all the team here that make this happen. The technology and the vision that we get now is just fantastic.
Oh, it's brilliant. And the ability to be able to see it, particularly for those who have never rowed before, so the ability to be able to see this from the BRO boats and sort of that view out towards the Blue Mountains. We do have the confirmation of the results from the first heat. So it was Alex Rossi, Adam Holland, Dom Frederico going through to the A final. Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club missing out by 0.08 of a second. So he go through to the B finalists as Marcus Kane and Miles Harold, and then Henry Blackwell from UTS, that 0.01 of a second missing out on the B final. In the unofficial results from the second heat, we had Harry Curtin out in the lead with the win, Johnson Dabney from Swan River in second, Lucas Matic by 0.25 of a second in third through to the A final, Darcy Watter, Patrick Burke and Rue Colley going through to the B final in that one. So again, it's some very, very tight finishes coming up at the moment. So
I think this one, as they come into the last about 100 or 200 metres here, is the Nick Blackman and Jeremy Beale holding a fairly comfortable lead. So a bit of a distance back then to Sam Green, who is in lane 7 here, and across in lane 2, Mitchell Kaponis, hoping that he's no doubt going to make it into the A final, but he's just taken up his strike rate now that he's into the last 100 metres. Whether he can catch Sam Green, I'm not quite sure, but we're seeing a great bit of rowing going on here as they fly down through to the finish line. The first two boys, even though they had a hefty lead over the next couple, have put in a great finish there.
Third place will go to Sam Green from Commercial. So Nick Blackman with the win, Jeremy Beale in second for the two Adelaide University. Third going to Sam Green from Commercial, Mitchell Kaponis from UTS in fourth through to the B final, as will Tamar's William Birchmore and Matt Smith from Sydney University. And then they'll finish ahead of Nguyen Van Hue from Team Vietnam. Great to see them out here for the regatta, and William Gilbert from Ballarat City. We can catch our breath now, Mark. That men's under 23 single sculls. They were some of the tightest racing that we've had all day today. In that first heat where we had, a bow ball in it, and even less in the case of that 7th place sculler from UTS missing out by 0.01 of a second. You can't make this stuff up, really. So, yeah, it's all. Yeah.
So coming down the course now, we have race 31, which is the first heat of the women's elite single scull. So I expect we're going to see some very exciting racing here. Again, it's the first 3 will go through to the A final, and the next 3 will go through to the B final. Across in lane 2, representing Brisbane and GPS, Kate Morris, coached by Catherine Borger. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, representing the, what's the NTC? National Training Centre. I'm just getting some help from my friends here. Ria Thompson. In lane 4 from Sydney University, also representing the National Training Centre, Tara Rigney. In lane 5 from North Esk, Sarah Ashland, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland, also from the National Training Centre, Caitlin Cronin. In lane 6 from ANU, Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, representing also from the National Training Centre, Kate Rowan.
And through the 1,000-metre mark, I don't think it'll surprise anyone to see that Tara Rigney from Sydney University was out in the lead. What an amazing 2022 she had. 3rd in the World Championships in the women's singles sculls, and unsurprisingly leading at the moment in this first heat of the Championship Women's Elite Singles Sculls. It's sponsored by Mobius. So Tara Rigney out in the lead, and then Ria Thompson from the University of Queensland, Caitlin Cronin from the University of Queensland in 3rd place through the 1500. So unsurprising to see our 3 NTC athletes in this particular heat sitting there at the moment. 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the A final, 4th, 5th and 6th going through to the B final, which means because we have had a scratching from Kate Rowan, Sydney University, that does mean that all of our rowers will go through for another race. Sarah Ashland from North Esk sitting in 4th place at the moment, ahead of Catherine Kahn from ANU, and then Kate Morris from Brisbane and GPS in 6th place at the moment. So as we just see our scullers coming up towards the finish line, they've got about 250 metres to go. Tara Rigney leading Ria Thompson. And I know that it is a heats, but if you're Ria Thompson, it does look like she might just be putting Tara under a little bit of pressure at the moment. See if there are some bragging rights over there for the Paddling Panthers out on the Nepean River.
So you've got 3 Olympians. Ria and Caitlin got the bronze in the quad, and Tara won the B final in the double in Tokyo.
So Ria Thompson and Caitlin Cronin were bronze medalists in the women's quad sculls at the Tokyo Olympics last year, and looking to gain Australian selection for Paris 2024. Tara Rigney was also at the Olympics. She was in the women's double sculls. and has made that change across to the women's single sculls in 2022. She is out in front at the moment, and still, it's a very languid stroke at the moment. She's got that boat length between herself and Rhea Thompson, so it'll be a win for Tara Rigney, second to Rhea Thompson. Third will go through to Caitlin Cronin, so they're our 3 through to the A final of the women's elite single sculls. And then in the 4th, 5th and 6th position, so we've got, it looks to be Sarah Ashland from North Esk sitting in 4th place at the moment, with Kate Morris from Brisbane and GPS in 5th, and Catherine Kahn from ANU in 6th. So a little bit of pressure taken off this heat with the late scratching of Kate Rowan. Does mean that all of our rowers are going through to the finals, as will be the case for our other 2 heats as well, both heats 2 and 3, with 6 rowers in each, 1st, 2nd, 3rd through to the A, 4th, 5th and 6th through to the B. The winning time there for Tara was 7 minutes 48.35, and then a margin of 1.65 seconds back to Rhea Thompson, and Caitlin Cronin another 2.92 seconds behind. Rhea Thompson did that in a very rounder time of 7 minutes 50 flat. So for those who like a lot of zeros, that was absolutely on point. Heat number 2 is underway of the women's elite single sculls. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Elizabeth Newell, coached by Philip Bergignon and Michael Russell. Lane 3 from Sydney University in the NTC, Rowena Meredith. Lane 4 from UTS in the NTC, Laura Gawley. Lane 5 from Melbourne University in the NTC, Amanda Bateman. Lane 6 from the Australian National University, Bonnie Andrews, coached by Nigel Harding. And in Lane 7 from Toowong Rowing Club, Catherine Plume, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. So again, we've got some amazing athletes in this second heat. So Elizabeth Newell, coastal rowing, obviously starting to get a little bit of traction. We've seen it being announced in the 2026 Commonwealth Games in regional Victoria. There'll be coastal rowing as the rowing event. It's the first time since 1986 that rowing event has been in the Commonwealth Games. Elizabeth Newell actually represented Australia at the Commonwealth Coastal Rowing Championships over in Namibia at the end of last year, winning gold for Australia in that one. Rowena Meredith was part of, Rowena Meredith was part of the bronze medal winning women's quad at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, while Amanda Bateman partnered up with Tara Rigney in the women's double as well. In lane 6 from ANU, Bonnie Andrews was a former Australian junior representative back in 2013. Since then, she's become a vet and also a very high-level equestrian athlete as well. So multi-talented athlete there. Laura Goulet from the NCC and then Catherine Plume from Toowong. Through the 1500, it was Amanda Bateman in the lead. Just over, there's only a second between our 3 NTC athletes in this heat at the 1500 metre mark. So Amanda Bateman leading Rowena Meredith and Laura Goulet, and then back a little bit further to Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland, Catherine Plume from Toowong, and Bonnie Andrews from ANU. So out in front, Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University with a boat length ahead of Rowena Meredith, and then back a little bit further to Laura Goulet. Laura Goulet was the national under-21 women's single scull champion in 2021 and also represented Australia in the under-23s in the single sculls. So all three members of the women's NTC, nice and bunched. Melbourne University's Amanda Bateman, though, will go through and take the heat win with a couple of big strokes left to go. She'll finish ahead of Rowena Meredith from Sydney University and then Laura Goulet from UTS. So our NTC athletes going through to the A final of the Championship Women's Elite Single Sculls. Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland currently sitting in fourth place, with a little bit further back to Catherine Plume and Bonnie Andrews. So all of our athletes going through to a final. The B final will be later on today. The A final will be on tomorrow. They are racing as well in the race number 33, Heat 3 of the Women's Elite Single Sculls. So in lane 2 from Swan River, Leah Franklin. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Ella Menzies, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Kara Grishkowiak. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Harriet Hudson. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Nikki Greenland, coached by Thomas Larrick. And in lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Claire Jamison, coached by Philip Bergignon and Michael Russell. So just the one NTC athlete in there today. Kara Grishkowiak at the Small Boats Championships actually only finished second behind Tara Rigney. She did represent Australia back in 2019 in the women's quad sculls. She was a national champion in 2019 as well, along with Fiona Ewing in the women's double sculls. I remember them coming off the course absolutely wobbly as all heck, but grins as wide as Lake Burley Griffin. But so it'll be interesting to see how Kara goes in this race. She is sitting in second behind Harriet Hudson at the 1,000-metre mark, Leah Franklin in third, Claire Jamison in fourth, and then Ella Menzies and Nikki Greenland from Sydney University.
And it's going to be a very exciting A final, because the winning times for both those races, there was only about 0.2 of a second difference. So 7:48.3 for Heat 2, and I think it was 7:48.6 for Heat 2, and I think Heat 3 was, Heat 1 was 7:48.8. Oh no, 0.3, sorry, the other way around. So only 0.3 of a second between the two heats.
So not a lot between them at the moment, and so far we've had, so far it's been the three NTC athletes going through. So it's all been NTC athletes. So this heat will provide us with our only two non-NTC athletes. So at the moment, Harriet Hudson is in the lead. Kara Grishkowiak sitting in second place, and Leah Franklin in the final qualification position through that 1,000-metre mark, as we just see them coming up towards the 1,500 metres. So a chance in these heats just to catch our breath a little bit after those men's under-23 single scull events where there was not a lot between them. A big thanks to, Mark's mentioned before, to all the volunteers and the boat race officials that have been out there today as the weather starts to warm up. Again, just get out if you have the opportunity. If you want something to do while you're out watching kids or watching family, jump in and make sure you contact Alico Tunney from Rowing New South Wales. So it's very much a great opportunity to get out and do that. So through the 1,500 metres, it is Harriet Hudson still in the lead, Kara Grishkowiak in second place, and Leah Franklin from Swan River in third. So that's our 1, 2, 3 for the A final. Ella Menzies has moved up into fourth ahead of Claire Jamison from the University of Queensland and Nikki Greenland from Sydney University. So we have our rowers, Harriet Hudson, part of the bronze medal winning women's quad at the Tokyo Olympics. Ella Menzies from Sydney University is the women's captain at the Sydney University Boat Club. She was a silver medal winner in the junior women's 4 at the 2018 Junior World Champs, and also represented Australia was also part of the under-23 women's 8 in 2021.
Just cruising through to the finish. She knows she doesn't have to work it really hard, so she's definitely through to the A final. She'll be followed through by
Grishkoviak.
I was very impressed with your seeing that on the list. And across in lane 2 from Swan River, Leah Franklin will be crossing the line in third. There's a fairly couple of lengths between each of those boats as they come through. Again, a pretty good time, 7:50.18 unofficial. So all 3 heats have been a couple of seconds between them. Over in lane 3, Ella Mentzines from Sydney University will cross the line in 4th place. Then we have Claire Jamieson from the University of Queensland, rounded out by Nicola Greenland from Sydney University.
Yeah, Mark, when I started rowing ACT, 2 of the first things that I needed to learn how to spell and pronounce were Grishkoviak and Domichez. So it's, but no, Kara Grishkoviak, fantastic sculler, and through to the A final of the women's elite single sculls. That is our final heat for those ones. So we move from the women's to the men's, and a number of men's NTC athletes in this event as well. Lane 1 from Melbourne University, Kane Grant. Lane 2 from Swan River, Miles McQuillan. In lane 3 from Sydney University and the Men's National Training Centre, Campbell Watts. Lane 4 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Jackson Free, coached by Marcus Free. Lane 5 from the Australian National University and the NTC, Caleb Antill. Lane 6 from the West Australian Rowing Club and the NTC, Jack Cleary. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Joel Kane. Lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Luke Walker. And Lane 9 from Sydney University, Kieran Riak, coached by Thomas Lowrick. And again, Caleb Antill was part of we talked about bronze medal winning quads. Caleb was part of the men's quad back at the Tokyo Olympics, along with his long-time rowing partner down in Canberra, Luke Letcher, as well. So Luke has retired, now a member of the Rowing Australia board through the Athletes Commission. So big g'day to Luke if you're out there listening, still heavily involved with rowing in the ACT, although he has moved up here to Sydney for work. So Caleb out in the lead at the moment. He was a bronze medalist in the men's double sculls last year, initially partnered up with Jack Cleary, and then later in the season ended up with David Bartolo, winning bronze at the World Championships last year. Jack Cleary competing in the single sculls at the World Championships last year. Through the 1500, it is Caleb out in the lead ahead of Jack Cleary. Campbell Watts sitting in 3rd place. First, second and third through to the A final, 4th, 5th and 6th through to the B final. I mentioned earlier about the men's NTC competing at a regatta in the ACT. It was David Bartolo who finished first. And then it was Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University. He's down doing some training with ACTAS, and he finished in second with Caleb Antill in 3rd place. So at the moment, 4th place, Joel Kane from Melbourne University, Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 5th, and Miles McQuillan from Swan River in 6th, and then back to Kieran Riak and Luke Walker. But out in front, though, it is Caleb Antill. He'll be looking for a strong performance from Caleb. He's finished a couple of seconds at national titles in the men's single sculls and also in the interstate men's sculls for the ACT. So fingers crossed for a good result from him. Looking quite comfortable out in front. You can see just a few big strokes to come through for the finish. He's finishing ahead of Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club and Campbell Watts from Sydney University. There are 1, 2, 3 for the NTC athletes, with Joel Kane from Melbourne University finishing in second. So it'll be second to Campbell Watts and third to Jack Cleary. 4th will go to Joel Kane from Melbourne University over in lane 7, and then back a little bit further, Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 5th, going through to the B final. And then in the final battle for the B finals, it does look like Miles McQuillan from Swan River Rowing Club over in WA. He's got a boat length ahead of Kane Grant from Melbourne University and will qualify for the B final of the men's single sculls. 7th going through to Kane Grant, with 8th and 9th going through to Luke. 8th will go through to Kieran Riak from Sydney University, and 9th through to Luke Walker from Lake Macquarie. And a winning time there for Caleb of 6 minutes 56. So that was heat number 1 of the men's elite single sculls, sponsored by Mobius. Heat number 2 is underway. 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the A final, 4th, 5th and 6th through to the B final. Lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, Beau Fleming. Lane 2 from Sydney University, Marcus Britt, coached by Thomas Larrick. Lane 3 from Swan River and the National Training Centre, Sam Marsh. Lane 4 from Sydney University and the National Training Centre, David Bartolo. In Lane 5 from Tamar and the National Training Centre, Henry Yule. Lane 6 from Bucks, Joseph Wilson. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Tyler Mason. Lane 8 from Newcastle University, Odin McIntosh. And in Lane 9 from Melbourne University is Luke Corneli. And David Bartolo, the winner of the President's Cup last year for New South Wales, managed to go through, take that quite comfortably in the end. He just got away to an absolutely massive start, and nobody else realised that he was so far out in front.
So apologies, but I'm in awe of Stuart's knowledge, and we've had Lizzie Chapman up here too, busy researching to give us all the background so we can tell you the backstories and the amazing achievements of some of these scullers up here. As you can possibly tell, I have my training wheels on, and while I know the names and it's certainly very exciting, I don't know the full details of all these rowers, so I'm handing over to Stuart to let him give the background, but it's fantastic stuff to see racing at this level, and the real excitement is going to be in the A finals tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Those A finals. I mean, we've really seen, and particularly with these ones where we've got 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and particularly in the women's events, the first 2 heats, the NTC athletes sort of really separated themselves, I guess, from the rest of the crews. So they were able to take a little bit easier. They're able to cruise towards the finish line with the knowledge that they'd qualified. When we get through to the A final, though, I think the red mist is going to descend, and we're really going to be seeing the best rowers in Australia absolutely going hell for leather and trying to see who can take the win. Because, again, in the women's side, if you're Tara Rigney, you now have a reputation. You now have a target on your back from being the 3rd best in the world, and everyone else is going to be wanting to go, right, well, I'm going to show her up. Similar kind of thing. David Bartolo winning last year. In the interstate regatta. Caleb Antle, he's had quite a few seconds at the national level. He has had a win here at the New South Wales Championships before in the single sculls. But again, it's really that opportunity to be able to lay down the marker, and also for the interstate events coming up at nationals as well. There is a lot of state pride on the line, and I know that Caleb would absolutely love to be the first ACT winner of the President's Cup. Exciting
stuff. As they come up to the last 250 metres, David Bartolo did have a very healthy lead, 3.4 seconds over Sam Marsh. He's then followed across by Henry Yule and Tyler Mason, and it does look like these will be the finishing positions because there are decent margins between all of them. He's followed across by Marcus Britt, then back to Luke Cornelia and Odin McIntosh. But David Bartolo has a clear lead there. He's just getting maximum run from each stroke. He's knows he doesn't have to work it much harder to make sure that he's well into the final there. And similarly for Sam Marsh across in lane 2, here in lane 5, Henry Yule. Also, I'd say they're cruising those first 3. They know they're through to the A final, so they're not having to work too hard. Again, for the B final, the fight's going to be in for 6th place, but coming across in 4th place there is
Joseph Wilson.
Yep.
And then Tyler Mason from Melbourne University in 5th place. And then 6th in the final B final position will be Luke Corniel from Melbourne University, and apologies on that pronunciation if I have got that incorrect. Odin McIntosh from Newcastle University coming through in 7th, and then back again to Marcus Britt from Sydney University in 8th, and Lake Macquarie's Bo Fleming in 9th. So a winning time there for David Bartolo of 6 minutes 57.58. So that compares to 6 minutes 56 in the first heat of the men's elite single scull event. Winning margin of 4.95 seconds, then 4.15 and 4.01. Underway in heat number 3 of the men's elite single sculls. Again, first, second, third through to the A final, 4th, 5th and 6th to the B. In lane 1 from Melbourne University, Harry Fox. Lane 2 from Banks Rowing Club, James Meads, coached by Brendan Scott. Lane 3 from UTS, Marcus Delamata, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 4 from Japan, Ruta Arakawa. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surface Paradise, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, coached by Dave Romano and Tom Krieber. Again, he is down training with the ACT Academy of Sport at the moment. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alex Nicol, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Lane 7 from North Esk, Jack Barrett, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Callum Britska, coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 9 from Sydney Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Joshua Hicks.
So interesting in that previous 2 heats, there was only a second between them, or a second and a half between them. And yet the David Bartholow looked like he was just decided to cruise at the end, whereas Caleb put everything he had into it, or was certainly upped his rating once he got about 300 metres out, just to make sure that he really cemented his lead. No doubt they're working for the prime positions in the final as well. And to nothing like a little bit of psychological play by just showing that you've got the fastest time in the heats as well. All adds to the excitement.
Absolutely. And Marcus Delamata's name will be familiar to a lot of people with UTS. He was part of the under-23 men's Coxed Fours that was selected back in 2021. He was also involved...
I think he was a silver medalist in the coastal rowing
yes,
in
over
Namibia.
in Namibia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, you know, the opportunities are there. You know, we haven't had rowing at the Com Games, as I say, since 1986. So it's going to be 40 years in between drinks for rowing events. It is the coastal rowing event. So Marcus Delamata with the silver there in the coastals was also selected in the under-23 men's quad sculls last year as well. So a couple of Australian representative Guernseys there, and you do see him occasionally around with the camera at Rowing New South Wales regattas as well. So if you do see him floating around holding a big camera, make sure you smile and give a big cheesy grin.
So as they come up to they're about 300 metres out, it does look like Cormac Kennedy Leverett is holding his lead over Ruta Arakawa from Japan. And then there's a bit of a margin back to Alex Nicol. Marcus Delamata is going to have to work if he wants to get into the A final. He was over a second back through the 1500 metre mark. But you can see out there now that Cormac Kennedy Leverett is looking very comfortable in the lead, followed closely by, it now does look like...
Ruta Arakawa.
Yeah, Ruta Arakawa. The colour of the boat threw me because it's one of the NTC coloured boats. So obviously borrowed for the event.
Yeah, he's been down training with the guys at the NTC down in Canberra. So did compete in that Canberra regatta back in late January. Cormac Kennedy Leverett, look out for him in the A final. I think he's really going to give some of the NTC guys a bit of a nudge. He'll come through and take the win in heat number 3. Second will go to Ruta Arakawa from Japan, with third going through to, looks to be Marcus Delamata from UTS. Fourth place going through to Alex Nicol from Sydney Rowing Club. Joshua Hicks in 5th place, ahead of, looks to be Harry Fox from Melbourne University in 6th place, ahead of lane 7, Jack Barrett from North Esk, and then James Meads from Banks Rowing Club. So a win there for Cormac Kennedy Leverett in a time of 6:53.3, and then the margins of 2.67 seconds and 3.33 seconds. So keep an eye out. Cormac Kennedy Leverett, he came second in that event that involved the men's NTC down in Canberra. So really looking for him to put a big finish on, to put the wind up a couple of different rowers. So he did finish ahead of Caleb in that race. That was over 1,800 metres, though. In that last 200 metres, when you've got that little bit of a difference, it's it can make a difference.
Yeah,
just
and
not having
looked
it
like
there.
Marcus Delamata really made up about 4 seconds in the last 500 metres. So that was a great effort. If only I could do that when I was out racing.
It's the dream, isn't it?
It's the dream.
We'll move on from the men's elite single sculls down to across to the women's under 21 lightweight singles. And this event's sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Make sure you check out their stall while you're floating around the regatta. First, second and third and fourth through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. I should probably say from this event as opposed to just they'll be eliminated. That has very dark undertones. But lane 2 from Sydney University, Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. In lane 4 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. Lane 5 from Yarra Yarra, Ruby Gray. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 7 from UTS, Sarah Berrickry, coached by Katie Healy. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Emily Graham, coached by Philip Bergignon and Michael Russell.
So Stuart, just to clarify, and my knowledge isn't the greatest in these things, but it's only the elite races that we have A and B finals. So the top notch.
Yeah, so there are a number of races that they do have it where they are doing heats and finals, and that's at the request of Rowing Australia to help them out with the selection events. So it is the elites ones, also I believe for the under 23s as well. I'm just waiting for my phone to start working again. But also for the para events. Tomorrow for the para single sculls in both the men's and the women's. We have heats and finals for both of those. So there are also B finals for the para events on tomorrow. So everyone that enters into those ones is going to have a couple of events before the double sculls at which I think is the last race of the first session tomorrow morning. So it's a very busy morning for us paras early on tomorrow morning. So through the 1,000 metres, it is Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, such a great young rower. She's leading at the moment by just under 2 seconds over Phoebe Teal from Sydney University, Sarah Berrickry from UTS in third, Emily Graham from University of Queensland in fourth, then Emily Lang, Olivia Cook and Ruby Gray making up our fields. So that's the 1,000 metre mark. We've got 2 heats for the under 21 lightweight singles. Before we head on through to the men's under 23 lightweight singles. So no under 21 lightweight singles for the men's, or there might be, but it might just be a straight final. A big shout out to everyone that's out there listening, both on the live stream and also around the grounds. Don't forget to tag Rowing New South Wales in your stories if you've got a cute regatta dog or anything like that. You love to see the regatta dogs, don't you, Mark? They're just all over the show.
Well, my dog gets a little bit too excited, so I've had to leave him at home today. He's just so excited by all the smells and the water birds and their drop-ins and the crowds. It's all a little bit too much, so I've learned to leave him at home. But I'll have him out here tomorrow when I come out for a couple of hours.
Excellent, excellent. No, I've already been sent through a photo of Dipper the regatta dog. He's floating around somewhere in the grandstand with Andy Schroeder. We'll see Damien Schroeder out a little bit later on. In fact, he'll be coming up quite soon in the men's under 23 lightweight single scull. So in just a couple of races' time, g'day to the Schroeder family down in Canberra. Through the 1500 metre, Laura Cypher is out in the lead, extending it now ahead of Phoebe Teal from Sydney University. Olivia Cook in third, Sarah Berricree in fourth, and then Ruby Gray, Emily Graham and Emily Liang through that 1500 metre mark. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. So it does look like our first four are set up quite nicely, which is probably just as well, because I was starting to sound a little bit like Darren Lockyer. But Laura Cypher, such a great rower. Sydney Rowing Club out in front and looking really comfortable at the moment with that boat length ahead of Phoebe Teal from Sydney University.
She certainly knows that she doesn't have to work too hard to get through, because she's just going for maximum boat run, big power strokes, just holding her lead. She's got a good length or two over Phoebe Teal. And then it's a little bit of a distance back to, it is
Olivia Cook.
And across the side, Sarah Berricree from UTS. Probably knows that she's through to the final as well, so not really pushing too hard, but you can see beside her Emily Graham from UTS, just a little bit closer here. It's taking it up, having a go to see if she can get there. Could actually be a... oh no, she's got a good lead over Olivia Cook.
So Laura Cypher with the win in Heat 1 of the women's under-21 lightweight singles. Phoebe Teal from Sydney University finishing in second, just a couple of boat lengths back. Third place will go to Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And then Sarah Berricree from UTS will finish in fourth, comfortable fourth place for her. Fifth will go through to Emily Graham from the University of Queensland. Sixth through to Yarra Yarra's Ruby Gray. And then Emily Liang from Loretto Marriotteville in seventh place. A winning time for Laura Cypher there of 8 minutes 18.8 seconds. And then the winning margin 4.64 seconds, 12.41 through to second, and then 4.71 through to third. Our second heat is underway in the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Singles Sculls. Lane 2 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Jazz Ingle, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. In Lane 3 from UTS, Amelia Cooper, coached by Katie Healy. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball, coached by Connor McConville. Lane 5 from Commercial Rowing Club, Emma Searle, coached by David Vandis. In Lane 6 from Yarra Yarra, Francesca Spano. In Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Check. And in Lane 8 from Centenary, Lucy Quinn, coached by Kerry Tickle. And Liesl Page, as you'd probably expect, out in front in this heat, 5 seconds between first and second as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. Amelia Cooper in second, Charlotte Ball in third, Jazz Ingle in fourth, and then a little bit of a gap through to Francesca Spano, Emma Searle and Lucy Quinn. So first, second, third and fourth through to the final at the 1,000 metre mark. That's Liesl Page, Amelia Cooper, Charlotte Ball and Jazz Ingle. But again, anything can happen. We saw that in the Olympics in 2021 in the women's quad sculls and also in the women's lightweight doubles. If you ever watched that race back, the Dutch were leading with about 20 metres to go and then all of a sudden had a crab and dropped back into the bronze medal.
Seeing
that was
yes.
an amazing race, that one.
So they're about to come through the 1,500 metre mark. But we can see certainly Liesl Page has a very comfortable lead over the rest of the field. I'd say she's probably extended it. We wait to see what the margins are as they come through. Yes, she has. There's 9.1 seconds back to Amelia Cooper. Then Emma Searle from Queensland, another 4.2 seconds. Then back to Jazz Ingle. So I think the placings of the four that are going through to the final are fairly clear. It's Liesl Page, Amelia Cooper, Emma Searle and Jazz Ingle. But of course we should never call the results until they've crossed the finish line. They're followed across, there's 13.5 seconds back to Francesca Spano and then Emma Searle. So the first four ladies have certainly know they're all through, and none of them look like they're really pushing too hard. The ratings are staying fairly low. They're getting maximum boat run. It's absolutely perfect conditions out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking
Just a light breeze, but only ever so light.
Yeah, looking quite comfortable. Liesl Page was actually part of the winning under-23 lightweight women's quad sculls at last year's Nationals, along with Laura Cipher, Grace Cipher and Georgia Seed from the West Australian Rowing Club. So very talented lightweight rower. They seem to have a great program out there at Sydney Rowing Club with Liesl and also the Cipher sisters, Laura and Grace. Liesl combining with Laura it was the under-21 double sculls, so that was the open double sculls, and then coming through in 4th place in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull event. So can make a boat move. She is out in front at the moment, as you say, Mark, just looking very, very comfortable coming through there. Amelia Cooper from UTS sitting in 2nd place, and then back to Charlotte Ball from Melbourne University and Jazz Ingle from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And as you say, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the final. It's very comfortable. There's a big gap there between 5th and 6th. Liesl Page will go through for the win for Sydney Rowing Club. UTS's Amelia Cooper will finish about a boat length ahead of Charlotte Ball from Melbourne University, with Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Jazz Ingle coming through in 4th. So those 4 women going through to the final for the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls, with then Francesca Spano from Yarra Yarra finishing ahead of Emma Searle from Commercial and Lucy Quinn from Centenary Rowing Club.
And the unofficial time was 8:25.96. That's about 6 seconds slower than the previous heat. But those 4 that went through knew that they didn't have to really work it hard. So it will affect the lanes they're drawn. So the lanes, it's usually the fastest time into the middle lanes 4, 5 and 6. And so ultimately, when we see the final come down the course, we'll see a perfect chevron, but that, as we know, never necessarily always happens.
It's always nice when that happens, but as you say, never quite guaranteed on that. Race number 39 is underway. We're moving on from the women's under-21 lightweights to the men's under-23 lightweights. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. Lane 2 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Benjamin Whitney, coached by Alistair Matthews. In lane 3 from Toowong, Christian Place, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Riley Williams, coached by Michael Russell. Lane 5 from Melbourne University, Damien Schroeder. In lane 6 from North Esk, Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 7 from Banks, Tony Lee, coached by Brendan Scott. And in lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jackson Boyd, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And through the 1,000 metres, they're just coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, so we might just wait for that. But there's not a lot between our first 4-5 races. So as they come through the 1,500 metres, the timings that we have through at the moment, as we just wait for those to come through. So it's Damien Schroeder out in the lead, just ahead of Christian Place from Toowong, and then Riley Williams in 3rd, Benjamin Whitney in 4th, and then Laurie Dean, Tony Lee and Jackson Boyd making up our field there at the 1,500 metre mark. Damien Schroeder was originally, did his original rowing with Radford College down in the ACT, moved down to Melbourne University and was the men's under-20. He had a really good regatta last year, so he was the winner in the under-23 lightweight men's single sculls, was also part of the lightweight men's Coxed Eights that won at Ngambie last year, and also raced for the ACT in the men's youth eights as well. So he's done quite well over the years and is looking reasonably strong at the moment, sitting in 1st place, but not a lot between our first 4 rowers, Mark.
No, they as you can see, as they're coming up to the last 250 metres now, they all look like they're just taking it up a notch or two just to make sure they seal their positions for the final, but there's still a distance back to the remaining 2 that's Digby Marshall, Tony Lee and Jackson Boyd.
So into the final few strokes now. Damien Schroeder out in the lead ahead of Christian Place. Benjamin Whitney sitting in third, and then Riley Williams from the University of Queensland. So there are 1, 2, 3 and 4. Damien Schroeder about half a boat length ahead of Christian Place, and then Benjamin Whitney and Riley Williams another boat length back again. Damien Schroeder will take the win for Melbourne University, second going through to Christian Place, third to Riley Williams from the University of Queensland, Benjamin Whitney in fourth to make up our fields. Tony Lee from Banks will be in fifth place ahead of Laurie Dean from North Esk, and then Jackson Boyd from Canberra Rowing Club in seventh place. So Damien's time there for the winning heat was provisionally 7:27.56. And then the margins 1.86 seconds, 1.48 seconds, and then 0.77. So they're the provisional results in race number 39, the first heat of the men's under 23 lightweight single sculls. Race 40 is underway. It's the second heat, and again, first, second, third, and fourth through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. Only 6 in this race. Lane 2 from Swan River, Digby Marshall, coached by Mark Beer. In lane 3 from Banks, Nick Ziegler, coached by Brendan Scott. Lane 4 from North Esk, Oscar Birtwistle, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 5 from Mercantile, Jordan Roberts, coached by Alistair Matthews. In lane 6 from UTS, Jack Henderson, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. And in lane 7 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Joshua Lascock. So through the first 1,000 metres, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile leading Nick Ziegler by 0.28 of a second, so very close there through the first half of the course. Jack Henderson from UTS in third, Oscar Birtwistle in fourth. So they are the ones, as things stand, through to the A final, with Digby Marshall from Swan River and Joshua Lascock making up our field. But again, a lot can happen over 1,000 metres, and we've seen Mark quite a few times rowers making that big comeback, particularly in the last 500 metres or so, and particularly in these single scull events.
Yes, it's certainly a great effort. It's very interesting. I was watching an interview a few days ago with Eric. Eric, the New Zealand pair rower, Eric.
Eric Mahe?
No. I'm just having a mental blank here. Anyway, he was talking about how, when you watch the New Zealand rowers and they always seem to be hanging back. Eric Murray, sorry, stupid me. And they always seem to be hanging back, but they spend all their time and then they make a comeback at the end. They're not actually doing that. They spend all their time training to stay at a constant pace all the way down the course. So for the first half of the race, when everybody is trying to position themselves, they're just sitting there at their standard pace, and then they wait. They say that he said they usually win the race in the third quarter of the race, because that's when everybody's dropping off before they put the final push on the last 500 metres, whereas they are going at exactly the same pace all the way down the course. And then if they've got something in the tank, they can give a final push at the end. But really interesting stuff. I wish I could do that myself. More training, I think, is the key.
But that consistency over the 2,000 metres, so you're not dropping off in that middle third.
Yeah, whereas when you watch them race, you think, oh my goodness, how are they doing that, coming from behind? But they're not actually coming from behind. What he was talking about was how they wait until they see the others drop off in that third quarter before they're preparing themselves for the final push. Interesting stuff.
Absolutely. Very interesting one, that one. Nick Ziegler from Banks Rowing Club leading through the 1,500 metre mark ahead of Jordan Roberts, Oscar Birtwistle, Jack Henderson, then a bit of a gap then to Digby Marshall and Joshua Lascock from Swan River and Adelaide, respectively. All of our rowers in this event going through to a final, the first 4 going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final in this men's under 23 lightweight single sculls. And then we'll move on to the women's elite lightweight single sculls. And I think we're going to see some very good racing coming up in there. It's a very crowded field, particularly in the women's elite lightweights. But out in front, Nick Segeder from Banks Rowing Club. He was part of that. He has teed up a couple of times with Damien Schroeder, who won the last one at a couple of regattas in Victoria. And he is looking quite comfortable out there in front at the moment. So a nice win coming up for Nick Segeder from Banks Rowing Club in the under-23 lightweight men's singles sculls. Second place will go to Mercantile's Jordan Roberts. And then third and fourth will be between North Esk's Oscar Birtwistle and UTS's Jack Henderson. Oscar Birtwistle will finish in third ahead of Jack Henderson. And then over in lane 2, Swan River's Digby Marshall in fifth and Joshua Lascock in sixth. The provisional winning time for Nick Segeder in that race was 7 minutes 28.67. So that compares with 7:27.56 in the other heat. So not a lot between our two heats. And the margins, 3.73 seconds, 9.88 and 1.19 between third and fourth. Racing is underway in that first heat of the women's elite lightweight singles sculls. Lane 2 from Team Vietnam, Nguyen T. Young, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Georgia Mansero, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 5 from Huon Rowing Club, Eve Muir, coached by John Dreesen. In lane 6 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 7 from ANU, Alex Moylan, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 8 from Banks Rowing Club, Antionetta De Cosmo. Now, last year over at the Women's Henley, Eve Muir was actually part of a winning crew along with Sophie Gerapatridis, who we'll see in the next heat. So they raced in the doubles at Women's Henley, and they were able, in the lightweight doubles, they took the win in that. And then you had Eve, Sophie, and then another two rowers from this heat, Maggie Foley and Alex Moylan, raced in the main Henley in the quad sculls, where they were able to beat an open weight American, so I think from Berkeley or something like that, in the quad sculls in their first heat, and then came up against the American women's open quad, and unfortunately lost that one. But that was for Alex Moylan, that was actually, and Sophie Gerapatridis, it was the first time there was an ANU Zooty at Henley.
Fantastic stuff. And with this, again, we're back with the elites, so there'll be an A and B final. The first, because there are only two heats, the first four will go through to the A final and the rest into the B final.
So through the 1,000, it was Georgia Miansero from Sydney University out in front ahead of Grace Cypher. Eve Muir from Huon in second ahead of Alex Moylan from ANU in fourth. Maggie Foley from Corio Bay in fifth, so just outside the A final at the moment. And then Antionetta De Cosmo and Nguyen T. Yang from Team Vietnam in seventh place at the moment. So they're just coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, and we'll get a really good idea as to how they're all going. So Georgia Mansero, a lot of buzz around her at the moment. She'll be really looking to push Lucy Coleman and Anika Reardon for that women's lightweight double, particularly as they come up towards Paris.
Yeah, and again, it's that scenario that you were talking about earlier where, when you do really well, you've got the target on your back, everybody's giving you've got to hold your... Keep your dignity, so to speak, and hold your place while everybody else is trying to knock you off your perch.
Absolutely, and we'll see Anika and Lucy in the next heat. At the Small Boats Championships, I think they were only about 6 seconds off world best time for the women's lightweight doubles. So they were absolutely flying towards the end there. Through the 1,500, Georgia Mansero from Sydney University out in front, 4 seconds ahead of Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. We spoke earlier about Grace teaming up with Laura Cypher, as well as Liesl Page in that Sydney Rowing Club under-23 lightweight quad at last year's Australian Rowing Championships in Ngambie. Huon's Eve Muir sitting in third place with Alex Moylan from ANU sitting in fourth. Alex ahead of Maggie Foley at the 1,500 metre mark. Antionetta De Cosmo in sixth place, and then Nguyen T. Young from Team Vietnam in seventh. Alex and Maggie also teamed up at the Women's Henley in that same lightweight doubles event as well. I think they won their can't remember if they won their first race, but they were knocked out early in the women's Henley, but then combining in that quad event. And a big shout out to James Waldersea from UTS and Canberra Rowing Club, who has messaged me and is somewhere in the crowd or listening in on the live stream. Hello to everyone listening from around Australia and around the world to the live stream of the 2023 New South Wales Rowing Championships. It's proudly sponsored by Bentley's and supported by the Penrith City Council and Bont Rowing, the live stream partner for our regatta. Don't forget to check out the Bont Rowing stalls and all the stalls around the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So out in front, it is Georgia Mansero from Sydney University. She's looking quite comfortable. She'll be able to go through and take the win in heat number 1 of the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Singles Sculls. She's finished a couple of boat lengths ahead of Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. So first and second going through to the A final. Third place will go to Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club down in Tasmania. And then fourth going through to Alex Moylan, coached by Nigel Harding at ANU. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 going through to the A final. Fifth place will go to Maggie Foley from Corio Bay. And then we've got a nice little battle for 6th and 7th between Antionetta de Cosmo in lanes 8 and Nguyen Thi Giang, who'll just go through, take 6th place. So 6 to Nguyen Thi Giang from Team Vietnam and Antionetta de Cosmo from Banks Rowing Club in 7th. The winning time there for Georgia Mansero of 7 minutes 51.18 and winning margins of 3.41, 11.53 and 5.54. We're underway in heat number 2 of the Women's Elite Lightweight Singles. In lane 2 from ANU, Sophie Gerapetritis, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3 from ANU, Anika Reardon and the National Training Centre. Lane 4, Lucy Coleman, also from the National Training Centre. Lane 5 from Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 6 from Team Vietnam, Tran Thi Tu Hung, coached by Joe Donnelly. And in lane 7 from Mercantile, Demetria Kyriakopoulos. First 4 through to the A final.
So as it came through the 1,000 metre mark, Lucy Coleman had a fairly slight lead over Annika Reardon, a margin of 1.18, followed by Sophie Gerapetritis and then Annalise Isaacs. A bit of a distance back to Tran Thi Tu Hang from Vietnam, and then rounded out by Demetria Kyriakopoulos. So we wait till they come up to the 1,500 metre mark. They're probably about 1,700 metres out at the moment. And we can see they're just coming through to the 1,500 metres now. And I think Lucy Coleman is sitting comfortably in the lead. She doesn't look like she's really having to push too hard. So she's crossed the 1,500 metre line with nearly 5 seconds ahead of Annika Reardon. Then Sophie Gerapetritis, Annalise Isaacs, and then a bit of a margin back to the 4th place.
Annalise Isaacs.
4th place. I'm meaning 5th, so Tran Thi Tu Young, so good 17 seconds. So the first 4 that are going through are fairly comfortably there. I don't think we're going to see too much of a battle for them to hold off, to make sure they're into the final anyway.
No, exactly right. I think that at the moment, Lucy Coleman out in the lead. Anika Reardon, Sophie Gerapetritis last year at the Australian Rowing Championships in the lightweight double sculls. They're up against Georgia Nesbitt and Eve Muir from Huon. And it was probably one of the best races that I saw when I was down there. There was a boat length at the 1,000 metre mark. the ANU, Anika Reardon and Sophie Geropetritis managed to get in by about a bow ball at the end there. So that partnership's been split up. We've seen Anika move on to the National Training Centre. Anika and Lucy combining in the Australian women's lightweight doubles in 2022, looking to keep that going for 2023, qualified the boat for the 2024 Paris Olympics. They made it through to the B final. They also won a bronze medal, I believe, in one of the earlier World Rowing Cups. So a talented pairing. Nika making her way up from Tasmania through to Canberra and then continuing on to Penrith. So getting slightly warmer each time she's moved house there. But Lucy Coleman out in front for Sydney University in the National Training Centre, really looking comfortable. There's a lot of clear water between herself and Anika Reardon. We can see Sophie Geropetritis. There's a good little rivalry between the two ANU scullers. Anika Reardon sitting out in front in that distinctive blue cap. It's a win for Lucy Coleman, though, in the second heat of the Women's Elite Lightweight Single Sculls. Anika Reardon will finish in second ahead of Sophie Geropetritis in third. Fourth place will go to Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University, and then they'll finish ahead of Tran Thi Tu Hang from Team Vietnam and Demetria Kirakopoulos from Mercantile Rowing Club. Provisional winning time there for Lucy Coleman of 7 minutes 55.56, but very comfortable out in front there. Winning margins 5.74 and 2.81 and 4.91 in race number 42.
And coming down the course is race 43, which is the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. Again, we have the first four will go through to the A final and the rest to the B final. There are two heats. Cross in lane 2 from Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3 from Barwon, Thomas Hastings, coached by Michael Cushion. In lane 4 from UTS, Sean Murphy, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. In lane 5 from Adelaide, Oscar McGuinness. In lane 6 from Commercial, Jack Armitage, coached by Stephen Posey. In lane 7 from University of Queensland, McIntyre Russell, coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 8 from Toowong, Jack Bowser, coached by Mark Game and Leah Karadimitris. So they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. And it does look to be Oscar McGuinness out in the front, being followed through by Sean Murphy. Looks like a couple of boat lengths, but we'll see it as they cross the... they have crossed the 1,000 metre mark as they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. So Oscar McGuinness out in the lead, followed by Sean Murphy. Then a bit of a margin back to Jack Armitage. He's followed across by Thomas Hastings. Then Jack Bowser, Jason Waddell and McIntyre Russell. So they just come through the 1,500 metre and you can see Oscar McGuinness with a very healthy lead there, probably 4, 5, 6 maybe boat lengths, followed across by Sean Murphy, then Jack Armitage and Thomas Hastings. So those first four will go through to the A final, then being followed across on the far side by Thomas Hastings, or Jason Waddell, sorry, and then Jack Bowser. I think we've still got one to come, and then followed by McIntyre Russell. So the first four are fairly guaranteed through to the A final, so not really having to work too hard. Oscar McGuinness has a very healthy lead over the others. I don't think we're going to really see much of a battle here, but you never know as they get closer to the line what they want to do. So just coming through to the final 250 metres, Oscar McGuinness looking very comfortable. I think he might have taken his rating up just a point or two to actually seal the deal. Followed across by Sean Murphy over the other side there. He's gone up a few points, putting in extra effort. Make sure he's staying ahead of Jack Armitage closer to the grandstand. Then further back over in the silver boat is Thomas Hastings.
And I think with Oscar McGuinness, you know, he was represented Australia at the World Rowing Championships last year in the men's lightweight double scull, along with Red Matthews, who's not competing here at New South Wales Championships this year. the men's lightweight doubles, there is a big opportunity for rowers to make a name for themselves in the coming month or so to see if they can gain selection for that. Oscar McGuinness certainly setting himself nicely up for success. He's taken the win in the heat number 1 of the men's elite lightweight singles sculls. Sean Murphy from UTS coming through in second. He'll finish ahead of Commercial's Jack Armitage, and then back a little bit further to Thomas Hastings from Barwon. So McGuinness, Murphy, Armitage and Hastings going through to the A final. The rest are going through to the B final. So it does look to be Jason Waddell from the Nepean Rowing Club, who's just a little bit further ahead of Toowong's Jack Bowser and Mac Russell from the University of Queensland. We'll see a bit more of Mac Russell later on, more known as a para rower. So he will be competing in the men's para single sculls and also the doubles tomorrow morning. So a win there for Oscar McGuinness, the provisional time of 7 minutes 5.31 and 9.26 margin between first and second, and then another 4.52 seconds back to third and 3.02 seconds back to fourth.
And out on the course is race 44, which is the second heat of the men's elite lightweight single scull. Across in lane 2 from UTS, we have Mattis Ferrier, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 3 from North Esk, Connor Ryan, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 4 from the ANU and from the training centre, ACT, Hamish Harding, coached by David Fermano and Thomas Kreber. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, I wanted to say Institute, Blaine Hesseltine, coached by Benjamin Southall and Augustin Rodero. In lane 6 from Toowong, Austin Dipple, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. And in lane 7 representing Team Vietnam, Nguyen Van Ha, coached by Joe Donnelly.
Now we do have Austin Dipple from Toowong listed as a did not start. So that does mean we've only got 5 rowers in this race that are competing, which means you only have to beat one person to go through to the A final. So at the moment, that's Team Vietnam's Nguyen Van Ha, who's sitting in that 5th place position, but not a million miles off as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. So Hamish Harding was another that made his Australian rowing debut. He was originally picked with Red Matthews in the lightweight men's double sculls last year for the World Rowing Cups, and then participated in the World Championships in the men's lightweight single scull event. So he'll be looking to potentially get back into the Australian rowing team, again, to make certain that that boat is competitive and that they're able to try and go through and take the win. Hamish also won the Open Men's Doubles along with Red Matthews, and it was quite interesting for the Open Men's Doubles when they had the medal presentations. They had Hamish Harding, Red Matthews, obviously lightweight men's, and then they were surrounded by 2 other doubles that were a lot bigger, a lot taller, looked a lot stronger. But it comes down to technique. It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's always the size of the fight in the dog. So into the 1,500 metres, Hamish Harding still out in the lead ahead of Blaine Hesseltine, Connor Ryan, Matisse Ferrier, Nguyen Van Ha sitting in 5th place at the moment. So that's likely to be Harding, Hesseltine, Ryan and Ferrier to go through to the A final, with Nguyen Van Ha to go through to the B final for that one. So a few races to go now in the first session of play. So we've got, after this, we've got some elite lightweight pairs to finish off our morning session, Mark. The women's elite pairs, the men's elite pairs. Very much looking forward to that one to finish up. So we've had some exciting racing going on so far. When we come back from the lunch break, it will be some of the semi-finals for the men's and women's under-19 single sculls, and then the semi-finals for the men's under-21 single sculls, and then into some of the B-finals, which are being run today. So Hamish Harding out in front for the ACT. He's been a bronze medalist at the interstate level a couple of times for the Penrith Cup crew as well, back in 2018 and 2019.
So looking very good as he comes into the last 100 metres there. Making sure he's maybe positioning himself for the lanes in the final when it happens. So that's Hamish Harding crossing the line in 7 minutes and 35 seconds. He'll be followed across by Blaine Heseltine from the University of Queensland. Then Connor Ryan from North Esk actually seemed to finish just before the line there, so he's obviously putting in a lot of effort. Then Matisse Ferrier over on the far side in 4th place. So those will be the first 4 through, and followed by Nguyen Van Ha from Vietnam, who will go through to the B final.
So winning time there for Hamish Harding, 7 minutes, 0.35, with a 10.73 second gap to second, 6.84 to third, and 7.55 to fourth. So a nice spread out one there, and Hamish was about 5 seconds faster than the first heat's winning time, but he also decided to up that rate a little bit more than what we saw from Oscar McGuinness. So I wouldn't read necessarily too much into that, but it'll be a fascinating final between McGuinness and Harding tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's playing mind games in terms of the times, because in both heats we could see that the first 4 going through were comfortably through, so they're really only fighting for position and to perhaps psych their opposition out a little bit by with the times that they might do. So coming down the course now, we have the first heat of the women's elite pair. This is sponsored by Mobius, and again the first 4 will progress through to the A final, and the rest through to the B final. Over in lane 1, there's a composite crew from UTS and the NTC, with Jamie Ford from Sydney University Boat Club and Olympia Aldersey from UTS. In lane 2, another composite crew from with Taylor Caudle from the ANU and Elizabeth Furrer from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Nigel Harding and Lachlan Carter. In lane 3, the composite of Jackie Swick from SRRC, I'm not quite sure what that is, and Georgie Rowe from UTS. In lane 4, from another composite, so these are NTC crews, most of them. Jessie Morrison from Mercantile and Annabelle McIntyre from FRC, I'm not quite sure that one either. Fremantle Rowing Club, oh yes. In lane 5, from another composite of Lily Alton from the University of Queensland and Molly Goodman from Adelaide. In lane 6, the Ella Bramwell from Adelaide and Sarah Tisdall from the University of Queensland. In lane 7, from Mercantile, Mimi Tuddenham and Jean Mitchell, coached by Annabelle Eaton and James Rook. And in lane 8, from Melbourne University, the only non-composite crew in this this race, Eliza Gaffney and Laura Foley, coached by Connor McConville.
Yeah, and in this race we've got that Fremantle Mercantile composite of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, half the gold medal winning crew from the women's 4 at the Tokyo Olympics. So they're competing in this particular race, and they are out in front at the moment. Through the 1500 metre mark, we've got, so through the 1500 metre mark, we've got Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre with a 5-second lead over Lily Alton and Molly Goodman from Adelaide and University of Queensland. Jackie Swick from Swan River and Georgie Rowe from UTS sitting in 3rd ahead of Jamie Ford and Olympia Aldersley from UTS and Sydney University. University of Queensland Adelaide composite of Ella Bramwell and Sarah Tinstall in 5th ahead of Jean Mitchell, Mimi Tuddenham from Mercantile Melbourne University. A Melbourne University crew of Eliza Gaffney and Laura Foley in 7th, and then Taylor Caudle and Isabel Furrer from Sydney and ANU in 8th place.
So the race is going to be on to see who is 4th across the line to get into that A final. We can see them all really working it out there.
I think we're in for another photo, Mark, coming
I
up here
reckon.
for 5th place. So it's Morrison and McIntyre out in front and looking really comfortable. There's some big strokes coming through from them. In the battle for second, third and fourth, you could throw a blanket over the three NTC pairs in lanes 1, 3 and 5, and then back to the University of Queensland one in lane 6. So a win there for McIntyre and Morrison in lane 4. Second will go through to lane 5. Third will go to lane 3, and fourth will go through to lane 6. So let's just unpack that all again. So we've got a win for Jess Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre. Second place will go to Lily Alton and Molly Goodman from Adelaide and the University of Queensland. Jackie Swick from Swan River and Georgie Rowe from UTS in third. And then in fourth place with a big finish, the Adelaide and University of Queensland crew of Ella Bramwell and Sarah Tisdall have qualified for the A final. Based on what we're seeing from the provisional results, they've rode over the top of Jamie Ford and Olympia Aldersley from Sydney University and UTS in 5th. And then Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham from Mercantile and Melbourne University in 6th place. Eliza Gaffney and Laura Foley from Melbourne University in 7th. And then Taylor Caudle and Isabel Ferrer from Sydney and ANU in 8th. That was a great finish there for Mark from that University of Queensland Adelaide crew to row through that NTC one. And I just wonder whether or not the University of Queensland composite was in lane 6, the UTS Sydney University composite was in lane 1. I just wonder whether or not they lost sight of them in those last couple of strokes.
They may well have done, but interesting to see the margins there. So it was a margin through to second place of 6 minutes 39, but then it was 0.59, 0.9, and for 0.74 to miss out on getting through to the A final for Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham.
There was not a lot between second, third, fourth and fifth in that race. You absolutely love to see it. And we're now on to Heat 2, Mark.
So Heat 2 of the women's elite pair. Across in lane 1 from Sydney, Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft, coached by Donovan Check. In lane 2, it's a composite crew of Madeline Williams from the University of Queensland and Jess Scott from Cand, coached by Scott Rowe and Warren Rowe. In lane 3, another composite crew, all representing National Training Centre, Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club and Katrina Wary from Mercantile. In lane 4, another NTC crew, Bronwyn Cox from the University of Western Australia and Georgia Patton from Western Australian Rowing Club. In lane 5, another NTC crew of Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and Lucy Stephan from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 6, a composite crew of Paige Barr from Mercantile and Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Annabelle Eaton and James Rook. In lane 7 from Team Vietnam, Din Thi Hao and Pham Thi Hui, coached by Joe Donnelly. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Alan Potsy and Litzi Marie Lutz. I'm sure I've mispronounced that, so my apologies.
Yeah, and again, we've got Lucy Stephan from Melbourne University, part of that gold medal winning for back at the Tokyo Olympics. And then also in that, Katrina Wary, who's in the Sydney University Mercantile Composite, was part of the force, stepped in to the fore after the Tokyo Olympics, and they were bronze medal winners at last year's World Championships in Rezica in the Czech Republic. So some real talent, and then a number of members from the Australian Women's 8 taking part in this event as well. So we're seeing some fantastic sweeping, and again across the course at the moment, through the 1500 metre mark, we do have it right now where there's not a lot between them. Through the 1500, Sarah Hoare and Lucy Stephan out in front in lane 5, Bronwyn Cox, Georgia Patton in 2nd, Katrina Wary, Eleanor Price in 3rd, Paige Barr, Georgie Gleeson in 4th, and then Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft in 5th. Cand University of Queensland 6th, Team Vietnam in 7th, and University of Queensland in 8th. But as we come up towards the final 150 metres or so, and it is at the moment that Melbourne University, Sydney composite out in front at the moment, but not by a lot. Katrina Werry and Eleanor Price starting to put a little bit of a push on ahead of Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton from West Australian and the University of WA Rowing Club. They're our 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson looking nice for the 4th place. Out in front, though, Sarah Hoare and Lucy Stephan, they've upped their rate a little bit. They've seen the danger. They'll come through and take the win in the second heat of the women's elite pairs. They'll finish a boat length ahead of lane 3, Katrina Werry and Eleanor Price, and then the Bronwyn Cox, Georgia Patton in 3rd place. Coming through in 4th will be the Sydney University Mercantile Composite, so they'll go through to the A final ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club pair of Lauren Graham and Lexi Northrup. Madeline Williams from the University of Queensland and Jess Scott finishing in behind them ahead of Ellen Potzi, Litsa Marie Lutz, and then Din Thi Hao and Pham Thi Hui from Team Vietnam. So again, some exciting racing going on there. Our winning time for our crew of Sarah Hoare and Lucy Stephan, 7 minutes 12.12, and they were 1.84 seconds ahead of second, who are 1.09 seconds ahead of third, and 5.54 seconds ahead of fourth.
And racing down the course now is the first heat of the championship men's elite pair. Again, the first 4 through to the A final and the rest to the B final. Over in lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, we have Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. In lane 2 from Canned, Angus McCasker, and from Commercial, Tom Coates, coached by Stephen Potzi and Scott Rowe. In lane 3 from, Jack Hargraves from Sydney University Boat Club and Alexander Hill from Adelaide, and they are with the NTC. In lane 4, Sam Hardy from Sydney Rowing Club and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club, again from the NTC. In lane 5, Jackson Kench and Will O'Shannessy, both from Sydney University and with the NTC. Lane 6 is scratched. That was Harry Moore and Joshua Hicks. In lane 7, from Canned Rowing Club, Miller Rowe and William Ackerman from Melbourne University Boat Club. And in lane 8, from Melbourne University, Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Petruni.
So in this race, we do have Jack Hargraves and Alex Hill, who were part of that Tokyo gold medal winning 4 back in 2021. So this time they're representing Sydney University and the Adelaide Rowing Club. Alex Hill, just an amazing rower in general. I think he's 3-time President's Cup winner for South Australia over the last few years. So he is one of those rowers that you can put him in sweep, you can put him in scull, you just put him in a boat and you're a very good chance of winning something. But he has had some injury concerns over the last few years. They are out in front at the moment through the 1,500 metre mark. It's Hargraves and Hill leading Hardy and Keenan, then Kench and O'Shannessy in third. Rowan Ackerman in fourth place. That's the final qualifying position for the A final. And then Melbourne University's Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Petruni leading Angus McCasker, Tom Coates, Beau Fleming, Luke Walker in seventh place, as things stand through the 1,500 metre mark. So Jack Hargraves and Alex Hill, our leaders at the moment, and looking relatively comfortable, although they've
all looked to be working it. They've certainly all taken up the pace as they come into the last 250 metres.
Absolutely, and you can see there Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club just starting to put in a little bit of a push as well, as are Jackson Kench and Will O'Shannessy, although sitting behind in third. You can see Hill and Hargraves, though, over there in lane 3, being pushed hard. There's no easy races when you remember the NTC is there. It's just even if you're within the NTC, you're trying to beat the other NTC guys, get those bragging rights coming through. Hill and Hargraves, half a boat length with about 10 strokes to go. There's a big push coming here from Hardy and Keenan. Are they able to get them at the line? No, it's a bow number in between the two. So it's Hill and Hargraves to take the win ahead of Hardy and Keenan, and then back a little bit further, Kench and O'Shanassy in third place. Fourth will go to lane 7, Miller Rowe and William Ackerman, so they'll qualify for the A final ahead of Melbourne University's Hamish Wynn-Pope and Charlie Petruni. And then back a little bit further to Angus McCasker and Tom Coates from Canned and Commercial, and then Beau Fleming and Luke Walker from Lake Macquarie to make up the field in that one. So that was heat number 1 of the men's elite pairs, a winning time of 6 minutes 30.73 and a winning margin of 0.31 seconds. So they closed it up nicely, 4.92 through to third place and then 3.6 seconds through to fourth. And now we're into our final race of the day, final race of the morning session, Mark. It is the second heat of the men's elite pairs.
So this is a full field this time. In lane 1 from Sydney, Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 2 from Team Vietnam, Tran Duong Nha and Phan Man Lin, apologies for any mispronunciations, coached by Joe Donnelly. An NTC crew of Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club and Tim Masters from UTS. Another is in lane 3. In lane 4, another NTC crew, Spencer Turren from Sydney Rowing Club and Alex Purnell from Sydney University Boat Club. Some real names happening there. In lane 5, again representing the NTC, Benjamin Canham from Melbourne University Boat Club and Angus Widdicombe from Mercantile. In lane 6, again from the NTC, Paddy Holt from UTS and Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 7, a composite from George Finlayson of UTS and Jack Robertson from Mercantile, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. And in lane 8, Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh, coached by Thomas Lorich from Sydney University.
So Spencer Turren and Alex Purnell, they were again part of that gold medal winning 4 from the Tokyo Olympics. They're out in front at the moment, but not by much. It's 0.7 seconds between first and second, another 0.5 between second and third, and 0.9 between third and fourth. So we've got 2 seconds at the 2 seconds between first and fourth at the 1,000 metre mark. Another 5 seconds back to fifth place. That's Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe. Then George Finlayson and Jack Robertson, Lachlan Miles, Devlin Walsh, and Tran Duong Nha and Phan Man Lin from Team Vietnam making up our field. Everyone's going through to a final, first, second, third and fourth going through to the A final, the rest going through to the B final. There are a number of lane draws that are already up for events later on today. So after this race, we're going to have an hour's break. The next race, race number 49, will be at 2:25, and that's the first semi-final of the women's under-19 single sculls. So we've got semi-finals for the men's and women's under-19 singles, the men's under-21 singles, and then through to the B finals for the under-23 single sculls, men's and women's, the under-23 pairs, the under-23 men's lightweight single sculls, the men and women's elite single sculls, and then the lightweight single sculls as well, and the pairs. So a lot of B finals coming up. If you head to the Rowing New South Wales regatta page, regattas.rowingnsw.asn.au, or just go to rowingnsw.asn.au if you'd like to get through to the regatta page with the live results. Spencer Turren and Alex Purnell, we mentioned that they were just ahead at the 1,000 metre mark. They're now that little bit further ahead. So there's 2 seconds between first and second. Second place, Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club and Tim Masters from UTS. Paddy Holt from UTS and Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University in third place, and Benjamin Canham and Angus Widdicombe from Melbourne University and Mercantile. So our first 4 crews, all NTC crews. We've got 5.5 seconds between fourth and fifth So that's the battle then, I guess, for the lane draws for the B final with Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe from Sydney Rowing Club, George Finlayson from UTS and Jack Robertson from Mercantile, Sydney University's Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh, and then Trang Duong Nia and Phan Man Lin from Team Vietnam. As we're into the final 150 metres, Spencer Turren and Alex Purnell out in front, a boat length between them and Alexander Wolf, Tim Masters, and then Canham and Widdicombe over in lane 5. Holton Lavery sitting in 4th place at the moment. A big push coming from Olsen and Rowe in lane 1. Lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club. Out in front though, lane 4, Spencer Turren and Alex Purnell. They know how to go through. They know how to get a win. They'll take a win by a boat length. So a win there for lane 4. Second place will be a photo between lanes 3 and 5. That's Benjamin Cannon, Anders Widdicombe and Alexander Wolf, Tim Masters. 4th place and final A qualification position will be Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery, ahead of Turin Olsen and Matthew Rowe from Sydney Rowing Club. Then following them will be George Finlayson from UTS and Jack Robertson from Mercantile, and they'll finish ahead of Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh from Sydney University and Trang Duong Nia and Phan Man Lin from Team Vietnam. The winning time there provisionally of 6 minutes 27.77 with the margins 2.44 seconds, 0.21 and 4.09. So provisionally, it was the UTS Sydney composite in lane 3, finishing ahead of the Mercantile Melbourne University composite in lane 5. So, Mark, plenty to get our head around. Great morning's worth of racing, though, to start off the 2023 New South Wales Championships.
Yeah, excellent racing, especially watching these elite crews come down and fight it out. And you know, as you're far more knowledgeable than me, but hearing the background of and the credentials of a lot of these guys that are out on the water, and the women as well, of course, it's just fantastic racing. It's stacking up for some really good finals and some great racing this afternoon and tomorrow.
Absolutely. So the next race will be, as mentioned earlier, that will be at 2:25, and that's the first semi-final for the women's under-19 single sculls. So take a break. Make sure if you are out here on the course that you're well hydrated. Slip, slop, slap, and we'll catch you in an hour's time.
And just a final reminder, please make sure you return your bow numbers and have a good think about acknowledging and patronising our sponsors, Bentley's and Bont Rowing, who are sponsoring the live stream, and the other sponsors that are on all the listings, and there's signs all around the place.
of our 3-day New South Wales Rowing State Championships here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Still beautiful conditions, a nice breeze, just enough really to counteract the humidity, which is rather high today. The UV is now very high indeed, so for those of you who are out and about and not lucky like me to be undercover, please do remember to put your hats and long sleeve t-shirts on and plenty of sunscreen and water, of course. We have an exciting afternoon ahead of us. We're going to start off with the semi-finals in single sculls, the women's under 19 and the men's under 19, the men's under 21, women's and men's under 21, and then we'll move on to pairs and to B finals. So an exciting afternoon, as I say, either people in B finals or people still trying to get into A finals, and the competition has been quite fierce during the morning, and I'm quite sure it will continue during the afternoon. Racing is to kick off at 2:25, and our athletes are on the start. If you are in sight of the big screen or you're listening on the live stream, you can see our lineup right there. On the far side is Olivia Harris. She's representing Nepean Rowing Club, and she's in lane 1, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2 is Sophia Miller. She's from Yarra Yarra, the Melbourne-based rowing club. In lane 3 is...
A former glebe rower who moved...
Sophia, she is indeed.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. In lane 3, Neve Tierney, representing Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dure. In lane 4, Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy, coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 5, also from Yarra Yarra, Zara Kfouri. In lane 6, Elizabeth Carey, representing Loreto Kirribilli School and coached by Michael Probert. In lane 7, also from Loreto Kirribilli and representing Sydney University Boat Club, Alyssa Fickers. In lane 8, Bianca Kohlberg, representing Adelaide University Boat Club and coached by Tom Dornbos. You can see the athletes are sitting ready, they are aligned and they are off. We have a start in the first semi-final of the women's under 19 single scull, sponsored by Bentley's. The first 4 from this semi-final will progress through to the A final, and the remainder will be eliminated. No B final in this event. So they've already beaten some people in order to get through to the semi-final. And now they are chasing the all-important position 1, 2, 3 or 4 to progress through to the A final tomorrow.
So we're expecting to see some very exciting racing here this afternoon.
I think so,
Lizzie,
especially judging by this morning.
Yes, once those elites get out there, the under-23s, the under-21s, it's going to be fantastic.
So one of the reasons for that is that this is a regatta that is part of the selection process to be on the national team, and for some of the state teams, particularly New South Wales, it's also where selectors are looking at performances to select their state teams or finalise their selections. So yeah, pretty important. And we have, for those who are relatively new to rowing, we have a few national teams, starting with under 19 level, what we call juniors in rowing, which is where a team of crews go across usually to Europe to compete at a World Junior Rowing Championships. We have under 21s who compete as Australia against New Zealand and sometimes other countries like Canada as well. We have an under 23 team, again a group of crews that go across to usually Europe to compete in a World Under 23 Rowing Championships. And then we have our senior team, which comprises both able-bodied and para-rowers. And they have some World Cups or para-international regattas in the lead up to the World Championships. Well, we're at the 500 metre mark, and the strongly performing Zara Kfouri from Yarra Yarra has taken about half a length lead over Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy, and Alyssa Fickers is sitting in third. by nothing, and Elizabeth Carey in fourth, but by nothing again. And then it's back to Niamh Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, who finished very fast indeed. And then Sophia Miller, formerly of Glebe Rowing Club, now of Yarra Yarra, currently sitting sixth, but there's really not much difference at all. And then it's another length and a half back to Bianca Kohlberg of Adelaide University and Olivia Harris of the local rowing club, Nepean Rowing Club.
And really only 500 metres in, so they're all really just finding their rhythms and settling in probably for the long haul down to whiz past us across the finish line.
Indeed. With what looks like a little bit of a cross tailwind assisting them. Not enough to be disruptive and not enough to be hugely helpful either, I'd have thought.
Not as yet, but you can see out in the middle there the just the gust of some kind across the course.
And what is always of a little bit of concern here in Penrith is we're very close to the mountains. And usually if you look to the right of the finish tower, you'll see there are a few clouds building already. So we know that there's a hint of bad weather coming, so we'll hopefully get our regatta over and done with before that happens.
Hopefully not like yesterday.
Oh, well, I wasn't here yesterday, but I heard about it, yeah.
There was a wall of water coming down from the sky. It was just
well,
incredible.
I was at Accor Stadium, and we looked out, and I thought, what has happened? Are we in a cloud? Same thing, it was just a wall of water, yeah. It is the afternoon session, so if you haven't in your squad collected up your bow numbers from this morning and returned them to Bay 1, it would be great if you could please do so. Bay 1 is also where the athlete weigh-in takes place, and there are test scales available if you want to have a test weigh-in before you go for the real thing, if you're a cox or a lightweight. Around Bay 1 you will also see plenty of tents from our sport partners, including Bont with their rowing shoes, and Sykes and Croker oars. They're all down there, and if you're looking for some clothing, some rowing kit, come on up the hill a little bit to towards the grandstand, and you'll find them to the side and the back of the grandstand near the Lakeside Cafe, where you can get your coffee.
So Lizzie, as they came through the 1,000 metres, Zara Kufuri was about a length ahead, and then very close to the next three, Alyssa Fickers, Niamh Tierney, and Elizabeth Carey. Elizabeth, so...
She's dropped down a bit, has she?
Yeah, she's dropped back a bit, but it's going to be a bit of a
close,
battle to sit... Well, not necessarily. If they hold their placings, we'll have the first four through as Zara, Lucy, Alyssa, and Niamh, but anything can happen between there and here. They were followed across by Elizabeth Carey, then Sophia Miller, Olivia Harris, and Bianca Kohlberg. And they're just coming up, they're probably about 1,1700 metres out at the moment. So we'll get an idea once they cross the 1,500 metre mark. And
it's very curious. So we've got, Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle, we can see there quite clearly on the screen. Either she has moved herself into first place. I think she has.
I think she has.
So there we go. Exactly what
it's
you
a
said.
turning event.
It's a battle.
And by quite a healthy margin. There's a couple of boat lengths there.
So 500 metres left for her to move through. Let's see if she can actually move away, or whether that push punished her so much that she's going to pay for it in the last 250. Alyssa Fickers, very talented sculler at school level, making a really good entry into this under 19, under 21 age bracket. And Niamh Tierney, exciting talent coming through from Sydney Rowing Club, who had an amazing finish earlier on in her first race earlier on in the regatta. So let's see what she can do now in this final 500.
Well, Lizzie, the thing they're trying to do, of course, is just be in the first four. But what's the benefit of them really pushing hard at this phase of the race? So those first four that look to be fairly comfortably in.
Yeah, such a good question. So there's two advantages. One is that the better your finishing position, the better the lane you will get in the final in two respects. One, if we race like this, where there's no inclement weather, because you can look from side to side and see people on either side of you, as opposed to being stuck on one side and not being able to see what's happening far away from you. The second and probably even more important advantage is that if the weather reaches a stage where it's unfair, the Fairness Committee will then redraw the lanes, and they will favour people who finished higher up or faster in the preceding heats.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah, so you'll sometimes see at World Cups and World Championships that the fastest crew will be in lane 1 or lane 7, lane 6 rather, whichever it is, and then it will get numbered across the course. And you, instead of going like an arrow, you go like just a line, really.
So a beautiful
shape.
finish here with Lucy Searle strongly pushing towards the finish line. She's going to be followed by, I think it's going to be Neve Tierney, just holding off Alyssa Fickers.
Great finish from Neve there.
So good finishes from all of those. And then a little bit further back to Zara Kfouri.
Oh, who stopped rowing before she got to the line.
Elizabeth Carey crossing there in 5th place. So then across the other side there we have Olivia Harris from Nepean, then Sophia Miller, and to round it out will be down here in lane 8, Bianca Kohlberg from Adelaide Uni. So the first 4 through to the, it's straight, through to the final, will be Lucy Searle, Neve Tierney, Alyssa Fickers and Zara Kfouri, and the time was 8 minutes 9.17 with a margin of 3.43, 2.28 and 3.93. So they spread out really fairly evenly, but interesting to see the way that Lucy changed positions halfway down the course.
That's right, a big push in the middle, I guess. And in the middle is where the next heat was. They're now progressing nicely through to the last 500. In lane 1, we have Ella Gerrand from Gippsland Grammar. In lane 2, Imogen Lang from Canberra and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 3, Sinead Redding from West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 4, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 5, Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 6, Ho Thi Du from Team Vietnam, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 7, Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Sarah Bebbington from Sydney Rowing Club.
And it does look like they might be running a little bit behind time and trying to make it up, because as this race approaches the 250 metre mark, the next race is barreling down the course, coming up close to the 1,000 metre mark. So
good.
A little
the girls
edgy.
To get a wiggle on. So Liesl Page, who was very conservative in her first race today, but is an incredibly talented young woman, is leading in this second semi-final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull. Liesl represents Sydney Rowing Club, and we were mentioning earlier that last year she gained some international experience by racing with Lauren Cypher at the Henley Women's Regatta in the UK. She's having a really good battle with Sophie Malcolm from Centenary there in lane 4. Sophie, Queensland Academy of Sport athlete, and who performed so very strongly, both she and her sister, I think, last year at Nationals. But it's Lisa's event. She takes out the first place. Sophie Malcolm from Centenary will come across in second, and her colleague from Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot, representing UQBC, will be third. And the fourth and final place into the final will go to Sinead Redding of West Australian Rowing Club, who just beats Imogen Lang of Canberra. So those are the top 5.
Although we have a couple still to cross the line, the next race is barreling down the course. This is the first heat of the men's under-19 single scull, sponsored by Bentley's. And again, it'll be the first 4 through to the final. In lane 1, from representing Cathedral, is Henry Chin, coached by Kimberly Brown and Imogen Greg Connor. In lane 2, from Radford College, Jake Sherman Rogers. In lane 3, from St Augustine's, Oscar St Pierre, coached by Judith Ungemark. In lane 4, from Corio Bay, Charles Radin, coached by Lee Horde-Sullivan. In lane 5 from Marist College, Darcy James, coached by David Romano, Thomas Kreber and Taylor Thomas. In lane 6 from Griffith Uni, Surface Paradise, Luca Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar, Anthony Smith, and in lane 8 from Capital Lakes, ACT, Elliot Jalia, coached by Thomas Kreber and David Bagnall. And you might enlighten me, ACT-HP, what does that stand for? High performance.
Yeah, ACT High Performance Program. What we would call NSWIS here, you'd think it would be ACTAS there, but in fact it's not, because the High Performance Program is run by Rowing ACT. So a slightly different way. Now, Charles Raden, coming into this, had the fastest time in the heats. He did a 7:31. He's in lane 4. And next to Darcy James, who had the next fastest time, I think, 7:34. So on paper, you'd think that Charles Raden would be leading, and the fact of the matter is that he is at the 1500 metre mark, but not by very long at all, just half a length over Darcy James. And then it is nothing at all back to Oscar St. Pierre and Luca Free, who's doing really well in this in his second race of the day.
So there's then a margin of, oh no, it's not too far. So anything could happen in this, but I think Oscar and Luca, sorry, I was looking at the wrong listing. So there's a wide margin back. So the first 4 are comfortably through.
Yep. And their times would indicate that they should be as well. So, yeah.
It is interesting. I've just noticed out there it would be Anthony Smith just struggling to go straight there. He was onto the boys and he's now come back into the centre of the lane. That's out in lane 7. But very nice strong finish here coming through from Charles Raden from Corio Bay. It's just making sure that he's well and truly out in front. It's a bit of a battle here to see who's going to come second and third.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Luca Free, but it really is bow ball to bow ball. Luca Free in lane 6 with Darcy James in lane 7. So that's a photo finish, and I really couldn't tell from here which one's second and which one's third, but they're definitely through, along with the St. Augustine's sculler Oscar St. Pierre, who has just crossed ahead of Radford College's Jake Sheeman Rogers.
Then I'd say it was Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar, Elliot Jallier from Capital Lakes, and Henry Chin from Cathedral. But a great effort there by Anthony Smith just to finish off his race. He was putting everything into it.
That's true. Now, in the previous the women's under-19 singles scull, we didn't bring you the time, so just going back to that, the second semi-final was won by Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 7:58.47. So pretty good time, cracking that 8 minutes there, especially given that the previous race was 8:09. Second was Sophie Malcolm from Centenary. Third, Eliza Bridgefoot. And fourth was Sinead Redding. So those are the 4 scullers that progressed through to the final. The official time now for Charles Raden in the first semi-final of the men's under-19 single was 7 minutes, 29.44 seconds. Second was Darcy James. The margin was 2.95. Third was Luca Free, 0.01. Doesn't come much smaller than that. And then fourth, Oscar St. Pierre, 11.63. So hopefully he's conserved energy and he can have a real cracker in the final. Good for him.
And coming down the course is race 52, the second semi-final of the men's under-19 single scull. Again, looking for the first 4 to go through to the final. Across in lane 1 from Mossman is Harry Coddington, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 2 from Radford College, Hamish Roberts. In lane 3 from St Augustine's, Tane Potts, coached by Judith Ungemark. In lane 4 from Marist College, Jessie Rosen, coached by David Firmano, Thomas Kreber and Taylor Thomas. In lane 5 from Nudgee, Chad Willett. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Patrick Stanley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Kaylin Routley, coached by Amos Noon. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Oliver Klotz, coached by Donald McLaughlin. Oliver being another former Glebe rower. not that I have any bias here, but
Oh,
as
really?
they
Lovely. I wondered why I recognised him. There you go.
as they came through the 1500 metre mark, Chad Willett from Nudgee had a very comfortable lead over Jesse Rosen from Marist College, followed across very closely by Radford College's Hamish Roberts, then Caelan Routley. Then there's a fairly comfortable margin, 6.5 seconds back to Patrick Stanley. So again, I think we've got our first four. It'll just be interesting to see what sort of a fight they have, just to see which positions they will hold as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, in the heats, it was Jesse Rosen that impressed really in a time of about 7:30. And then Tane Potts was the other one who placed highest in the heats, and he did about 7:45. Patrick Stanley was about 7:37, but I think Tane is probably playing a good strategy game and should be a little closer in this one. We will see. But yeah, it's lane
Chad.
5, the big, sorry, yes, Chad was the fastest,
Yeah.
wasn't he? Yeah, so the big N of Nudgee, Chad Willett, out there in the lead quite comfortably.
Just cruising,
And
he
just
knows he's
watching,
got it.
looking from side to side. So here's a perfect example of what we're talking about, that if you get into the next round, so if you do well in each round, you'll be in that middle and you should get that V-shape effect from the middle, depending on how tactically people race it. So Jesse Rosen, who is really renowned for his work rate, he trains very hard and he takes his racing very seriously. And Chad just keeping a very careful eye on him as Jesse raises that rate of striking, trying to claim second place, but being challenged by Lake Macquarie's Patrick Stanley. A late challenge though, left a little too late, will have to settle for third, and fourth will go to Hamish Roberts from Radford. Then it's back to our second Lake Macquarie rower, Caelan Routley. Then St Augustine's Tane Potts. Lane 8, Sydney University, Oliver Klotz will be 7th, and 8th will be our sculler from Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Coddington. So confirming a win for Chad Willett of Nudgee, 2nd Jesse Rosen of Marist College, 3rd Patrick Stanley of Lake Macquarie, 4th Hamish Roberts of Radford College, and those 4 progress through to the final tomorrow morning. The winning time for Chad Willett, 7 minutes 25, 4 seconds faster, 0.17. The margins 5.54 and 1.61, 0.99.
I was just wondering if I might comment on your comment, Lizzie, that Jesse Rosen takes his racing seriously. I hope they're all taking their racing seriously out there.
Very
It is the
seriously.
New South Wales Championships after all.
So we have the under 21 men's single scull now, and another event sponsored by Bentley's, and again sufficient numbers for the first 4 to progress through to the final, but the rest will be eliminated. In lane 1, Hugh Harold from Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2, Ed Nutt from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 3, Harry Knott from the University of Queensland, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 4, Mitchell Bridge from Toowong, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 5, Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland, also coached by Randall Martin and also by his father, David Waitman. In lane 6, Lachlan Maroney from West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 7, Oscar Baregi from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Don McLaughlin. And in lane 8, Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Stefano Belosso. We can see beautiful shot on the screen there of them making their way now, progressing down the course. So today, by the looks of things, we have static umpiring for these races, meaning that the umpires aren't following these more elite athletes down the course in order to cut as much washout as possible.
So it does seem to be, as they came through the 1500 metre mark, Drew Waitman only just ahead of Harry Knott, A bit of a margin back to Mitchell Bridge, and only 0.1 of a second as they crossed through the 1,500 metres back to Edward Nutt. Then further, nearly 4 seconds back to Charlie Stevenson, Hugh Harold, Oscar Baregi and Lachlan Moroney.
We've got an interesting mix here of some athletes who've come through school programs where the emphasis has been on sweep as they've come through years 10, 11 and 12, and some athletes that have come through clubs or smaller schools where there's been much more of a focus on sculling. So we can see on the far side Hugh Harold, who hasn't rowed at school. He rows at his local rowing club and might even be racing up an age bracket. Doing pretty well against these guys who've raced in their quite big school programs. But you're right, Drew Waitman is really making his mark there. It's been great to see his progression. So he is currently leading over Mitchell Bridge of Toowong, Harry Knott of the University of Queensland and Ed Nutt of Sydney Uni. Ed having a really good crack at the last 100 metres to try and break through into the top three. Whether he can do it or not, who knows, but Hugh Harold sticking to him like glue, and then a massive finish here for Charlie Stevenson of West Australian Rowing Club, but it will be Drew Waitman who'll get the best lane in the final, followed by Mitchell Bridge of Toowong and Harry Knott of the Uni of Queensland, and Ed Nutt will hang on to 4th place. It will be Charlie Stevenson who'll take 5th, just ahead of Hugh Harold of Nepean who'll be 6th, 7th, Lane 7's Oscar Baregi, and Lachlan Moroney from West Australian Rowing Club will be 8th. Pretty fast and furious finish there. Drew Waitman taking a provisional time of 7 minutes 20.94 seconds. 3.73 is the margin ahead of Mitchell Bridge, who in turn had 4.12 over Harry Knott, 1.23 over Ed Nutt.
And race 54 is already underway, which is the second semi-final for the men's under 21 singles scull. Across in lane 1 from Mercantile we have Hamish Nicol, coached by David Colvin. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs, coached by Donald McLaughlin. In lane 3 from Western Australia, Aria Almasi, coached by Stefano Beloso. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Hamish Danks, coached by Donald McLaughlin. In lane 5 from I assume that's TUBC.
Yeah, it is the Tasmanian University
Tasmanian University Boat Club, Angus Painter. In lane 6 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Samuel Mounter, coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Sam Bristow, coached by Don McLaughlin. And in lane 8 from Melbourne University, Wesley Hudson. It's so good to see people come from all over the country to race in this event, and as you said, it makes it really something special for New South Wales and New South Wales rowing as well.
Yeah, I agree. It is a selection event, and I think I said earlier, somebody said to me, why is it that you don't have very many people from New South Wales winning the New South Wales titles? Well, that's just the price we have to pay for having the quality of competition here, which we're so grateful for, and massive thanks, we as volunteers, to Rowing New South Wales, to their staff who drive the quality of this event, along with a handful of key volunteers, people like Tony Brown and Phil Titterton and people like that who've been around for a long time, and making sure the field of play is very good. I don't know, I'll just turn up.
But again, I'll put out another plug, is these regattas don't run without volunteers. And we are unfortunately a little bit short on volunteers for this weekend. So if you're ever coming out, have a couple of hours to spare, please contact Rowing New South Wales and put up your hand. None of the jobs are too hard. In fact, it's quite fun because you're right close to the action, especially if you're in one of the timing huts, and you can have a wonderful time sitting there analysing all the rowers as they go by.
Meeting new people.
Yeah, meeting new people. Yeah. It's worthwhile.
I would definitely second that. And you can go onto the Rowing New South Wales website, rowingnsw.asn.au. There's a form there that you can fill in if you do want to volunteer. And then one of the team will be in contact. And I agree with you, you don't need to know. I mean, I certainly volunteer in the timing huts, driving the boats when it's needed, go in the back lake to do the safety. I don't really mind. I just love seeing everybody get together like this. And I think since COVID, we all realise how very lucky we are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I
Never
mean,
take
it's
it for
pretty
granted.
obvious that I'm a volunteer up here as well, because I don't have anywhere near the knowledge of Lizzie. But yes, this weekend I'm doing this today, and on Sunday I'll be timing and doing the safety boat out in the back lake.
Fantastic. Good for you. Thank you. Thank you. Say thank you on behalf of everybody else, everybody that's racing in particular. Okay, so they're coming up to the final 500, and Hamish Danks from Sydney University, who is the second fastest in the qualifying round, is in the lead. We don't keep saying there's no time, so that must mean somebody's not putting their finger on the button as he goes through, but he's definitely in the lead, and he did have almost 9 seconds over Hugo Hobbs, who he used to do a double scull with. But now that margin has been eaten away somewhat, and it's 6.5 seconds. So Hugo Hobbs is on the move, closely followed by Samuel Mounter from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. And then currently sitting in fourth, Sam Bristow of Sydney University Boat Club. I noticed he was very conservative in the first round. I know he hasn't been very well, but he's a talent coming through. So great to see in the top 4, 3 Sydney University scullers and 1 Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. So then it's Tasmanian University's Angus Painter, who is very fast, 7 minutes 30 in the preliminary rounds. Might have cost him something, though, because he's about 5 seconds back at the 500 metres to go. Aria Almasi from West Australian Rowing Club's just behind him. Then in 7th, Melbourne University's Wesley Hudson, and in 8th, Mercantile's Hamish Nicol.
So just a quick comment there with the no time. I do know my friends are in their 1,500 metre timing hut, and there's only 2 of them. Ideally, we need 3 people,
3
because
each. Yeah.
so there's one person has all 6 lanes, so it's very hard to time each lane.
That's almost impossible. I agree. Yeah. So we've got Hamish Danks in the middle, and then Hugo Hobbs across there in the yellow boat lane 2 with the little green bow number. Hamish Danks looking pretty cool. I know he's pulling very hard. You can see that from the puddles he's sending down, but he's trying to keep his rate fairly low. I think he's going to make it across the line first, and Hugo Hobbs will either settle for second, or will lane 6, Samuel Mounter, actually mount the challenge and succeed? I think the answer's no. He's going to still be third, and Sam Bristow will come fourth. So that's 3 Sydney Uni scullers into the final. Congratulations to them. Angus Painter coming in 5th position. 6th, Aria Almasi, so those positions haven't changed since earlier. Wesley Hudson 7th, and Hamish Nicol 8th. So
and Samuel Mounter and Sam Bristow gave it a really good go just in that last
they
100
did.
metres.
Yeah, they really did. So we don't have a time for you at the moment, but certainly the winner was Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club. 2nd, Hugo Hobbs, Sydney University Boat Club. 3rd, Samuel Mounter, Griffith University Surfers Paradise. 4th, Sam Bristow, Sydney University. Those 4 progress through to the to the A final, race number 79.
And now we're into race 55, which is the first of the finals. This is a B final for the women's under 23 single scull. And just because it's a B final doesn't mean it's going to be any less competitive. Over in lane 1 from Sydney University, we have India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 2 from Adelaide Uni, Sophie Tickner, coached by Tom Durenbos. In lane 3 from the ACT ANU, Eloise Lambden, coached by Thomas Kreber. In lane 4 from ANU, Elora Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Georgilopoulos, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In lane 6 from Melbourne University, Livia Rosiah, coached by Connor McConville. In lane 7 from Adelaide Uni, Cleo Wilson, coached by Tom Durenbos. And in lane 8 from Mercantile, Louise Carr, coached by Annabelle Eaton.
And what we have here really is the quite a high grouping of younger athletes. So once you move into under 23s, the difference between an under 19 and an under 23 can be quite significant in terms of physiology and also the length of time you spent rowing, so training years. Another thing to note about the under 23 single scull for selection purposes is that if you have nominated for both under 21 and under 23, you are expected to race in the highest category that you've nominated for. So similarly, if you've nominated for both the senior team and the under 23 team, you'd be expected to still be competing at senior level, and unless you'd made a decision that you probably weren't going to make it and decide to throw your cap wholeheartedly at under 23. So some of these athletes may well have competed in the under 23s in order to get a good look at whether they'd be competitive for nationals or not, and whether they get an invitation to the trials. So their position in this B final matters, because if the selectors are looking for more than 8 people, they say they're looking for a squad of 10, then they'll be looking to see who was winning and what speed were they doing in the B final.
And Lizzie, as they came through the 1,000 metres, it was very close. And looking down on the field, you can see they all look to be coming down in a single line pretty much.
Yeah.
It does look like the leader is Livia Rosiah. I'm relying on my eyesight, and it's just flashed up on the screen as they came through the 1,500 metres. She does have about a length's lead over Laura Kelly, then a couple of lengths back to Cleo Wilson. So they have spread out, but the Olivia Georgilopoulos and India Hobbs, Sophie Ticker, there's such a fine margin between all of them. Anything could happen for that crucial 4th position. Oh, sorry, this is the B final, yes.
Sorry, yeah, but I agree
Just
with you. I
having
think any position is crucial, that you really want to do the best you can do, don't you?
Absolutely.
So India Hobbs across on the far side. So that was her brother Hugo that we just saw racing in the men's under 21 single, who just placed 2nd. India is also rowing at Sydney University Boat Club, and she's coached by Alfie Young. And in this last 500, she's made some significant inroads into the placings. Looks to me like she's now sitting probably equal 3rd with Eloise Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. But it remains Livia Rosiah from Melbourne University Boat Club. I'm pretty sure she raced in the boat race as well. She's coached by Connor McConville there at MUBC. And she's definitely not relying on the position she's managed to hold through the rest of the race. She is capitalising on that all-important attitude of, can I get even further away from the rest of the opposition? And she does. She very classy there, crossing the line in 1st place. 2nd will be Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University, neck and neck with Laura Kelly, was it?
Yes,
Lane 4. Yeah, Laura Kelly.
Then
And then
Sophie
Tickner.
Tickner.
Oh, Sophie Tickner got it, right.
Followed by Louise Carr, then Olivia Georgilopoulos, and over on the far side there in lane 3, Eloise Lambden.
Yeah, but it was Sophie Hobbs, that did get 4th. India Hobbs got 4th, Sophie Tickner 5th, Louise Carr 6th, and 7th, yeah, Olivia Georgilopoulos, Eloise Lambden 8th. So the time, which is pretty important, 8 minutes, 5.06 of a second. The margins 3.55, 0.77, and 2.93. So they didn't break the elusive 8 minutes.
No, but
That's what
roaring
you're
down
always
the
going
course,
for.
we might see that happen with the men's under 23 single scull B final. This is sponsored by Mobius as well. From up in the tower here, looking down, it does look like they're coming in pretty much a straight line. Over in lane 1 from North Esk is Rue Colley, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 2 from Tamar, William Birchmore. In lane 3 from Banks, Marcus Kane, and coached by Brendan Scott. In lane 4 from Toowong, Darcy Water, coached by Mark Game and Leah Carab-Dimitris. In lane 5 from Canberra, Cormac Hayes, coached by David Romano and Thomas Kreber. In lane 6 from UTS, Mitchell Caponis, coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. In lane 7 from UTS, Patrick Burke, also coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. In lane 8 from Sydney, Miles Harold, coached by Donovan Chet and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 9 from Sydney University, Matt Smith, coached by Donald McLaughlin.
So this was where we had 3 heats of about 9 scullers in each heat, and only the top 3 could go through to the A final. And then the next 3 went through to the B final. So and we don't have a C final in this event, so we're just getting the ranking of the top 18 athletes that have nominated for under 23s or are just simply chasing an under 23 medal at the state championships.
And very close as they went through the 1500 metre mark there, with William Birchmore basically with hardly any lead over Mitchell Kaponis. And Cormac Hayes is right there in the mix as well. Marcus Kane could, if he has the power and effort, could manage to push through. And Darcy Waters was right there as well with Marcus Kane. So anything could happen in this last 250 metres as they're coming through. So you can see William Birchmore. Oh no, it's Mitchell Kaponis, I think, out there in the lead.
Yeah, it does look like it. He's been very strong all season. And I'm just looking next to him on the far side of him. Cormac Hayes is again a ferocious competitor, and he only just missed out on making a final position. He's going like a steam train in this last 250 metres. Mitchell Kaponis just watching him very carefully out of the corner of his eye. And meanwhile, on the far side, in lane 2, William Birchmore from Tamar, going very strongly indeed. He's worked his way through Marcus Kane of Banks, and he looks to me as though he's in danger of coming first. But then here he goes again. Cormac Hayes upping that rate of striking. Mitch Kaponis matching him, and it will be Cormac Hayes, but then it's anyone's guess as to the next two.
Cormac Hayes in the photo for 2nd and 3rd.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Well done, Cormac Hayes. What a finish.
What a fantastic push through.
And a photo finish between lane 6, Mitch Kaponis, and lane 2's William Birchmore from Tamar. And then 4th was Marcus Kane of Banks. 5th, Darcy Water from Toowong. 6th, Matt Smith from Sydney University. 7th, Rue Colley from North Esk. And 8th, Patrick Burke from UTS.
With the winning time unofficial at 7:14.16.
And we must have, we've somehow missed out Miles Harold from Sydney Rowing Club, previously of Nepean, but he definitely has finished. He's across the line, so hopefully his ranking will be in there somewhere. Photo finish still being judged in that B final of the men's under 23 single scull. So there we go. It's come up, and Mitch Kaponis sadly pushed back into 3rd position, 2nd being taken by William Birchmore of Tamar. Great finish. Very exciting.
I'm just looking down the course, Lizzie. It's a bit hard to see what's happening. It looks like there's only 2 rowers coming towards us.
It does, and the cameras look the same, although we should have had 3 competitors. It's the B final of the under-23 women's pair, and we should have in lane 4 Swan River crew of Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes, which is coached by Mark Beer. We should have the composite in the middle of Yolanda Hooper from Melbourne University Boat Club and Ellie Reddy of the University of Queensland Boat Club, which is coached by Phil Bourguignon, and then Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dieu.
It does look to be lane 6 that's missing, so perhaps late scratching. Yes, it's coming up on the screen as scratched.
All right.
So that's Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop, not racing.
Right. At the 1,000-metre mark, it was the composite from the University of Queensland and Melbourne University Boat Club that led by just over 4 seconds, so just over a length, over the Swan River crew.
From all corners of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So the conditions are still looking perfect on the course. We're very lucky to have this course. It's probably one of the best in the world, I've often heard said.
Yeah,
And
well, I certainly think so. Yep. Yes, and I think it's such a legacy from the Olympics, and obviously we keep our fingers crossed for Queensland that the same will happen up there, presumably with Wire Along. So if anybody wants to come up and be interviewed and bring us up to speed with what's going on in Queensland in the run-up to the 2032 Olympics and what they think is happening with the rowing venue, we'd love to hear from you. I'm sure everybody else would be interested as well, but bloody exciting.
very exciting indeed.
And that time will fly by, as we were discussing earlier. And these young athletes, some of them are going to be there, and hopefully one of them will get that elusive gold medal and bring it home to Australia at a home Olympics. Hopefully it'll be more than one.
I was going to say, only one, is he?
So good, wouldn't it? We just got to keep up our current efforts for another 10 years, really. Well, we're certainly looking at some talent today, though, aren't we, in these close finishes with good
it's
times.
fantastic, yeah. And even though it's B final, as we said earlier, it's very competitive out there.
Sure is. I mean, to come all the way down the course here and these two crews battling it out together, I think that's pretty good.
I think Yolanda Hooper and Ellie Reedy are comfortably holding their leading position over Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes.
They are indeed, but what a great experience for those youngsters from Swan River to actually have a race like this against somebody that you don't know and that you don't train with. That always puts a little frisson of excitement on, doesn't it?
Well, exactly. It's interesting when you race against people who are such an unknown. You're always a bit nervous that, you don't know how they're going to be. And then if you manage to get in front, you think, oh, okay, what was I worried about?
Yeah, it's like international racing, isn't it? You just don't really know the standard of your competition, and so in your mind it's going to be so much harder than it really is. And like anything in rowing, stick to the process and let the results look after themselves.
Absolutely.
So it looks as though we've got Phil Bourguignon barrelling down here on his bicycle with his young charges, Yolanda Hooper from Melbourne Uni and his athlete Ellie Reddy from University of Queensland, where Phil is head coach. And he'll be very happy, I would have thought, with that last 250. They've lifted their game nicely, practicing their race plan, ready for national championships and hopefully trials. So it may, as we said before, it may be a B final, but it's very important what you do, how you finish. And they've had a great finish there to take out that B final, just ahead of the very plucky crew from Swan River.
They were just having a slight steering issue in that last couple of 100 metres going on far side boys, but managed to control it quite well and bring themselves back.
The winning time, 7 minutes 56.15, the margin 5.28. And we have another race with only two crews in it.
So it's race 58, which is the B final of the men's under 23 pair. And from Toowong, we have Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly. I presume they're brothers.
I presume so.
Coached by Mark Game and Leo Karadimitris. And in lane 4, closest to the grandstand, Ben from Mercantile, Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot, coached by Alistair Matthews. And those two, Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot, look to have a very comfortable lead over the Daly brothers.
Yep, it does indeed look very comfortable. So 18 seconds for Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot of Mercantile in this B final of the men's under 23 pair at the halfway mark.
But they are still putting everything into it. Look at that.
Yeah.
They've got a fairly high rating, a lot of push. They're racing against the clock here. not wasting any opportunity. When you come all the way from Melbourne, you might as well put every effort in.
Exactly. So 250 metres, no, 500 metres to go, sorry. How lovely though, great conditions to get out there for a row. Basically doing a timed piece on a straight course, what's not to like? And the reason we've only got 2 in this B final is that there were some scratchings from the University of Queensland, so they had originally 2 pairs in this B final and both of them have been scratched, which means they get nada on the ranking. Lovely aerial view there on our footage, being taken presumably from a drone.
I think that's from above us by the angle and the... Oh, here we have the drone.
And a great aerial view there of sweep rowing, where you can see how important it is to have 2 people in the boat. Keeping their strokes nice and long, and as you said, really racing it, so practicing, so that they can then pull this out of the bag during a more competitive race. This is the mercantile crew of Ben Edmondson and Lachlan Wilmot, coached by Alistair Matthews. And they're across the line, taking out the B final of the men's under 23 pair, sponsored by Bentley's.
In 7:08.85, so pretty good time there. They didn't let up just because they had a healthy lead.
No, it's good.
And crossing the line now is Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly from Toowong. So coming down the course is another B final. This is the men's under 23 lightweight single, race 59. In lane 3 from Adelaide, Joshua Lascock. In lane 4 from Banks, Tony Lee, coached by Brendan Scott. In lane 5 from Swan River, Digby Marshall, coached by Mark Beer. In lane 6 from North Esk, Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett. And in lane 7 from Canberra, Jackson Boyd, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown.
So a lightweight category where there is a limit to the weight that you can be. So for our men's category in lightweight, the maximum weight is 72.5, and if you're in a, so that's scullers can go over it that weight if they want to, but if you're in a crew of 2 or more people, the average weight of the crew has to be 70 kilos, which means you can't be 72.5 unless your mate is a lot lighter than the average of 70.
Earlier this morning, Lizzie, while I was visiting my friends in the timing hut, they'd been watching somebody running up and down the path beside the course in a obviously trying to get in a winter coat.
Yep,
and
trying to
full
sweat some weight
trackies,
off.
trying to sweat some weight off. So I'd say a lightweight, just try making sure that they were on weight.
Yeah, it's brutal.
So as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, Digby Marshall had a fairly comfortable lead, probably a couple of lengths over Laurie Dean, but very closely followed by Tony Lee. Quite a distance back to Joshua Lascock. So I think the first 3 place getters are fairly well cemented. Excuse me. But anything could happen because the margins aren't particularly great.
No, you're right. So halfway, as you say, and that is a big gap, isn't it? There's 10 seconds between 3rd and 4th now. So Digby Marshall, Laurie Dean and Tony Lee really having a good old battle there. for supremacy, representing their clubs of Swan River, North Esk and Banks, and then on the either side the scullers from Adelaide and Canberra rowing clubs, now starting to fall behind somewhat.
So fantastic aerial view there from the drone. Remember
That's a
at
great picture.
the Tokyo Olympics when the camera on the cable was going under the bridge and you're almost beside the camera was on somewhere under the bridge and
Yeah.
you're virtually with the rowers in the boat as they went past. It was such fantastic footage.
But it was very interesting because I obviously coached a crew there, that what also happened when you went under that bridge was your GPS, the satellite seemed, because all of the speed coaches these days are GPS, and the satellite connection seemed to falter, and so you'd have a gap in your data. So yeah, it was quite disconcerting really. However, it was also a good place to know that you needed to do a bit of a push.
Just row hard.
Because the wind really changed it. It was a bumpy old course, that one. It really was. Still, we were just grateful that we actually got an Olympics and a Paralympics.
Well, exactly.
Took a long time, but we got there in the end. And I think the Japanese were amazing the way they carried it off. It was incredibly well organised in very, very difficult circumstances.
So the speed final of the men's under 23 lightweight single is just coming into the last 250 metres, and it does look to be Jackson Boyd who has a pretty comfortable lead over Digby Marshall from Swan River over out there in lane 5. No, I think I've got that wrong. It is Laurie Dean from North Esk, and I thought it was pink. Tony Lee from Banks coming in second, and in the middle there is Digby Marshall from Swan River in dark blue, of course, in third position. And what a great finish here that Laurie Dean is putting in. Even though he has a lead of 3 or 4 lengths, he's just making sure that he's going to get a very good time, putting it all in just across the finish line. Had a quick look around to see where it was. Ably followed by Tony Lee from Banks, who's also putting every effort in. Then as we go back, I think Digby Marshall's realised he hasn't won this race, so is just cruising down to the finish line. Over on the far side there we have Joshua Lascock will come across in 4th position, and further back Jackson Boyd from Canberra. The unofficial finish time for Laurie Dean there was 7 minutes 36.6 with a margin of 6.38 back to Tony Lee. And then a large gap of 15.6 seconds back to Digby Marshall, then further 11 seconds back to Joshua Lascock, and we will shortly have Jackson Boyd crossing the line. And now we've got some really exciting race, I think, to come down. This is the B final of the Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. The Vietnamese crews could be really battling it out here. Over in lane 3 from Team Vietnam is Nguyen T Giang, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 4 from Team Vietnam is Tran Thi Tu Hung, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 5 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Demetria Kyriakopoulos. And in lane 7 from Banks, Antonietta Di Cosmo. So they're just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, I think.
They are indeed, and Maggie Foley, I'm quite surprised to see her in the B final, but Maggie Foley from Corio Bay, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan at the club there, she has about 2 lengths lead over the first of our team Vietnam scullers, Nguyen Thi Giang. She in turn has about a length over her colleague from Team Vietnam, Tran Thi Tu Hang. Then sitting in 4th is Antonietta Di Cosmo, and finally Demetria Kyriakopoulos.
It's interesting watching the drone footage there. Is Maggie Foley, it does look to me, and I could be wrong, but she's getting more length per stroke than the Vietnamese ladies following behind. Whether that's her size or her technique, we don't know, but it could also be just the distance from the camera. I want a drone to follow me around one day, so I can
that would be
really
a
see what
fascinating
I'm
way
doing.
to actually see what you're doing. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, she certainly has always struck me as being a very strong sculler, and you're absolutely right. She's got a sharper angle at the catch, hasn't she, than the certainly than the Vietnamese scullers, who are both to the right of her, and then we can see Demetria Kyriakopoulos to the left of her. No, sorry, we can in the distance, can't we? But that's also Antonietta Di Cosmo in the pink Zooty of Banks Rowing Club. Yes, that's definitely something one can work on with rowing technique, isn't it? The length of your arc in the water and having enough power to be able to hold that and move that boat to get distance per stroke.
Well, and working on the maximum boat run as well.
Yeah.
Each stroke. Looking very comfortable there. It's a masterclass, isn't it?
Almost is, yes. So coming into the last 100 metres now are scullers in the B final of the Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, an event sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith that we couldn't recommend to you more highly for both their service, the cleanliness, the efficiency, but also their very nice rates for Rowing New South Wales. And it's a win for Maggie Foley of Corio Bay, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Congratulations to Maggie Foley of Corio Bay there, taking out first place by quite a long way, but no shame at all in the second place for Antonietta Di Cosmo of Banks.
I think...
Oh, sorry.
You've missed the Vietnamese.
Yes, I've missed the 2 Vietnamese, haven't I? Yes.
Who are putting in a fantastic effort there.
With Nguyen Thi Giang coming in second and Tran Thi Tu Hang coming in third.
And the unofficial finish time was 7 minutes 36.6. So although she had a good lead, she didn't let up. And coming down the course now is the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single, again the B final. There are 4 competitors in this race. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, McIntyre Russell, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 4 from Nepean, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from Team Vietnam, Nguyen Van Hart, coached by Joe Donnelly, and in lane 6 from Toowong, Jack Bowser, coached by Mark Game and Leo Karademetris. Now, with these ones, the Weddells are brothers, aren't they?
They are indeed.
And the Russells, I believe, one's Michael, the coach, is the father.
Yeah, and Mac is his son. Indeed, yeah. Jason Waddell, very experienced, but this year has gone lightweight, which I think is for the first time. So he certainly rode at sort of under 21, under 23 level in the New South Wales state team, and the in those days they used to go down to the AIS, didn't they? And the squad's there, and now all grown up, married last year, and also went lightweight. So 2 big shifts, and I think I'm having a good time doing both. And I think his goal is to try and make the lightweight men's quad for New South Wales for the championships.
Is
so
that what happens?
wish him good luck.
You get married and you go lightweight.
Don't think that's what happened for me. Well, actually, no, it did. Thinking about it, yeah. But yeah, trucking on down the course there is the Vietnamese sculler at the 1500 metre mark. He's got 2.19 seconds over Jason Waddell. This is Nguyen Van Haar, coached by Joe Donnelly. And Mac Russell, who we haven't really talked about, is a para athlete as well, PR3, so we'll see him racing in the para categories a bit later on. And he's a multiple medalist at world level in the intellectual impairment category that have the Virtus Global Games, and also a bit of a demon on the ergo as well, but a ferocious competitor in the lightweight single scull. So somebody who certainly gets the maximum amount of enjoyment and activity from his rowing.
I think we're going to see an exciting finish here, Lizzie.
Yeah, so Jason Waddell looking more and more confident as he progresses down the course, doesn't he?
He is. So Nguyen Van Haar is working hard to hold off Jason Waddell, and Jason's really pushing him all the way. So will he catch him? It looks like Nguyen probably has about a length over Daniel, but it does look like Daniel's closing.
Yeah,
and we can see it in the drone shot there. As Daniel's gradually reeling him in, will he be able to hold him off? It'd be great to see Vietnam walk away with a medal.
Yes. Yeah, great race now. Inside the last 100 metres, our Vietnamese sculler lifts his rate of striking because he's under pressure from Jason Waddell of Nepean Rowing Club. Jason lifts his rate again and also really, really pushes those legs down hard. He's doing everything he can. He's throwing even the kitchen sink at it, but it's 2/3 of a boat length, or it's half, if that, of a boat length. And the win of that B final in the men's elite lightweight single scull will go to Vietnam, and Australia will just have to settle for second, represented by Jason Waddell. Mac Russell coming in third, and I don't see our Toowong sculler. So no sign of Jack Bowser from Toowong.
No, but coming down the course is a full field, which is the women's elite single scull B final. So with a full field of 9 lanes, these were the races where it was only the first 3 through to the A finals, which will be happening tomorrow. In lane 1 from Sydney University, we have Nicola Greenland, coached by Thomas Lorick. In lane 2 from Toowong, Catherine Plume, coached by James Doreen and Leo Karademetris. In lane 4 from Brisbane and GPS, Kate Morris, coached by Catherine Borgia. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Element Zines, coached by Thomas Lorich. In lane 6 from North Esk, Sarah Ashland, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Elizabeth Newell, coached by Philip Bourguignon and Michael Russell. In lane 7 from University of Queensland, Kerr Jamison, also coached by Philip Bourguignon and Michael Russell. In lane 8 from the ANU, Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding, and also in lane 9 from the ANU is Bonnie Andrews, coached by Nigel Harding. So they have come through the 1,000 metre mark with Elizabeth Newell having a fairly comfortable lead over Catherine Kahn, then it's very close. Back to Claire Jamieson, Ella Menzies, Nicola Greenland, and a couple of seconds further back to Sarah Ashlyn. But it's going to be a very, the real battle's going to be on for third place here.
Yeah, certainly looks as though it is. You've got 3 girls there, and I'm pretty sure Claire Jamieson was one of them who've represented, albeit in under 21, some of them where you didn't get to go overseas. So certainly in under 21, Ella Menzies was in the women's 8, I think it was. And yep, she was in the 8, and Nikki Greenland was in the double scull. That's when they went over to Adelaide, and the whole Australian team did a replication of an international event. The winner, our leader, of course, right now in this B final, and she's got a margin of almost 7 seconds over the next competitor, is Elizabeth Newell, who recently represented Australia at the Commonwealth Coastal Rowing Championships. So rowing is back in the Commonwealth Games, in the Commonwealth Games, and it's a form of coastal rowing. And so Elizabeth was in the single in Namibia in December, and Marcus Delamata from UTS was in the men's single, and Elizabeth came home with the gold medal, and Marcus came home with the bronze medal. So great to see her here at these championships in a flat water single scull. Trucking along pretty nicely. Catherine Kahn from the ACT from ANU is currently sitting in second place, and University of Queensland's Claire Jamieson then leading the charge of those 3 scullers who are so close to each other. Claire Jamieson from Uni of Queensland, Ella Menzies from Sydney University, and Nikki Greenland from Sydney University. Then it's back to Sarah Ashlyn of North Esk in 6th, Bonnie Andrews of ANU in 7th, Catherine Plume of Toowong in 8th, and Kate Morris from Brisbane and GPS in 9th. And let's see what they managed to do in this last quarter of the race. 500 metres to go.
Have the camera ready for the photo finish.
Elizabeth Newell looks to me as though she's going very well indeed. So it was very interesting, actually. Both UTS and Queensland University were quite active at our first ever national rowing championships in coastal rowing up in Noosa. Can't even remember when it was now. And so interesting to see, speaking to a few of them, how much coastal rowing have you done? They actually had never really done it before. No. So great for them to just get out there and give it a red hot go. And Elizabeth's really taken to it literally like a dolphin, and is very successful. And she's just showing here how strong she is by moving away from the opposition in the last 100 metres.
I'm not sure that Catherine Kahn's going to be able to hold on to her second position, because way over the far side there, Nicola Greenland is putting on a great effort to push through, as is Ella Menzies. And then we going back to Claire Jamieson. But yes, I think Nicola Greenland over on the far side in lane 1 has pushed through. She's crossed the line half a length ahead. I'm pretty sure of Catherine Kahn, and there was a whisker back to Ella Menzies, but that'll probably be, oh no, there's no photo, it's just as I saw it.
Claire Jamieson being pushed back into 5th position in the end, And then it was, 6th was Sarah Ashlyn from North Esk. 7th was Bonnie Andrews from ANU. 8th was Kate Morris from Brisbane and GPS. And 9th was Catherine Plume from Toowong. So the B final in the women's elite single scull, a win for Elizabeth Newell of the University of Queensland, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Michael Russell. And 2nd was Nikki Greenland from Sydney University, coached by Tom Lorridge. 3rd, Catherine Kahn from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. And the time for Elizabeth Newell was 8:22.36. The margin 8.21 at the end. And Nikki Greenland had a further 1.13 over Catherine Kahn. Oh, and that's a bit cruel. Elementzini's missed out by 0.3 of a second. There we go.
And barreling down the course is race 63, which is the B final of the men's elite single scull. Again, we have 9 lanes. Over in lane 1 from Swan River, Miles McQuillan. In lane 2 from Melbourne University, Tyler Mason. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club and representing the National Training Centre, Joshua Hicks. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Joel Kane. In lane 5 from Sydney, Alex Nichol, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 6 from Bucks, Joseph Wilson. In lane 7 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Jackson Free, coached by Marcus Free. And lane 8 from Melbourne University, Harry Fox. And in lane 9 from Melbourne University, Luke Cornelia. And Lizzie, are the Frees brothers or father and son, or uncles?
This is father and son, yes. So Marcus Free, brother of Duncan Free, and world medalists together in the double scull. Jackson is the eldest son of Marcus. Yep. So the long-standing tradition of father coaching son continues with Marcus coaching Jackson, just as his dad Reggie coached him.
A dynasty.
Great to see. A dynasty, indeed, a dynasty.
Rowers,
And Duncan coaching his daughter Danica, and we saw Luca there as well. So definitely a family affair there for the Free family up on Surfers Paradise. So we have Josh Hicks here. So I think presumably coming back into things again now with the National Training Centre as we get to the pointy end of the process for selecting crews for Paris. Josh, who's been to a couple of Olympics, I think he was reserve in Rio and raced at Tokyo. A member of Sydney Rowing Club, but hailing from WA, so actually a WACE athlete, and based at the National Training Centre for some time. Took a little bit of time off after the Tokyo Olympics, but back there again now, presumably. And always very good indeed at small boats. Alex Nichol, very experienced, winner of the Henley Royal Regatta and a member of the Australian team at the under-23s last year, I think it was, certainly the year before.
And with a healthy lead over Josh Hicks as they came through the 1500 metre mark. Very close then back to Jackson Free and Harry Fox. A bit more of a margin through to Joseph Wilson. Then Luke Cornelia. I said it properly before,
you did,
I'm sure.
Didn't you?
Then back to Tyler Mason and Miles McQuillan rounding it out. But now they're coming up to probably about 300 metres out, 350. We can see they're actually starting to all really up their rating. And it could be anyone once they get through the finish line. But it does look like Alex Nichol is holding his lead over Joshua Hicks.
Which is great, because he's had a bit of an injury, or a couple of things actually, during the early part of the season. So it's great to see him come good at the racing side of the season. And yeah, looking really strong. He can see over there on his right-hand side the...
Jackson Free is really pulling through, I think, and over on the far side there.
Who is that? I don't recognise his colours. It's lane 3.
Lane 3, so that's Joshua Hicks.
Oh, I guess he's racing in National Training Centre Zooty rather than a club or state Zooty. Not sure if that's actually within the rules, but there we go. It's a B final, so I guess no one's going to complain. Go Alex Nichol and New South Wales Institute of Sport in this B final of the men's elite single scull. Josh Hicks, just an amazing competitor, and look how fast he's going, but Alex managing to hold him off. He wins by a boat length over Josh Hicks and Jackson Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise.
I think it's going to be very close for Jackson Free. Might have just got him on the line.
Ooh.
We wait for
and then it looks as though it's back to Harry Fox of Melbourne University, followed by Joseph Wilson of Tasmania. And Luke Cornelia looks to have placed 7th.
We've just seen the photo They're just doing the video replay on screen, and yes, I think
It will be
Joshua
Josh
Hicks.
Hicks ahead of Jackson Free, yeah.
what a good race.
Just can't see where Joel Kane there. Did Joel Kane finish? We seem to have missed him off somehow.
So coming down the course now is the B final of the Women's Elite Pair, again sponsored by Mobius. There are 8 lanes in this race, so Team Vietnam over in lane 1 is Din Thi Hao and Pham Thi Hui, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 2 from Melbourne University, Eliza Gaffney and Laura Foley, coached by Ponza Pondle. In lane 3 from University of Queensland, Madeline Williams, and from Jess Scott. From Cairns Rowing Club, coached by Scott and Warren Rowe.
So we have another Olympian there in Olympia Aldersey, representing UTS now, was previously at Adelaide Rowing Club, but she's a member of the National Training Centre and very experienced competitor, as opposed to Jamie Ford, who is now just making her career in rowing and getting established. She represents Sydney University Boat Club, and I know her mum's here today, so hello, Suze. Great to see those two. They've been going really well in this pair the last few weeks, so great to see them taking out this B final ahead of the previous lightweight rower, Maddie Williams from the University of Queensland. Good to see her back rowing again and forming a really good partnership with Jess Scott of Cand, and they will come second, and third will be Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft, previously of Commercial, now of Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth across the line, the Melbourne University crew of Eliza Gaffney and Laura Foley, very strong crew there. And then in fifth position, Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham from Melbourne Uni and Mercantile.
And the winning time there was 7 minutes 33.31. So, and we're just going into the final race for the day, which is the B final of the men's elite pair, sponsored by Bentley's. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh, coached by Thomas Lorich. In lane 3 from from Cand, Angus McCasker, and from Commercial, Tom Coates, coached by Stephen Pozzi and Scott Rowe. In lane 4 from Sydney, Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Petruni. In lane 6, George Finlayson from UTS and Jack Robertson from Mercantile, coached by Matthias Ungemark and Tim McLaren. In lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Bo Fleming and Luke Walker, and in lane 8 from Team Vietnam, Tran Duong Nha and Phan Man Lin, coached by Joe Donnelly.
So men's elite pair, sponsored by Bentley's. Good lineup here in this B final. We've got people with all sorts of experience, but the crew that that appears to be doing quite well, looking at this through my binoculars and looking at our footage, is
Hamish Wynne
that
Pope.
crew, yes, Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Betruni from Melbourne University Boat Club, led of course by Matt Ryan, formerly of here in New South Wales, and doing such a great job there at Melbourne Uni with under 21s and under 23s, and great to see them all grow up into being elite. And then to the other side of them, on the left hand side of them, so closest to you in the grandstand or on the bike path, the crew of George Finlayson representing UTS with Jack Robertson of Mercantile. Now, both of these guys went over to university in the USA, and as a result of that are very experienced indeed at sweep rowing, but probably not in pairs, probably more in eights. So they've had to come back and sort of learn how to handle the small boats, and under the guidance of Tim McLaren and Matthias Ungemark doing a pretty good job there next to the really experienced Wynne Pope and Betruni. And then across on the far side we can see the what I presume is the Sydney University Boat Club crew. Having a look at their colours. Yes, it is, which is Lachlan Miles, who of course represented at junior level, and in the men's Cox Tour, went to the World Championships in that. Devlin Walsh, who is in the Australian under-21 team. Both of them now senior rowers and being coached by Tom Lorridge there at Sydney University Boat Club. Being chased by Angus McCasker of Cand and Tom Coates of Commercial. But there's quite a margin there as our Melbourne University crew of Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Betruni take out the B final in the men's elite pair to be ranked, well, I'm presumably ranked 9th in the country. And then lovely finish there for George Finlayson and Jack Robertson. Our composite between Mercantile and UTS, and our Sydney University Boat Club crew of Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh. So no appearance, by the looks of things, from Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe, which is a bit disappointing, really. Torrin, who's made a switch from sculling, and Matthew Rowe is very experienced at sweep from the UK. Now, our Team Vietnam sweepers, Tran Duong Nha and Phan Man Lin, coached by Joe Donnelly. Great to see them over and crossing the line there in 5th position.
And the winning time there was 6 minutes 54.64.
Oh, we do have a Lake Macquarie crew, we should mention
Yes,
this, Bo Fleming and Luke Walker. So presumably relatively junior.
Well, but giving it a good go.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about.
So yes, sorry, winning time there for our Melbourne University crew, 6 minutes, 54.64 seconds, the margin 10.32.
And that was the Lake Macquarie crew of Bo Fleming and Luke Walker crossing the line, and that's the final race for the day.
Yeah, that's caught us by somewhat of a surprise,
Lizzie's
I must say.
looking surprised, but I did say before it that it was the last race of the day.
There we go. Well, I'm looking at all of the umpires following in behind, which is one of the highlights of the day, always seeing the umpires come in. It's been a great day of racing. Wow, what a start to our New South Wales State Championships. We hope you've enjoyed the racing as much as we have. And we once again thank all of our sponsors, in particular Bentley's, a major sponsor of Rowing New South Wales, and always thinking ahead, to Bont Rowing, our official live stream partner, and to Penrith City Council, who are always such a great support. We thank all of them and those who are here in this with their wares. I think we've seen Concept, we've seen Sykes, we've seen Croakers, we've seen Bont, we've got 776 BC, we've got Pontoon, and we've got the Regatta shop here. So look forward to seeing you for another day of racing tomorrow, bright and early. It's going to be a very long day, so make sure you are prepared and ready, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and hopefully have another successful, competitive and enjoyable day here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Yes, and before you go, make sure you return your bow numbers, please.
Yes, please.